The Blast Full groups return, and yesterday it was all about Group C. Liquid on the rise as they almost could not have asked for a better debut, outlasting FaZe in a marathon 3-map series where OC and NAF were the ones to be shining bright. Not the result that FaZe would have hoped for. But moving on to our second match of the day, and G2, they wanted to make this one a little bit shorter and a little bit sweeter in the result for them, managing to take down OG, who unfortunately are dead last now in Group C, but plenty of chance for redemption as we will be moving on to the gauntlet very shortly indeed. My name is Ferris Biz. Joining me, of course, we've got Maniac, we've got Pimp. You've had a great start to the day. You've had some wins on FaZe, right?
100% win rate.
Damn.
3 games, 3 wins. All we do is win,
Easy
no matter
life.
what. You know, it's just...
Wasn't easy.
No, it was not easy at all. We had to fight for it. We almost threw the last game.
Almost.
Beautifully. A beautiful throw.
Well, you guys had some great games yesterday. I'm back in action now, feeling a little bit better. Thank you very much, Banks, for stepping in when you were needed. Yeah, do you want to run me through the results yesterday, guys? Because
where do you want to start?
I think we should start with the hella long game, which was FaZe versus Liquid. That was a game of almost comebacks, but hell no, Liquid outlasted.
Yeah, listen, another one of a very long series for Liquid that they actually end up winning. That's the second time now that the third map is the charm for them, and they made FaZe look like a bunch of clowns on the third map. I have to be honest, it was very one-sided, it was very decisive. Even on the second map, you can argue the comeback is somewhat cosmetic, but it's very much a la FaZe. We know how they can sometimes just bite back when their back's against the wall. Again, 14-16, but honestly, Jacob, Ancient was rough. It was rough to watch for FaZe.
It was rough for FaZe, yeah. Liquid were dominating them from start to finish. Patsy played well. OC had a fantastic series overall. NAFI is freed up within Team Liquid. You saw the group bracket just before. They've taken down G2 and they've taken down FaZe for a new team. Migrating into European Counter-Strike, bringing in guys that we haven't heard much about in Wayne Waker. It's very, very, very impressive coming out of Liquid.
Yeah, the fact that they take down not one but 2 teams who didn't make any changes coming into this new season as well, really great stuff.
Yeah, and we're going to have to keep an eye on OC and how he fares, because I'm trying to resist the temptation to draw gross conclusions after a couple of best of 3s. We have to be careful, but it feels like the OC we're seeing in this roster is vastly different from the one of the previous roster. We're talking about someone that is a bit more aggressive, trying to make a bit more difference, playing with a bit more cojones, if you will. And this is something that we've been talking about them missing for the longest time. OC was always a topic of debate, always the man that we were discussing, should he be out, should he stay in? What he's shown so far in Copenhagen, much better than what I expected.
It's the OC that we've always craved. And then we move on to discussing FaZe in that one. The T-sides were looking dire from them, right?
And they have been for quite some time. I even brought up the point yesterday. It's not a FaZe clan who have won a lot recently, right? It was the year day yesterday for 365 days since they won Cologne, and that's the biggest tier 1 event you can possibly win within Counter-Strike ever since only Pro League. Only Pro League in the span of a 1-year period for one of the most stacked rosters and one of the rosters that we praise the most for having all the ingredients and all the abilities to be good. So I'm starting to get a little bit worried for FaZe in the sense that I don't think their ending to CSGO is going to be as strong as it could have been. Whereas for Counter-Strike 2, that must be the focus for them right now. They have achieved everything they can in CSGO, so I don't really blame them that much.
Yeah, I agree with you. And just in the context of this season, right, in the format, they're now playing against G2, and losing that game would mean starting on round 1 of the gauntlet. And for all of the fun and all of the shenanigans, we talk about this format being a boot camp and people have time and all. Once you start round 1 of the gauntlet, the Roll Arena is relatively far away. We're talking about winning 2 best of 3s back-to-back. Otherwise, it's the showdown, and we know the law of the showdown. There was never any favorite that just walked in there and had a grand old time. So for FaZe, if you have your eyes set on Copenhagen, might be time to kick it to second gear.
Speaking about, obviously, their upcoming opponent, that was G2, who managed to make things pretty quick versus OG yesterday. Hugely down to m0NESY. He was just on fire.
Yeah, listen, once m0NESY takes off like that, the game is kind of over. We tried to mention yesterday, it wasn't just m0NESY. I think Nico had a couple of very impactful moments when the game was tight, but that when the game was tight was actually a very small portion of the entire game. We're talking about the 6-7 first rounds of Ancient, where there was a little bit of a question. Nexa had a few good calls. They were catching G2 off guard. Nico stabilized. m0NESY took over. And then from this point on, feels like you're just watching like a C show on Netflix. And just like, you know what's going to happen. You already know the end.
Yeah, unfortunately, OG weren't able to put up much of a fight. I agree with you. The first 7-8 rounds on Ancient, they were somewhat close. OG had a lead of 5-2, I believe. But from that point on, once m0NESY went off, Nico went off, and the second map was never close. It was never engaging, never fun to watch, and it kind of felt like we did see the limitations of OG that we were discussing coming into the tournament. I think I called it a budget version of a pro team yesterday. When you look at the players, look at what they brought in, the whole premise is that some of these players have to perform better in new roles, and again, we can conclude stuff early on, but just given on the two rosters, you put m0NESY, NiKo up against Fico and Kido, you're bound to have a tough time.
Yeah, and it's going to be a hell of a comeback if they do so make it in that gauntlet, right? As you mentioned, they're going to be starting, you know, for all the way over on the left side of our screen. They've got to win not one, not two, but three series to be making it straight through.
Yeah, this gets really complicated, of course. Once you get to the gauntlet, you know, don't have a chance anymore, basically. You lose a series, you're out. But for OG, I mean, listen, making it to Copenhagen would already be a huge achievement.
Yeah.
That's what it is, considering like the roster move they've changed, or they've done rather, and I would say they've suffered, because I don't feel like OG necessarily had the proactive hand on that one. They were mostly reacting to what the hell was going on, and players who were going left and right. So they're trying to do the best with what they have, and they're gathering, I'm hoping, some valuable experience.
Well, gentlemen, we can see the gauntlet as it is going to be playing out. We have a few new names added on in there. I feel like maybe Astralis is the biggest surprise out of all the groups to see them placing dead last. Or maybe biggest disappointment in my eyes. I was maybe hoping for more from them.
Yeah, I think we all were. But again, they also changed quite a lot. No more Glaive winning the roster. blamF into the in-game leading role. Stair has to be integrated. Borup coming in as well. So there was a lot of question marks attached to Astralis. Good thing for them is they're getting matched up against Group A, and that's the weakest out of all of them. So they're still in the mix.
Yeah, plenty more of that coming your way. But not before we dive into our CS Money Play of the day from yesterday, where I guess I might be reaching here, Jacob. A bit of a silver lining for OG. They do get a player in there.
Yeah, we got Nexa with a nice flick M4A4 spray control right there. It's a good round for Nexa, I'm not gonna lie, but it was very, very little we get to see of OG, and unfortunately, this is the only highlight from Nexa.
4th round out of 6. Now, second place, we have Kerrigan, who's kind of taking that one out of left field on Mirage, 1v4 position. He's utilizing a little bit of the over-eagerness from Liquid, and once he gets that second hit, he realizes, hold on a second, that bomb is not planted for connector. I have a smoke. You know what? Screw this. I'm going straight for the Ninja Diffuse through the smoke, and then his opponents, of course, completely out of position. You can argue, what the hell were they doing there?
Such a feel-bad moment right there for the opponent. m0NESY coming in, of course, winning play of the day. He was fantastic yesterday. This time with the Glock, a pistol ace, if I'm not mistaken. A nice triple entry right here. Bam, 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 picking up the dual elites and getting it done. m0NESY was all over the place, dropping a 30 bomb, and of course, also winning play of the day.
So damn cheeky from young m0NESY. Huge stuff there. Tell you what else is huge, though. We had some breaking news announced last night from the Counter-Strike Twitter itself. We've got 2 new maps that we can be taking a look at.
Yes.
Overpass, Vertigo. I've been watching some fly-throughs, haven't actually managed to play through any of them just yet, but Overpass is looking pretty sexy, if I do say so.
Yeah, Overpass is looking pretty great, honestly. Like the revamp, I'm sure we're going to have a couple of images where we can appreciate the level of design that's been brought to this new map. But I'm going to be honest, what I also really like is the fact that Vertigo hasn't really been changed too much, because it means that, please, for God, we're going to get rid of this damn map. Like, please, nobody needs Vertigo. You're not invited to this party. You're not on the guest list. Please, just go back to the lobby and let us appreciate this.
That's beautiful. I think this is my favorite area of the map, or maybe this one, because we've got a climbing frame now. Absolutely love to see that.
It's actually
but
a playground.
area is
Yeah,
sick.
it's super, super cool. Water area here as well. When you're running around in the water, it actually reflects
So
on your feet as well in the game. So it's super, super cool. We used to call this water, but I think that's going to be mud from now on, because there's mud laying around all over the place. I'm not going to lie. I totally agree with you. I don't give a damn about the pictures that is coming on right now. Vertigo, you can go to hell. I hate you.
You can go to hell.
I think I was like a little bit heartbroken when I saw the tweet, because I was like, no,
like,
no, not
change.
Vertigo first. But yeah, they're actually seeing the changes maybe just goes, you know, we're just going to give you a cosmetic makeover.
I can just imagine the
move
designer
on.
being like, do I really have to redo Vertigo? And they're just like, just put in a new color. Who cares? We're not going to use it. Don't worry about it.
Digital vibrance at 100, leave it, you know.
That's it, yeah.
Digital vibrance.
Just leave him.
They just removed like a couple of bricks on the floor or something. Like, we all know what's going on. Slight detail though on Overpass. You see this bathroom. Finally, we can see something. Is this goddamn area of the map? It's so hard to clear with like CTs. You have to put on binoculars, night vision if you just want to figure out what the hell is in here. But no, here's actually a contrast with the model. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, that's
beautiful.
so beautiful.
Hey, you think that the sound is going to be precisely following the pathway of the grass and what's like in brick towards long here? Because there seemed to be like a path in the middle of long. Are they going to like code the sound depending on where you step?
Oh, so you get more
because that's how it used to be. Yeah, exactly. That's how it used to be.
Like,
exactly.
On the pavement.
And maybe we can just follow that path.
I'm moving around the studio acting like it's different flooring. It's really not. What's your favorite area, Jacob? What's your
I
favorite new
think that'd be
area?
the playground area.
Yeah?
I love how they're taking into the account that we call it
You like to
playground as a
play?
spot.
You
Yeah,
like
then
to
there's
play
like
the
all sorts
playground?
of cool stuff. You can do the jumping stuff you did in the kindergarten when you were young. Also like the SWAT. We used to call the SWAT position on a bomb site
Yeah, yeah,
SWAT,
yeah.
and that's now blue as a SWAT
Right.
car. So they're actually listening to what we're saying. I love it.
They're fans of the commentators.
So that's why they should remove Vertigo.
Okay,
Remove it.
question, gentlemen. I think we've been split into two camps in Counter-Strike at the moment. Those who are, I think we're all loving the CS2 updates, you know, and the prospect of it coming in. But those who are playing a hell of a lot of it, and those who aren't touching CS2 until we know when it's coming into our ecosystem. Which camp are you guys in?
I'm on the latter. I started being overhyped by CS2. The first time, I still remember, we were in Malta, and then the videos dropped, and everybody was extremely hyped about it, and I was like, oh my god, please, let me just play the game now. I want to do it. And then I just realized, like, they were just teasing us with, like, these slow-paced updates, and I don't know when it's going to happen. So I just decided, you know what, I'm going to be patient. Once it's ready, it's ready. I'm just going to appreciate CSGO for what's left. So I don't know about you. I would like the game to be out. Like, I don't want to do this half-assed thing.
I want to know when it's out. It's not even just
You
being
don't know
out
that?
right now.
Didn't get the email?
Yeah, I guess I'm not on the
You want
guest
to
list for that
spill
one.
the
Yeah.
beans? You want to spill the beans for the date here?
We can talk about it
We
later.
can add a 3 and then
Yeah.
minus the 22 and then plus. Are
I
we
think
going to go into that, Laura,
I
again?
think the issue for everyone is the fact that we don't know. I think the issue is
Yeah.
that had we knew, okay, it's coming out in 2 weeks, then everyone could, like, you know, mentally prepare for that. But the thing is, we don't know whether it's going to be in 2 weeks, 4 weeks, or 6 months in reality, right? Most likely more soon than that.
What do you know, Jacob?
Yeah, what do I know? The thing for me is what position does it bring these teams in, right? I
know.
feel like
Yeah.
FaZe is one of those teams that are just waiting for Counter-Strike 2 to come out, whereas some of the other teams that haven't won big tournaments, like Cologne coming up, that's the final shot in CSGO. So some teams will be mega motivated, and some teams are probably just waiting a little bit more for CS2 coming out.
Yeah, we had a quote from Tezes recently, right? He was saying that their focus in the Heroic camp is solely on CSGO because that sport lays in front of them. That is where the trophies that remain are going to be.
Exactly, and how can you fault them? How can you fault them when, for a moment, there was the idea, the illusion that possibly during the summer break, the switch would happen, and we move into Cologne or even here in Copenhagen with CS2. We've all very quickly realized that wasn't going to happen. You have two massive tournaments, one, of course, being the pinnacle of the year outside of the major. Everybody wants to be ready and shine in Cologne. Why would you spend time in CS2? It's on CSGO. I mean, that's it. You have eyes on prize.
Yeah, all about the competition going forward, which will be continuing after this break. Because when we are back, it's rematch time. Liquid versus Complexity once more after this.
A lot of words could describe NIP right now. Rebuilding.
I would describe NIP as a foundation.
In terms of going back to the Swedish core, there's a chance for them to really find love for the game once again.
We have, on paper, really good players. The main player that the opponents need to look out for is Hedrick, I think. I think he is really on his way to becoming a strong individual player.
The wild card in our team is obviously Conflict. Each team should have kind of these guys because like he brings fire in your team.
They're an exciting team on paper. I'm a big fan of Hampus, but he's got his work cut out for him. Probably going to take a bit of time, and I'd say we'd probably be looking more to CS2.
And we just need to figure out the puzzle, how it works, and to be together. I would say trust the process.
The best word that describes our team.
Hardworking. I think we're a really hardworking team. On boot camps, we sit together 10 to 12 hours every day.
We can give each other really good criticism and nobody takes it super personal.
Everyone just likes working hard. I think that's a really good mentality to have.
From Complexity this season, there are higher expectations. We've got Unleash coming in for Fang. Expectations have to be high compared to other roster moves that have taken place. This is one of the clearest upgrades that we've seen.
I think the other teams should look out for Grim. He has really big X factor.
He can turn rounds around just solely because of his mechanics. He's basically the Terminator.
He can just pop off and just win the games for us by himself.
So the expectations this season are massive for Complexity.
This season, we can expect from our team better results than last season, hopefully. They got one of the best players in the world.
I think this signing will allow them to reach new ground.
It is time to spin this track one more time, and today the Ninja's hoping for a different tune. That was because last time around, Complexity were the ones hitting all the right notes, running their series back in a marathon 3-map affair. So Jacob, tell me for why. What was key for Complexity having a great debut versus NIP and taking them down?
Well, I think we got to see the best of Elish, to be completely honest. He was dominating map 2, map 3. He had a lot of impact on the server. He brought some more firepower to a team that needed more firepower. We also heard that he was great in the secondary calling role, helping out JT, and I think that's been the main point that we've been racing. The T sides of Complexity in that game looked very, very solid, so there was a lot of positives to dissect from that game from Complexity, whereas in their second game against Vitality, it was no competition whatsoever.
Yeah, listen, the game against Vitality, of course, was its own ecosystem. They were completely outclassed. We have the numbers from Elige in that first series that you were mentioning, and you're correct. I don't want to say impressed, I want to say he convinced, because that's what we expected from him, and he kind of walked that walk of being that favorite, that tenured veteran on the server, right? What is interesting is that this is the first rematch that we have here in Copenhagen, and in itself, it's always a very specific occasion when you've played against a team, a long drawn-out 3 maps, you go against each other again a few days later. It's going to be a test for both these squads to see how they can adapt and who adjusts the best.
83 rounds over 3 maps last time around. There was a hell of a lot of Counter-Strike going down. I concur with your sentiment that I think, you know, Elish convinced in terms of the numbers he was putting up, but he did impress me with, as you were saying, Jacob, the help he was giving JT on those T sides, the fact that he's already been able to implement that after, what is it, 10, 11 days in the boot camp, that's some good signs.
He's coming in with a lot of experience, right? And I think a lot of the players within Complexity look towards Elise when it gets down to the nitty-gritty. When it's in a pressured environment, you know Elise has been there so many times before, where some of these Complexity players are still relatively new in Tier 1 Counter-Strike. So if there is a guy who can speak up, if there's a guy who has a vision for the game and has an idea of what to do when you're all the way down and you have to close out the game, it would be Elise. So I would say it's kind of expected. It was just nice to see it unfold in this game.
Yeah, I concur with you. I mean, listen, mid-rounding is universal in Counter-Strike. You can be in any team, at any point, on any map. If you have experience in the game, you know how to analyze what's happening, you can keep track of the utilities, you can keep track of the movements and the rotations, and Elish has the experience, and he has to be a plus in terms of the calling. It can only be skill, which we know he will provide, but he has to be a voice making the right decision. That's what we're hoping, that's what we want to see from Elish.
Well, speaking of the star himself, it's time to get him on the mics, courtesy of Banks.
Elise, the game you had against Vitality was certainly a tough one, but what do you learn from something like that? I don't mean in terms of the scoreline, but for you guys as a team, because you had your first win and now you've had your first loss.
Yeah, I mean, we knew that the Vitality game was going to be a lot tougher, and the main thing for me is that we just needed to get a lot more stuff. I think that it's just when you don't have as many options that are just like as set, it's just hard to like come up with things in the moment. And I think that's like the main thing that I've been wanting to and like keep wanting to bring. And we have actually gotten a lot done like over these last couple of days as well, just bringing like more structure, more strats, more options, especially like when things are getting tough. Like you want to make sure that like you're not as free flow, because you know, when you're down like 7-0, you're really just gonna like call like a default and just see how it goes. Like that's usually where you want to like make sure that like you're into the game, you're conditioning certain things, certain strats, so you can, you know, be stronger later in the half and have a better read of the game.
Is there much of you helping JT out when it gets to these kind of mid-round moments when you're trying to change things up when these kind of rounds are going wrong?
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely trying to help it as much as I can with that stuff. That's you know, usually how we divide it up on like per map, where, you know, Johnny's on one side, I'm on the other side, and I think that it's going to be really helpful. I just felt like, you know, before the Vitality game, we just didn't have as many options to work with. But I'm really happy. I think that, you know, over the last few days, we got a lot done. I think that we like predicted the map veto as well against NIP, and we should be really prepared for today and, you know, when we do play Vitality again.
I like it. There you go, thinking confidently forward to when you play Vitality again. When it comes to playing NIP again, though, how much of this is making sure you go getting your own heads about, okay, we won it last time, you don't want to overthink maybe the moves they're going to make and stuff? What have you told the guys?
The main thing is, you know, just making sure that we're making less mistakes overall. You know, on Inferno, we pretty much had that game in the bag, but we just fumbled so many rounds. And, you know, to be honest, Inferno's been like kind of tougher for us on the CT side, especially just making more micro mistakes. So there's just been more overall to talk about, but, you know, that's not really going to be a factor here for today. But I think that we have a really good game plan overall against them. They changed a little bit of stuff against EG, but I think that they haven't had as much time to work on things as much as us. So I think that we feel really confident about our reads and just making sure that we're keeping up the level of comms and intensity, being disciplined in like the after plan, so we're not making as many micro mistakes as possible, and we should be winning today.
I mean, that Vitality game was an entirely different beast for Complexity. We can't ignore that context. But flipping it back to the first time they faced NIP, we got to see some really good flair coming out from Grim as well. We love to see that.
Yeah, and the expectations are pretty high on Grim, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Londers was spot on in his little media video that he did. Like, the expectations are higher on Complexity. We want to see more on Unleash's in, and it's not going to be only on his shoulder. I think there are two players in that roster that need to also kind of take that win with them. It's Halzerk and it's Grim, of course. Grim, in the past iterations of Complexity, was the one guy we were always going back to, say, hey, he's got superstar potential, he can put up these numbers, but he's a little bit alone. He's not alone anymore, and you have to maintain that output if you want to kind of push through that glass ceiling that they had for a while.
Speaking of which, it's been looking a little bit grim for Halzerk, unfortunately, so far this tournament, and that's an interesting topic when we're putting him up against Hedrick, who's only been rising coming into the competition.
Hedrick has been fantastic so far in this tournament. I don't even think these stats do him justice in terms of the impact he's had in this game. He's been playing lights out. Hedrick against EG was a monster to be reckoned with. Against Complexity, maybe a little bit more slow to begin with. It took him a
while,
Took him a while to get started, but at least he got there. Whereas for the game against EG, he was the one reason they won. I think Config said that they expected to steamroll EG. Wasn't the case. It was Hedrick steamrolling. The rest of NIP couldn't do much, and that's the feeling I'm left with. I've been disappointed from what I've seen from NIP so far. I know it's just been a couple of games, but they've struggled against Complexity with a loss. They struggled massively against EG, so I don't really know where to put them right now. It's not a good-looking NIP now. And to bounce back on a point that was made by Elish as well, right? It's a rematch, and I think that NIP right now is a bit less well-equipped to deal with that rematch because they have so much work to put into the new system that they're trying to put in. We all know we've made the comparison or the contrast between Hampus and Alexibi so many times, trying to explain to people this is a different team, it's a different vibe, it's a different idea. Do they have already the tools in place to just use that data and kind of punch it immediately into a game plan? I don't think so. I think they're still trying to figure out what the hell they're doing as a team, and they might just struggle because of that.
Config said that he feels like they were too hesitant the first time they faced Complexity. Do you agree with that statement? Is there anything we can actually read into that?
I guess they were hesitant in some situations. Maybe it was the individual level that just wasn't good enough. I believe Config had a monster of a showing against Complexity, yet they still lost, and that's a warning sign for me at least. And that's the feeling I've had for NIP for a long time. It does feel a little bit disconnected. We look at the players, we talk about their potential, yada, yada, yada. We had that conversation a million times, but sometimes not even, one player is enough to lift the rest of the team. They feel disconnected from each other. Config can play well where the rest of the team is still down here. Same for Hedrick. He didn't have a great showing, and the rest of the team is not being built up with that performance, and that's my issue. They seem disconnected when they have their star performances.
Yeah, that's kind of exactly what we've seen in both iterations of NIP so far here at the full groups. Last time it was Mirage overpass and Nuke. Oh, sorry, Inferno Nuke overpass. What are you thinking this time
I
around?
was going to say, I mean, a little bird told me that the maps were going to be slightly different.
Slightly different,
I have been fed some CIA information in my in-ear. That's obviously already in my skull.
There we go.
And Mirage is coming out, and that is interesting because Complexity floated that in the first veto of the first series. Now it's an olive branch that's extended to NIP. They strike immediately. You have the overpass coming from Complexity. That was the third map last time around, and then we end up on Nuke. So I'm kind of curious to see Complexity's face on Mirage. It's a map they haven't played the last 3 months.
Yeah, let's check in with our Unicorn predictions as well to see if anybody was predicting NIP coming into this rematch. You know, we say you learn the most from failure, but most of us actually going with...
Wait, hold on. I'm the only one that picked
half
big?
and half, yeah.
Oh no, what have I done?
Jacob, why do you believe in NIP? You said they were your biggest disappointment of this new season.
Yeah, what's happening over there?
Because I don't believe you can be shit for that long, to be completely honest. You got to step up at some point. So I believe in NIP. They're turning it around. They have the better players, the better individuals. They should get this win, but I'm not confident in it at all.
Apparently, third time's the charm. That's what Little Birdie has told me. We will be beginning on a new ground of Mirage brought in by the Ninjas. Let's see if they can bounce back against Complexity this time around.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Blast 4 Groups, Day 6, Anders. Where did all the time go? The Counter-Strike action continues here, and we've got our first rematch coming up. Complexity take on NIP. Are you excited?
I think it's interesting. We'll get to see what both teams learn from that first game. If Complexity can
if anything,
the upset, if anything at all, maybe not. Maybe it's going to be an exact replay. Well, we know it won't be because we don't have the same maps necessarily. But I am excited. I think it's great. I agree. Time's flying past me. When you're watching Counter-Strike, it's great.
I'm really enjoying this. We get to focus on one game a day. We get to look at all these new rosters and the changes. If you're not aware, ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't watched this particular matchup yet, they did play on, I think it was day 2, and it was actually Complexity with their new look Elige lineup doing very well. To be fair though, NIP have bounced back emphatically. I think I've enjoyed their performances since then. I think in the first matchup here, it was Headtrick that was horribly absent, and ever since then, the game against EG especially, he looked red hot. I've got NIP winning today, but a different map pool. We're going to kick things off on Mirage, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go, Complexity taking on NIP, and it will be at T-Star for the Swedes, which is once again accurate with the return of in-game leader Hampus, who will be challenged towards middle by these USPs. Lovely opening kill.
Yeah, he saw that coming, and it's well played, and they're actually going to react to that almost immediately. Holzerk trying to take some shots in towards the B bomb site. Config looking for an opening, but the smoke is up towards the market. The bomb is going to be planted, and it's a pretty swift 4 versus 5 for the retake here. Complexity in a lot of trouble right now. Grim with a good shot, but Elige has the kit, and he's only on 8 points of health. He's not going to matter. He gets absolutely run it down by Brolan there. Not bad. 2 versus 3 now, and the kit been picked up once again now. Floppy trying to find someone at the bench here. It's Headtrick to go down, and the retake's actually looking pretty good right now. A flashbang in. They're on that. Defuse putt is back showing, and he has to come off, and that might just be the kill that seals the whole round. I don't think Holzerk is going to be able to find Hampus here. He's a smart player, and he's going to make himself very hard to find. Oh my god, he gets the kill, jumps right back on. Surely, Henry, surely there's not enough time, but there is! It's ridiculous.
I thought he was just going for it because there was nothing left to do. There was a kit on the bomb and literally 5 seconds to defuse it. He pulls it off. What a magnificent retake and finish from Holzerk. NIP had everything going for them. The B take with the opening frag, courtesy of Hampus, as we mentioned, and the retake looked like it was way too gone. Look at the time remaining at this stage at the top right of your screen. What was it left down to? 0.1 maybe?
It has to be so low. That the click of that bomb happened very early on in that last second, and that's usually what we're listening for, right? Like once you hear
that's
that
true,
takeover,
yeah.
You know that you probably lost the round.
Wow, what a way to kick things off. And we're right back into the action here. Round number 2 is delivering on all fronts. Holzerk and Elige will be combative toward the top of middle. They found the man advantage here. Holzerk will go down. Bomb still down towards T-spawn as well, but here's NIP trying to recover the situation, pick up the pieces if possible. But they're pretty spread out. Got Reds towards underpass, Hampus top of middle. And Brolan, as you can see, in towards that palace position. He'll be dropped.
Yeah, bit of a shame. This kind of a buy can work out for NIP, even if they don't get the round necessarily, but if they do enough economic damage, you can still walk away from it thinking it's pretty decent. Doesn't look like that's going to happen at all. Third kill for Elige in the round.
Yeah, this is very convincing, I have to say. Complexity with 4 players alive. Reds with just an MP9 at this point. Desert Eagle in hand for now. And 45 seconds on the clock. Just hoping someone will offer themselves up here.
Yeah, I think that's accurate. Just a prayer at the moment. Doesn't seem like it's going to be answered whatsoever. They know where he is, and he's boxed in. He's decided, let me go for the 1 dig instead. It's just a 1 casualty in Holzerk. This is such a great start for Complexity.
Yeah, I love that push towards the top of middle. Seeing that a lot of this tournament, especially, try and trade out the frags. 2 CTs committing at the very start. You can see it was Elige with the MP9 at the front of the pack as well. Upgrades to the M4. Continues to find frag after frag. Very active, and then Floppy to close things out here on Rez. That was the 4 spy. As Anders said, only really got 1 kill. No bomb planted. Suggests we'll be on to a full eco, and indeed, that will be confirmed. P250s, no armor, no nades, and Elige in a prime position to pick up another boatload of frags here, Anders.
Yeah. Could do for the run boost. Maybe get something out of it. I think the smoke's going to be helping out, making sure Elige doesn't get easily overrun. Yeah, he's free to take the fight down in the underpass, which is great. So, an early, a couple of kills going the way of Complexity here. To be expected. I don't really think anything else is going to be seeing in this round.
All right. Well, seeing as that point is ringing true, Anders, I saw yesterday you were posting some screenshots of Overpass. What are your overall thoughts? Happy? Sad? Indifferent?
I am quite happy. I think the map looks... It's a lot more vibrant, which I think is true for most of the stuff in CS2 at the moment. And it's a lot brighter. So, like, seeing players is just going to be a lot easier, which I'm a big fan of.
Do you remember when CSGO first came out and we didn't have the SE version of maps? So you played like Dust 2 and have like this fog and this haze over the top of it, right?
Yeah.
It feels like the difference in CSGO and CS2 is like having that haze removed again, even though it wasn't really there before. It seems that the clarity is much higher, the brightness has been turned up, the contrast is perfect, and Overpass looks beautiful. I'm really looking forward to playing that.
I just don't think there's any value in a game like Counter-Strike of getting killed from dark corners where you can't really tell the difference between a player. I don't think it adds anything to the game. I think it's just frustrating, and the skill is in being able to wield and control the guns and knowing the geometry of the map and all the rest of it. Like, there's no point in saying, oh, I had the brightness turned down too low on my monitor, or I needed to I needed to bump up the gamma so much that everything is just completely bright. Now the game is helping you with it. I think it's an upgrade in that sense.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of quality of life upgrades and good times. It seems like every update is positive and we're on an upward trajectory. Either way, though, we are off to the races here in round number 4. We have NIP looking for their first round if possible. Currently down 3-0. Got Floppy, who's playing out with the smoke, not looking for a kill, just looking for info. As soon as he spots a shadow, here's a sound cue. He'll be dropping the smoke and buying time. We've got Grim watching the Palace otherwise, just behind him. So allowing NIP to have control of middle. And right now they've scooped at the bomb and they are in towards T spawn right now. Headtrick will at least make his way over towards the B apartments. And right now just JT there waiting with an HE. Quite active play from Complexity. As you see, they're pushing in towards the A ramp, but Floppy, he's keeping it in towards spawns. They've got a ton of info here. They can probably afford to rotate someone over towards B. And indeed, Hulzerk making his way through the kitchen.
Yeah, this is a great play right now for Complexity. This could win them the first. Yeah, I mean, this is what you want to see. The Liege just holding it. JT just there with the AK trained on that window, and only 25 seconds left. Floppy's trying to get into the middle now instead of the hallway, and Brolan gets the opening. Hold the phone. NIP, they're right in the bomb site. Elish has to come up with a massive multi-kill right now, and he runs out of bullets at the end. Config able to take him down, and Floppy, he's finally shown off that long flank in, and he gets there just in time to take down Hampus. 2 versus 2 now. They're going to find Grim, and they know where Floppy's coming from. They don't have a lot of health, so the FAMAS, it could do the work. Floppy could still be the hero. He's got the kit, and he lines up the first kill, but doesn't realize, I think, that Rez is right there. He's going to put up the smoke on the bomb, and Rez just circling around to take him down. And NIP winning a round that, positionally, they probably should have lost this one.
Definitely should have lost this one. It was looking like Complexity had done all the right moves there. They held on, hadn't given away any picks. The clock was running low. They pushed A. They've confirmed all the information. 3 CTs rotating towards the bomb site. But no, it's all denied. It comes down to a 1 versus 1. Rez getting 2 kills in the round. Definitely should have been going in favor of the North Americans. They've just stabbed each other in spawn as well. Grim's down to 55 points of health. It's going from bad to worse as they give it their first round. Still a full buy. M4s and the AWP as Grim, no wounded by his fellow comrades. He'll be inquiring towards top and middle. And there is going to be config there on the right side.
Yeah, that's not in their brains right now. They're not thinking. I'm assuming there would be a flashbang still to set it up for the peak on config. Oh, he just goes straight for it. The timing could not have been better. And Grim, there's the spray down there with the
headshot.
The assist from Elige.
So now we know who done it. Who was the culprit, Elige?
Some good detective work, Henry.
Yeah, we cracked the case. Well, you hate to see that. We'll see if they can recover at least. Floppy will pull one back, and they are coordinating themselves in towards an A attack. Execution potential low with just 1 smoke, which has been deployed already. But they do have the manpower advantage, of course. 2 players at A ramp, brought down towards the Palace. Config patrolling the rotations towards top and middle. So the Orpa Hulzerk in a prime position here. They can still pull this one back.
This is one of the maps where config does tend to run a little bit wild sometimes.
Yeah, this is one of his calling cards.
It really is. So that's something to look forward to. Always fun to watch those games. I think Hulzerk could have had that kill. I don't know what delayed him. Maybe it was the single scope. Either way, Headtrick and Brolan coming back into the round now, making it a 1 versus 3. Hulzerk, he's in the right position, but they know that he's back here somewhere. They're going to plant way outside of the range of his scope. And they don't have, I mean, as long as they stay away from him, he can't probably get back into this.
Yeah, I think he might be onto something there. No kit, no utility.
Yeah.
If he was going to have any sort of impact in the round, it would have already happened, I'm afraid. He had a couple of shots towards the ramp, missed out on them. The flames of the incendiary were blocking the angle, and for now, can only really hold on to the AWP. And the hunt is somewhat on. We've got Config encroaching on his position here from the B apartments, and he's going to have vision of that window momentarily. If Orzo keeps going back, he is going to be done for. Losing the AWP would be a big deal in terms of loss bonus. CTs will have $1,900 into the next round. So, oh, he's been found and will be dropped. No AWP going forward. So, unfortunately, this is full eco territory. $1,900 you can buy into the next round, but only if you take this one very cautiously and don't invest a single dollar. Here's the replay. Hetrick, Brolan getting it done, helping himself toward that A bomb site. And it all falls apart. So they just buy a single flashbang, and usually they push off towards short and connector, flash over middle, try and get a couple of kills.
No one's knifed each other in this round.
No, that's a good start.
So that's where you want to be. Oh, they're actually pushing very aggressively, but Hampers saw it coming. The Molotov didn't necessarily do that much. Oh, he's going to keep it going. 3 kills, looking for a 4th, and he'll clean it up. That's actually a brilliant start for him. I'll certainly get him fired up. Haven't really seen the full Hampus effect since his return, which I don't think is too surprising, right? Like, everything has to be worked back up again, but he's such a playmaker when he's feeling really good. And I know he said that in the interview that he was happy that he could throw Config into the mix as well, but I still want to see some of that Hampus magic, because he's one of the most enjoyable players to watch, I think, in Sweden. It's just so much fun.
Well, when he starts barking like a little puppy, that's when you know he's in the zone. Against EG, he spent most of the time barking like a dog, which I loved. So that's what you got to look out for. We'll
I missed this.
I know you did.
I'm so intrigued.
I hope it comes online for you. But we're just warming up here into the series, and same goes for Config as well. He lights up Elise to kick off round number 7 here. Vaulting up towards short as well. It's a lovely opening pick. Focuses his efforts towards the window, waiting for that reaction. And in terms of reaction, CTs stay pretty posted. They are watching the window, playing towards ladder room as well. Bomb still down towards T-spawn. Rez might be going to go scoop it up now. Config's patience pays off. He'll be taking down Horzerk.
Grim hoping for a multi-kill here, but not going to happen. Just spots out Config. But I like the patience anyway.
Yeah.
If someone else would have gone there, maybe he could have taken both of them down. Floppy's very low on health, but he can't escape. Hetrick will run him down. And again, it's just the opening in the middle for Config. And the types of kills that he's getting here, he makes it look so easy. And I think it's really going to be a big problem for Complexity. At some point, they probably have to make up their minds. Do they want to find a way to deal with Config and fight him here? Like, you can flash him out, you can try and throw some interesting Molotovs, or do you just concede the middle for an IP and say, well, let's not fight Config in there, it's not worth it. We'll try and come up with a different defense. Either way, I think Config's already proven to be a really, really big problem for Complexity.
Well, Complexity were trying to set the tone as well in those earlier stages. They showed us some mid-aggression as well, but yeah, when Config gets in the zone on this map, like we said, it's bit of a specialist showing for him normally on Mirage. But Complexity, unfortunately, this round will just be saving 2 M4s. Huddled up in the B apartments here.
Standing on the microwave.
Yeah, don't do that at home.
What's the best thing you can microwave, Henry?
The best thing?
Yeah.
I didn't use microwaves anymore. I'm retired. I'm a full-time air fryer.
That's...
everything I consume
I've got one of those.
Goes in the air fryer.
Okay.
Literally everything. It's a new lifestyle I'm working on. And I have to say, I couldn't be happier, Anders.
It's really changed your life.
Yeah, microwaves are dead.
Okay. Well, if you want to live like Henry, there's a first step.
Yeah, use
invest in air frying. First time up.
Yeah, it is. That's a good point. And Complexity managed to win out in this previous showing. This is a rematch, if you're not aware. We'll see Complexity now on Mirage. They won the first 3 rounds pretty convincingly, but NIP have been red hot ever since. 4-3 in favor of the Swedes. 2 saved weapons, but the loss bonus not fully established just yet. Going to be taking a half buy, if you can call it that. Bit of an eco around these 2 saved M4s. But still, Grim and JT, we'll see what kind of dent they can make as we get into round number 8.
JT still with no kills. It's a bit early. I mean, we're 7 rounds deep. This is the 8th round that we're just playing now, but you'd still love to see just a couple, because JT definitely can do it. He definitely... I think at the start of it, when I saw him play, it looked like he was, not quite having the output that you want, but I've definitely seen games out of JT where he's doing a lot more recently, so we want to see him back on track like that. Floppy goes down early, a bit of a shame. And there we go. JT on the board right away. Config's going to be going down. Grenade to follow Grim, and it blows him up. And that's the 8 bomb side lost.
Yeah, that might be the round lost as well, I'm afraid. 4-on-2. JT and Elige fighting back to the best of their ability, but they are being overwhelmed. Elige will remain towards jungle. Bomb planted. Hope lost. And no armor. So Elige just hoping to find a Wandering T. Hopefully upgrade to an AK-47 and somehow survive. It's not looking good, though. So here comes Hampus, though. Almost certainly going to check him, right?
Yeah, I feel like he's one of those players that would. So no AK stolen, no nothing like that. 5 rounds for NIP. I just managed to say that it was a good start for Complexity. Then they started to knife each other, and then
yeah, that was the start of the issues here for Complexity. You're dead on. A knife in spawn was an old school mistake. You don't really see it too often in 2023. Here we go. That's the beginning of the barking, and as you can see, he's getting warmed up. We're not quite there yet. It's when they start talking
more of a
shit.
howl, really.
Yeah, when they start talking shit, that's when the barking starts. So we'll see. This is a faster approach. They're going for an A-pop straight away, Anders. Let's go.
Nice shot, but look at how quick they are. You said A-pop, and he couldn't even escape. Config just swings onto the bomb side. He is a wrecking ball, isn't he?
Yeah.
Opens the whole thing up, and Rez waiting in the middle. This couldn't be better. Config finds another stray kill on Elige. I think that's... He's still running, Henry. He just run all the way into the market. He never stopped running. Hungry for the kills, and he will get them.
See,
he is such a beast.
This is the team that you need to be scared of. If Config and Rez are hitting hard, good luck to you. There's not many players that can out-aim them. But it's just the inconsistency of those two names is the problem. But when it's on, it's a beautiful thing to watch. You can see the sledgehammer breaching the A-bomb side. There you go. I'm going to start barking as well. If he gets into it, I'm going to be barking. Let's go.
Is it possible that he's responding to barking emotes? Is that a
yeah?
Could
be. He could be getting donations.
There might be
hundreds of gifts of dogs coming through, perhaps.
If he's double timing it like that, like if he's working 2 jobs at once, it's an amazing little hustle that he's working on.
Yeah. Well, back to the A-bomb side potentially here. They entered with emphatic pace in previous round of number 9. This time looks to be an A split, but slowing it right down. But a similar sort of approach. This time, though, 1 player towards the Palace, 2 a ramp, and 2 entering the connector. Hampus leading that charge.
3 people, but the position here is... Man, if they lose connector control, which they almost already have, then all 3 positions are compromised by that 1 push-up connector. It's going to be Brolin them in the first one, but I think both Floppy and Grim at this moment are in a lot of trouble here. With the Molotovs down on top, realize they don't have a lot to work with to begin with, but still, they are going to get blown up. You really needed to make sure that there was no pressure from the middle at all, and maybe you could have traded something there, but the Scout and the Deagle are left, and it's a 2 versus 4, so it's unlikely that they could do a lot to hold on to this one.
I think that's fair. You're well within your rights to call that one.
Yeah, going out on a limb here, saying probably lost that round.
Well, we'll see if they can make it somewhat expensive at least. I doubt it. Hampus looking to mow both of these last players down, and he'll convert convincingly. Well done. NIP now with 7 rounds in a row after going down 0-3.
Here's something cool. They had that previous round where they popped out of A, like you said, out of the Palace, they catch Holzerk. And this round, they guessed the economy, they played a lot more slowly, which I think is important. As much as I appreciate the madness of Config running through the map, it's really nice if there are like a couple of rounds where you can put a leash on him and say, this just don't throw away the A, don't do anything silly, like just play it a little bit slow.
That pincer maneuver towards A, perfectly timed, nothing too flashy from a tactical point of view, but they made sure they had decent territory before committing, trading out any kills, and they wanted to try and go for a B pick there. Molotoved off, just going to go back into the default, I'd imagine. We haven't had to say Hetrick's name too much, and that's absolutely fine. They've won 7 rounds in a row. That could be a problem for Complexity, because once he does start coming online as well, this team hits a lot harder. But for now, a pretty compromised setup. You can see a distinct lack of utility for Complexity. They've got the rifles, a couple of kits, and a Holzerk off. First challenge towards Shaw. Hampus will send a Molotov to send Grim packing.
They're on the other side there. Floppy actually taking a bit of damage. Elise goes down. There's a headshot to bring him to an end.
He's been getting picked a lot, Elise.
He really has. Floppy's next. They were trying to crunch the middle. They wanted to team up with Floppy and Connector from the other side, but they're so compromised in the middle. Good grenade and a good AWP shot from Holzerk to bring them back at least into a 3-on-2. But JT, I mean, he's almost dead already.
And they know where he is as well. They're very aware of his presence towards short. That's a guaranteed frag. Like, you're really hoping for the best, crawling through the murder hole with an AWP in your hand. And yeah, like I said, they know JT was towards short. He rotated back towards kitchen. He's done for. And it will be NIP converting another convincing round here. Hampus, 2 frags for him. We'll have a look at the scoreboard. It's actually the in-game leader at the very top. Hampus 14, Config 11, Rez, Headtrick, and Broadline all on 6. So JT holding on for dear life, but it's not going to be enough as Hampus will find his hat-trick. 8 rounds in a row confirmed. Pretty subdued over there. Not too much yelling in the arena. It is the first map of the day.
And no barking either.
No, exactly.
I was promised barking.
You were. It's coming, though. You can't give the people what they want straight away.
It'd be an absurd brand to build for yourself, but I would encourage
human dog?
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
Surely you stand out in the crowd, right? No one else is going to be doing that, so I think he's onto something, Hampus. I support it.
He should be wearing like a little dog collar as well. That'd be quite nice.
That could be like branding, like merch
exactly,
happening.
yeah, NIP branded dog collars.
I think you're onto something there.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty good look, I reckon.
Good advice.
Here we go. Elise dishing out the headshots this time. He's been picked off first, more often than not, but that's a lovely start here on the half-by. Something to work with. There hasn't been many opportunities in the last 8 rounds, but still, up against this full buy, of course, a lot of work to do, but it's a good start.
Yeah, it is a good start. And I mean, sometimes that's all it takes. One inspiring round where somebody gets a couple of sick deagle headshots.
Oh, absolutely.
You feel better again. You feel like you can return to the game. I'm sure that's what they're waiting for. Good dodge of the double nade in the middle for Config. He didn't run into any of that. They've recovered the AK as well. That's a bit alarming. Something for Complexity to work with. Looks like they are moving the bomb into the B hallways. And with Hampus still in the middle, question is, will he join the main push to pincer the B bomb side, or will he just be there to catch rotations in the middle? You can go for either one. He's moving kind of close, so it seems like he will try and see if he could be a little bit of a factor in it. 30 seconds left, Henry. How much stopping power is in this deal for Grim?
I reckon quite a lot. I'm a big fan of Grim. Not sure about his deagle, but we'll see what he can make of it. It's an iconic position, one you don't see too often, and maybe for good reason, as he will be pre-fired by Config. JT, the last line of defense here. He needs multiple frags. The first is delivered. Can't find the second, I'm afraid, and it's going to be back to a 3-on-3. And the hope of winning an eco round is diminishing. And as we'll see, Headtrick confirmed the kill towards short as well. They've got an AK in the hands of Elige. He's been boosted up at least, Anders. Not a bad idea, but I don't see how you win the round. And Headtrick, well, he'll be very aware of that prospect.
I don't blame them for trying. And they get to run away with the AK anyway, so probably okay. But yeah, good conversion for NIP, even losing the first kill there. Just, you know, they took their time. They got everyone into position and Complexity. They weren't able to help out. The 3 people at the A-bomb side, they couldn't get to B quick enough. I don't know. Yeah, you could make an argument that if you're in a round like that, you need to be almost over-rotating at one bomb side or another, because it's so unlikely that you win the round just with a, you know, Grim defending with a deagle up close in the hallway. 9 in a row. They just can't be stopped at NIP right now.
Apparently not. At least not by Complexity, as they are rolling over right now. It was a half-buy in the previous, of course. They got the opening pick, though. Couldn't find much else. This is that shot from Elige. Nice job. Grim had to find multiple kills there. JT was only good for 1, and NIP is going through the motions here. So that's how he was aware. Did get a little spot of the boots of Elige. Oh, we're getting there. That's a 6 out of 10 on the Barco meter. So he's warming up the vocal cords. You heard it, didn't you?
I'm so behind it. I'm so into it now. I'm very invested.
Towards B we go. Holzerk. Perfect position. Nice simple calls here from Hampus. This time the B split.
Good position for Holzerk. You could see them. If they slither by in there, you're definitely going to be able to call that out and say, yeah, someone made their way past. Flash does nothing.
Trouble.
And he's ice cold. It doesn't over-peek it into it. He's just chilling up there, getting the first kill. Grim will follow it up on a Config. And that defense is looking good. Even JT on the other side, who's picked up the secondary AWP, will take down Rez. So this is looking great. Complexity.
Yeah. They're going to break the streak finally. The problem is,
It's a bit late.
It is a little bit late, but you know what? They just keep this one clean. Thing is, though, Headtrick, Hampers have got $14,000 per player. So there'll be no saving here. They'll try and make it as expensive as possible. If they can get 2 or 3 kills, that's a bit of a win in its own right in the context of this particular situation. See if you can, like, eradicate the double AWP setup.
Yeah, that would be huge. I mean, and that's a good point to bring up. There's always some secondary target that you can hit, even if winning the round is out of reach for the minute. Just doing a little bit of damage will go a long way. JT, though, confident with the AWP. It's good to see.
Yeah,
and,
well,
I mean, this is a common solution on a lot of CT sides, right? You get the double AWP and things change.
Yeah, like if everything's just falling apart for you, especially on a map like Mirage as well, when the defaults and the mixed aggression and you're getting pulled around the map, just setting up a turret in towards the B-bomb, so allowing one player to really focus on that area, allowing you to be more dynamic elsewhere, certainly helps. Normally presented when things are going wrong, the wheels are falling off, but it works out. That's what it's there for.
Something that can be very hard to deal with if JT's going to be anchoring this position, if they throw in a round like they did earlier with the triple peek out Palace and the speed behind Config, I wonder if at some point NIP will want to test that. Not that we have too many rounds left to play with, but wouldn't be surprised if I bet if you send Config out against JT, Config would feel so confident if I say, like, I can win that fight every single time.
Yeah, it's a good point.
He's trying to use that same strategy that he did earlier, Config, running into the middle, hiding along that left-hand side wall. Just hoping that someone makes a mistake. But Complexity actively not pursuing the middle anymore. They're tired of losing that fight.
Well, they've gone for an up-close and personal setup here towards the A ramp. Horzerg with the AWP, Floppy watching the Palace. And they could get a bit of action here. There's 3 players in the Palace once again, so it's not that fast A-pop we saw before, but a different rendition. We are going to see the execution towards A, probably just a couple of smokes, mainly focusing on the flashbangs from middle. I'm going to try and swarm the A site, and the problem is there's no one towards CT spawn where you're likely to focus your aim at the A ramp, so Floppy has a chance to get multiple frags around us.
Yes, he does. 50 seconds, but the problem is if they lose the connector fight, these positions for the rest of Complexity, for Horzerg and for Floppy, are so bad. They can really switch. I like this from Horzerg, though, trying to switch it up. I don't know how he got that kill. He was looking the other way. What a flick, but it won't make a difference. Elige dies in connector, and Floppy, they are looking for it. You could see they are thinking about that A ramp right now. They feel like something could be up, and they're not wrong either. They're going to find Grim on the other side. They still have 23 seconds, and Floppy, he's the only one that could stop it, but the Molotov is down to make sure that he doesn't. They're so sure that he must be here.
Yeah, that Molotov doesn't feel good. Suggests they might have an inkling as to what you're up to. Unfortunately for Floppy, he'll be sent packing. So after winning a single round, after breaking the 9-round streak, NIP will answer straight back, get double digits. JT trying to hold on to the AWP, and Floppy is being hunted. Captain Hampus on his trail. He's picked up a scent.
Yeah, he's looking for it, isn't he? Floppy. Oh, that is a beautiful shot. Well done, Floppy. At least at the end, you know, saves his own dignity a little bit. That first shot especially was great.
Very nice. Doesn't mean too much, but he holds the AK-47, I suppose, for the upcoming round, the last round, 10-4 now. Yeah, they've got plenty of cash. He can drop a weapon, so it's certainly a welcome save for sure. The double AWP setup might remain as well. So, yeah, this is the moment Horzerg, like he said, great first shot, but not really in a position to get multi-frags here. This was the highlight of the round, and it was to save the AK. So
yes.
That says it all, really. Elige having a bit of a rough run of it out there.
Yeah, looking a bit dejected, isn't he?
Yeah, 7-12 right now. Only one player has broken double digits. That's Floppy after saving with those 2 kills. Aggression in middle. Timing looks good. And the first frag is excellent. Grim should be on for the double here as well. Yeah, catches NIP with their pants around their ankles.
Almost literally just trying to do their boost, but they fell off it, and then the grenade started landing, and it was just pure misery on the side of NIP, unfortunately for them. But Complexity, they need every single round. I mean, at 5 rounds, you can obviously make a comeback from that position, and maybe you can shake it off, especially if they win the pistol in the second half. So I actually think for Complexity, this round is incredibly important right now.
Yeah. Really need to have to convert this one. It's just before halftime as well, before you get like 3 minutes to stew over the previous round. If you give up a 5-on-3 here, yeah, this is nightmare fuel. Have to win this one. Thing is as well, NIP know they've got plenty of time. They're operating in the trifecta of doom, walking together, looking for fights.
Very choreographed at the moment, aren't they? I like it. A little triangle going on. 40 seconds. Actually, are far back on the map. How do you find an isolated kill in this scenario? There's one that you could have found, but again, the distance on that AWP just making it a very unfair fight. Also, starting to have a little bit more of a showing. He's up to 10 kills now as well, so in the double digits. Liege just putting some shots through, and it's Grim to go down. Hampus doing a little bit of damage. It should be too late. This should be a lost round pretty much no matter what. 18 seconds on the clock here, and Brolan, he's going to be on his own. Found by Floppy. 10-5 at the end of it. NIP still with a terrific first half. But we'll see if they can finish, if it's going to be more than just barking in the second half. We'll be right back.
Ruff, ruff, ruff. 16-13. It finally happens.
I think it was also like a breaking point for the team, so that's why I was crying in the end, because it felt like we were in a slump, we didn't perform to our level, we started off bad, and doing everything in my power to push it through and play that good in the final, and the whole playoffs was just the answer that was needed for us and me personally to be like, hey, I cemented myself as one of the players that actually has won a major in CSGO. It would have been sweeter to win more than just one. But I did win with the right group of people because I consider them family and friends for life.
I think for me, probably the number one retiree is Get Right. I think as somebody that I think of as a sort of a foundational person within this space, somebody who showed that you could become a full-time professional gamer, and I think inspired more people than we can probably count.
Getter was definitely the player you thought he was. He was a really good friend and he sacrificed a lot for us, and he was never like ego. He always thought about the team first and what was best for the team. Like for me, I think he did a lot for the scene, a lot for CSGO in general. I think he is a legendary player and he's a historical figure when you guys think about CSGO.
I think you can look at the moment where he brought out that trophy in Stockholm as maybe a summary of everything that he achieved and why he is such an important person to have in the space. I think he's made it clear that although he's done, playing competitively, he'll never be done in the impact and what he continues to bring to the Counter-Strike community.
I think the mentality of what I did in my career would probably be the best answer for my legacy in CSGO, and to be like that grinder or hard-working person, that's what I want my legacy to be standing for. I think I did my part in my career, and I'm happy where I stopped.
Ninjas in pajamas have deployed multiple shurikens against Complexity here. 10-5 on their T side campaign. They looked like they were rabid dogs out there.
Yes, I've got to say, I mean, I'm impressed on all fronts. Luckily, we did get a bit of barking. It's in that area.
We're still waiting for it, but Complexity, they look a little bit flat. They got the 3-0 start, bear in mind as well. 2 rounds to follow it up. Losing key picks at the start of every single round. We need a hell of a pistol here to start believing. 5 rounds is doable, of course, but we'll see how this one kicks off. A 4-man stack, I believe, from NIP here. That's towards B.
Yeah, and Brolan is just here to get headshots. Just stay alive, try and get one headshot to make the retake a little bit more manageable. they do have not just the kit, but the smoke on res. And that smoke is going to be so pivotal for any potential defuse. Now, they need the headshots to get back into it, obviously, but we've seen it before. You can sometimes win around like this, even in like 2v5s, as long as you get that smoke down, because it's so hard to stop the defuse inside of it in a pistol round. Like, the Glocks just aren't really the same thing. Brolan's going to get the headshot on Holzerk, and that sets it off. The retake is now on. Config is in with the flank. This could be a spicy round, Henry.
It really could be. The defuse is already underway. I think they've done it. I think that's enough. Anders, oh, you called it to perfection. It's this smoke and defuse combo. We're seeing it so often on Mirage. Yesterday it was Carrigan in the 4 versus 1, and today NIP is making it look easy. And yeah, it's a good point, right? Especially on Mirage as well. It's such an open plan. You've only got Glocks, and they went 3 players in towards jungle. As soon as that smoke comes in, there's a 5-second defuse as well. Of course they're going to grab it. And we can see Rez, comfy as you like, with 3 players up as well. They can't believe it. Just asking what in God's name just happened to them. And there we have it. A very underwhelming start for Complexity. A 5-on-5 post-plant scenario, and then it's get diffused on. That is going to hurt. They will force buy, at least. AKs, Galils.
That's probably a protocol that's worth having for a team, like a conversation to say, in these rounds, we need somebody who is near enough by for that plant, and just, you know, like a ramp. That's the only job that person has, is to stop that from happening, because it's not that rare. And obviously they were pushed very, very far away and just weren't able to do anything at all. Grim and Floppy are left here, but Headtrick having a great time of it. You said didn't see too much of him with the AWP in the first half, but that's because Config and Hampus were doing so much work that they didn't really need him. And now he's got the M4. And he's getting a little bit on the board himself. 12-5, NIP. They look fresh right now.
Fresh, happy, relaxed. I would say that's accurate. And unfortunately for Complexity, that was the force by Anders. Because now you're going to be operating with Glocks, maybe a couple of Deagles, and you'll be 13-5 down. Oh. Not now, Elise. Early to keep the honeymoon going.
Yeah. Can't start.
We've only just checked in. Yeah, we just checked in. There's an all-you-can-eat buffet.
Yeah. Honeymoon suite, and you're already bickering over small things. Like, did you put the toilet seat up?
Definitely, that was me. All right, then. Like we said, full eco. Not much to talk about, I'm afraid. JT and Holzerk with the impossible task.
Truly.
5-on-1 now with the Glock.
Something's been on my mind, Henry.
Yeah.
For
dangerous
now. What kind of dog would Hampus be? If
well, from the barking he's done, I would say it kind of encapsulates like a Chihuahua sort of vibe. The barking he does,
small dog.
Yeah, it's like a small yappy dog, but a lovable one. You know, it's not going to bite you.
And a bit aggressive at times.
It's a bit aggressive, but it's play biting. You know, just kind of grabbing onto your trouser leg.
Okay.
So yeah, I'll go with a little Chihuahua.
Well, there's a Photoshop challenge for people out there if anyone's interested. There's something that we work with.
It's a good point. Hopefully we'll get some more sound cues to go with it. But round number 19. Ready to go. Holzerk won't have a helmet with his AWP here. Seeing the financial woes of round 19. And this is a problem for Complexity now. NIP have a huge buffer of rounds. Players like Config, we said, are synonymous with mid-aggression on Mirage. And you're seeing it on your screens right now. Not overstepping the mark. He's holding the off angle here. AK-47, he knows he's got a massive opportunity to open things up. He will do so, but JT will find him with the trade.
And that's important, right? That they needed that really badly. For Complexity, any dreams of a comeback have to start in this round. Otherwise, I think NIP are just way too close to the finish line. Molotov on the one side. You could see Trick was thinking that there could have been a second grenade coming his way, so he's a little bit worried about it. Now the timing is actually in his favor by quite a bit. Did Grim see that? Did he see the top of his head? He probably does now. So yeah, they're going to be well aware. They do have another grenade, but they're going to do it the old-fashioned way. Just Elige with the AK, check in the corner. And it's a 4 versus 3. Complexity on the right track for now.
For now. Could be many twists and turns on this journey, Anders. As they do make their way in towards Connector. Brolan on the other side. FAMAS in hand. Deploys the second smoke. A very powerful one, but it's been nullified. Floppy's activated from the Palace position. That should be round. Reds, top of middle. Hampus in towards B. Complexity break the streak in the second half, at least after going down 0-3. It's going to be 13-6 overall.
Bit of a shame that he got shot in the back there, because if that Molotov would have kept, or the smoke would have kept them, behind there for like 16 seconds-ish, then Rez could have got there, right? That was the timing. So it actually would have been fun to see that play out, but Floppy, good kill, cancelled it out.
He absolutely does. That kill was everything. Brolan had locked them out. They had 3 players in towards that connector position. Money's still pretty good for the Swedes, however, and they'll be saving an AWP and an M4 as well. So that's not an issue, but Complexity, pretty decent round. 4 players alive and well. As the bomb is confirmed, Hunt is called off. That money is not amazing. They were fully invested into this round. But there we have it. The long, arduous task of getting back into this first map. This begins right here, right now, on the T side as well, Anders.
In terms of kills, though, I would say Complexity, they actually have more on the board than I was really expecting. So there probably is something in this that, even if it is a big gap, they could probably do it here. Some of the players are starting to get a little bit warmed up. You can see Floppy's up there with 12 kills. Horser's got 11, 10 on Elige. For a long time in that first half, none of them were even near double digits, and now they're starting to get there. And even Grim and JT are both at 8 kills, so there's something warming up inside of the Complexity team. Now, the problem always is, obviously, when you're this far behind, do you have the runway to actually get there? Like, you don't have a lot of mistakes to make here, so... But it feels like Complexity, maybe a bit of a slow start, but I could see a potential comeback into a better scoreline here.
Well, we've been commending their T sides throughout this tournament. We've casted a couple of their maps, and yeah, it was always
a good point, yeah.
The T side executions, the default, the mid-round calling. Everything looked fantastic. They can get in the zone. If they can break the economy down of NIP, yeah, there's absolutely a chance. Do I think they win the map? No. Do I think they can make a decent dent here, get us double digits, making competitive? Absolutely. As we'll see, round number 20 underway. It was NIP that took the tactical timeout, and it will be Config that goes down first. Wanted to throw that HE, but he is caught through the smoke and the wall as they crack things open here towards middle.
That's a familiar Counter-Strike experience for a lot of people at home. You just want to throw that one grenade.
One last grenade, yeah.
That's what kills
Never
you every single
it.
time. No, it really isn't. But he gave it a shot and came up a little bit short here. Hampers with a flash in the sky and a swing. If actually they would have been completely flashed, that could have been such an insane spray down, but it didn't work out.
Yeah, if even a couple of them got blind, could have done something with it, but wasn't meant to be. And a nice, fast-paced round from Complexity yields another. That's going to be 5 players surviving as well.
They've been a bit muted here on the NIP side. There's no barking anymore. You know what they say, Henry? It's the dogs that don't bark that really give the game away.
Yeah, is that what they say?
Like in Sherlock Holmes.
They're the ones that give the game away. What game exactly?
So it's a bit of a torture reference. I don't know if it completely, But yeah, I have to come up with. So they do pay me money to be here, Henry. So I feel like I have to.
Some money has been exchanged.
I have to do something.
So, well, Complexity, they're doing all sorts. This is looking like the start of the recovery. Maybe going to get ahead of myself saying a good recovery. The start of one. A couple of rounds in a row. Some nice mixture of pacing. Did get the opening kill through the smoke. I'm not sure that's going to be sustainable, but it all counts. And lovely shots coming in from Floppy. Starting to see him get into the map slowly but surely. 13-7. The problem is for Cole is that NIP are saving a load of weapons each and every time. Like 3 rifles.
Yes.
So they've still got a full buy here and money to spare. So they've managed the economy really well, and this is a 5-man execution off the bat. We're seeing a lot of this tournament. Kind of went out of fashion for a while. These set pieces from the get-go, but they are back in vogue.
Orc as well on Brolan. I mean, the setup right now for NIP is pretty good for this kind of execute. They have 3 people nearby, almost a 4th in Hetrick, and they could just slow play this, look for the after plant, but Brolan's out there swinging, and he's going to get the first kill. Grim will take him down in return, but he did take a little bit of damage for it. Timing here on Config, just trying to see if he can find the burst through. It's Rez sneaking in on top of the ticket booth to get the kill on Grim, and he's just going to escape afterwards, so no bomb plant for the minute.
What a kill that is from Rez. High and mighty on the ticket booth, denies the plant, and that is a nightmare scenario now. Need to recover that bomb. Find the kills on Rue. Holzerk will get the first, no problem. That's Config. Painting himself into a corner. Looks like another frag for Elige as well, doing so much damage. Players in towards CT spawn, 3 of them, ready and waiting. The leap up is denied. And it's man advantage for Complexity.
And the bomb plant attempted once again, and this time they're really holding that CT spawn position. Elige waited a long time. There were no teammates that had any grenades. He knew that there was someone in the corner, but they had no Molotovs, no flashbangs, no nothing. So Elige had to wait. He just sat around for a long time, and the patience paid off at the end of it. You got to give it to him. That's a round that they could have screwed up there.
Oh, yeah.
Especially the way that the flashes came in for NIP.
Like, remember, like, Red's got that amazing kill jumping up the ticket booth, denies the plant. It looked like they had the round in the bag, but they didn't panic. Just pump the brakes, wait for those opportunities, wait for a CT to overstep the mark. Config got dropped to Liege in position, and it is to spray them down. So, again, though, saving the weapons. Loss bonus starting to rack up now as well. So they'll be getting, I believe, $2,400 per player into this next round. So even with the saved M4, the AWP, losing 3 in a row, they can still buy. And we'll see. This is where I thought they actually had the round in the bag. Roland, after getting that quick kill, like so early on, I would say, if you're playing it by the book, drop off, wait for your teammates at that stage. He overcommits maybe a little bit, goes down. That wasn't the reason they lost it. And we're just going to be taking a half buy around this weapon, which is absolutely fine, considering they've still got the buffer, still got the breathing room.
Yeah,
to wait.
It's a nice position to be in for NIP in the sense that you're right. They did save so many rifles in some of the early losses, so it's more of a slow descent than just a complete crash of the economy. And now they're being picked up again by the loss bonus, so they're going to have a round here where it's not that impressive, but then they're going to be straight back into it again. So Complexity really have to fight through these rounds. Normally, especially in the current economy, right, if you're on the T side, you win a couple of rounds, you get a couple of, free rounds where you're just up against USPs and you're going to be fine. But that hasn't really been the case. They've actually really had to struggle for it, Complexity, to win these rounds. And last time it's an A execute, this time it's B, and the Deagle, it won't be able to stop them quite. Tetrick with a good shot, and he gets one more bullet off, but he was very committed to the fight. And now it's just the M4 on Rez. He's burning, running for the flames. He does take down a Legion, hiding in the corner. Conflict, the whole thing has turned on its head. And now it's just JT left. 1 versus 3. The bomb is lost. An absolute disaster.
Config was there the entire time, waiting for his moment to strike. Not getting any better for JT. They know exactly where he is now. Double AWP recovered. M4 in hand for Rez. This round is going in favor of NIP. It was going oh so well after losing the pistol, going down 0-3. Complexity managed to get a hat-trick of rounds themselves. But it all comes crashing down against the Deagles. The B-stack, head trick with 2 pretty magnificent frags, all things considered. He really took his time in the second as well. Wanted to ensure that kill came through, which it did in the nick of time. And even if he does find 2 kills here, JT can't win this round, unfortunately. He'll be dropped, and NIP 1 step closer to victory here.
Give it to Rez as well, standing in the flames to open it back up, and he drew all the attention away from Config in doing that. Kind of hard to push through. I thought he was going to completely burn all the way to the end here, but yeah, head trick, obviously you're right. Opening here is really sick. Just not even ready at all. 14-8. And that's the problem with having that huge deficit at the start of the half, is that clawing your way back into it now, suddenly it feels again like, ooh, we probably lost the map. It's going to feel
the thing
quite
is
bad.
As well, at this level and against the players you've got in NIP, like your configs, your reses, your head tricks, that the sort of players are going to steal away those sort of rounds. They're going to have some magnificent individual form. They're going to have some Deagle wins. Like, you have to prepare for it. So you're dead on. If you have a huge deficit against you, those sort of rounds are the ones that really break your back.
I think they stole both the AWPs. So they already had the round loss bonus, so they already had like quite a bit. Obviously, winning the round is great, but now you steal 2 AWPs and an
like
AK.
$10,000 into your economy.
That's a lot of money. Classic setup here for Config. That smoke, if you ever see that smoke on the T side coming in, you should know that someone's playing exactly this one way. Roland looking for it. Elige is down there. Nice dink. That's all you need. And Hamper sounding off with the AWP. That might just confirm it a little bit for Complexity. If there were any doubt, they might just think, okay, that probably means that the double AWP is in effect. Also, it falls as well. It never even got the shot off in return. This is a bit concerning now.
Yeah, it is a little bit. They'll continue with their assault towards the A bomb side, but they are dropping like flies here, Anders. 2 kills, make it 3 found for NIP. Floppy and JT will do their absolute best here to deny map point, but it feels like Mirage might be done and dusted, as they would say. And so they won't have the loss bonus going forward. money will be incredibly low. They're going to get $1,900 per player in the next round on top of pretty much zero. So JT with hope and a prayer here. Hoping he can find 3 kills, maybe get a bomb plant. Not going to happen. And NIP continue to move forward in cruise control.
Hetrick's up to 17 kills.
Yeah, and he didn't perform in their first outing. If you're not aware, this is the rematch. These two teams was the opening game. And Complexity won 2-1. And it was one of the great showings of Elise. He had the #1 stats in the tournament after their matchup. For Hetrick, he was non-existent. He didn't turn up to that game whatsoever, which was surprising. It was even like massive misses on his side. But as the tournament's gone through, he's come to life. I think he dropped 43 frags on Inferno in their second series, which I believe was against EG. So yeah, the fact that he's found some tournament form now, I've got NIP winning today. It seems like the opening match suggests the same, but it is their pick. And we've got Overpass next, which is the Complexity home ground.
And you specifically in the green room highlighted Hetrick as your reason for picking. You said, like, he's not going to have the same performance. You said, you know, he's going to be warmed up now. So far, so good.
Well, look at this team effort. Everyone operating between, what, 14 and 17 frags.
You love to see that, don't you? Really good stuff. Round number 24.
Should be ending here, I would say, considering they're operating with, what, Galil's 1 AK2 Tech 9s, but you never know. Difficult to find out round number 16, and Hetrick, well, he's confirmed that fact. He goes down quickly.
Yeah, he does get the leg shot onto Holzerg, so I mean, in his mind, probably would have been a kill right there. Jumping orc shot doesn't connect. Luckily, that would have been breaking the internet for a day or two. 4 versus 4 as Rez finds the kill on Holzerg, who was low from early. You see the assist from Hetrick there. And Complexity, they got some opening here, but
whoops,
they need to keep it going. Yeah, good spam.
Well, a chance, a lifeline. I need a life raft at this point. Mirage has spiraled out of control for Complexity. Config on the hunt. He looks very confident right now. Maybe checks this deep angle. He's got a guaranteed frag. I think he's ready for him, though. Good patience.
A bit curious to see Config move around that much, because look at Brolan and Hampus. They were both on the extremities of the map. Would have said for Config, maybe just give it a rest for a round or two. Got himself killed, unfortunately. But Brolan's position is still very interesting. Now, you can tell they're looking at the palace there. They are aware that something could be going on up there. But with 30 seconds left, how do you do this? Hampus missing a shot. If he can win this fight, he can actually maybe get to help out Brolan. 25 seconds left, Henry. They're running right into a nice little jump. I think they realize, but he still gets an insane flick. And now Hampus showing up. He can't get the kill with the grenade, but JT is in a lot of trouble right here. Just cowering behind the box. Good headshot. He comes out with a triple for JT as one in the round. If he doesn't get that one, they're in a lot of trouble.
That one was a bit of a wacky finish, wasn't it? I wasn't sure which way that was going. Hampus with a grenade as well. I thought he might do enough. This is the opening frag. Hetrick trying to close things out. And speaking of which, you can see Config a little bit apprehensive to do the same thing as well. Hunting, looking for frags, and met his demise towards that window room, as we'll see NIP with another full buy here. But Complexity win this round is double digits. You'll break the economy of the CTs. This is the round to do it. There's going to be a conversation as to whether you can bring this one back. It starts here, and it's gone horribly wrong. 3 kills found for NIP, Anders.
Yeah, he used the same one-way down the middle Config, and then obviously had Trick with a double kill down in the underpass, and that is probably going to put an end to it here for Complexity, unfortunately. Again, they get up to 9 rounds, but that, was it 9 rounds that NIP won in the first half in a row? Something like that?
They were 3-0 down. They got 9 in a row, and then they got 1 more. So it was 10-5 total, which sounds like a reasonable scoreline. But bear in mind, NIP were on the T side, and they lost a pistol.
Yes.
So, yeah, not a great start, but it is the map pick of NIP. And Overpass next, Anders, which I said, that's when we'll see the tactical prowess come out. That's when we'll see Complexity show us how good they are on their T side, and that's where they'll be starting as well, considering it's their pick.
True, yeah. We'll see how this plays out. Flobby and Holzerg, 55 seconds, but need more than a couple of miracles here to make it work. It's not going to be even closer to flawless round at the end, and NIP will win Mirage in a really convincing fashion, you've got to say. That's just great work put in by them.
Yeah, a great team effort across the board. Everyone fragging, everyone looking comfy. A mixture of passive crossfires, relentless aggression, and Config turning up bodes very well for the Ninjas. As I mentioned, we move on to Overpass next, the pick of Complexity. It's their home ground, their home map, and hopefully they can bounce back And we'll be back with the break after this very shortly.
Hi, I'm Device, and I'm analyzing just one round. Okay. Starting with a good knife and skin combo. Good early peek, playing A with AWP. I think he threw a decoy in mid, maybe to make an AWP sound. I'm not too sure if that works out so well. Peeking behind the smokes, probably got a kill. Yeah, he did. Oh, I can see actually, he got a kill. Peeking a lot here, which is a good thing. Teasy throwing a smoke, he got a kill with the nade. Pretty good. He's peeking a lot, this guy. A lot of confidence, which is good. Wall bang from when he's throwing the retake flash, so he probably knows that they're gonna retake. Is he gonna peek it again? Yeah, he is. Peeking backline. They're in a 4 versus 3 right now. He's throwing a smoke, and he keeps playing for the control. I think it's a one-way smoke, so he knows he has to go up and look at it. Yep. Peeking a lot of peaks, I would say, but I think it was an ace, and that was pretty good. If I had to guess, I would probably think that he knows that terrorists don't have an AWP, so he knows that he can just like bully. I think that's a really smart idea to do. So, I mean, it's also a bit YOLO, but I think that like a lot of confidence and a lot of peaks, I think it's just good, and yeah, no fancy nades or anything like that. It's just good gameplay. Take a guess on who's playing. It's hard to say. I would say Saiwu, if I had to guess. Like, he really likes to play A with AWP and peek a lot. Yeah, I would say my guess would be Saiwu, but I know it's not him because he doesn't use those skins.
Is it me?
Then maybe it's me then, I don't know. It's probably me then. Okay. But it's an old clip, right? Okay, that's pretty cool. I was very YOLO at that time, but apparently it worked.
The Ninjas delivering both bark and bite. Their redemption road paced pretty smoothly so far as they managed to take down complexity on their pick of Mirage. A lot of positives actually coming from the Ninjas camp in this particular map. One for your money, Jacob. Finally, we get consistency from the players across the board of the Ninjas.
Yeah, that was good to see. All the players chimed in once in a while. Config had a good showing in the beginning of the game. So did Hampus. So did Hetrick for that matter as well with the AWP. Across the board, the NIP players felt relatively comfortable. Now, of course, the good start from Complexity is the only positive thing to highlight. Apart from that, it was NIP all over.
The difference was night and day. Listen, Complexity hadn't played Mirage since the end of 2022. And that is the weird feeling I had when I saw the video. It wasn't punished first time around from NIP, but this time they pounced for it. And you could definitely see that Complexity were at loss for solutions, very much disjointed. A whole lot of individual peaks being abused by NIP, and they've done so in various different ways.
There was a clear theme for NIP in that first half, and that was fast paced because, man, they were coming out of the gates hot, right?
They're coming out of the gates hot, and they played some of the strats and some of the plays that they like to do. Config, we have a round that I want to show you guys, round 5. This is a play that he's done over and over and over again in Astralis in NIP. He gets out behind this little box right here, or the little wall, gets a double kill, and the Complexity players are caught off guard by it. They're not ready at all whatsoever. I've seen Config do that a million times, so surely Complexity must be aware that that's the case, but they were both caught off guard, and this spiraled out of control for them. After the 3-0 start they had in the beginning, I think NIP NIP won 9 rounds in a row, and at that point, it's game over. So I don't know if there was Complexity not prepared for Mirage, if they weren't aware that Config was out there, or as you said, they haven't played the map and they were simply just caught by surprise.
Yeah, and it's such an impactful round as well. If you think about the scoreline being 3-1, that's one of the few moments in the entire game where Complexity have an AWP on Holzerk and they have everything they need. And they basically give away 2 fully equipped CT 25 seconds into the round as they're trying to push into short. This drastically changes all the finances for the first beginning of this game.
And then we come on to round number 9. Lightning fast once again from NIP.
Yeah, they keep on with the pace. I think they very quickly realized that Complexity were a little bit flabbergasted. You will see here, that's an all-out full A-apps rush with a little bit of attention being caught by that turning off the smoke, but Holzerk is completely caught off guard. 1 for 1, and then destruction from Config that uses that speed and that momentum that he's got with him. A clever punish towards mid, and just like that, your Complexity, and you feel like you haven't been able to play it around. And this is where frustration can stem, is you're doing some eco rounds. You have to kind of close your fist into your pocket, for a while, and when you finally have the guns, you get wrecked in 20 seconds.
Yeah, kind of painful to be on the receiving end of that one, particularly when we look at Config, obviously having a really hot start. Hampus as well, which is a great sign to see, because as the guys were alluding to in the cast, over the last 2 series, we haven't really seen too many highlights from Hampus. He was feeling himself today.
No, and it was great to see. Of course, the pistol round right here, he could have clutched it out. That would have been fantastic. Perhaps the only mistake he made in the game was peeking a little bit too soon into Holzerk in that one. Apart from that, that was classic Hampus. I remember NIP back when Threat was still their coach and they were playing a lot of Mirage. And Hampus was the guy out there in middle, out there on A, opening up the rounds, mega aggressive. So it seems like, at least for Mirage, he still has that old identity where he's a bit annoying to play against. He's always walking through the smokes, always trying to find the gaps. And Mirage is one of those maps where there's a lot of timings you can expose.
Yeah, and it's good for him to get a little bit of the reps individually. I think he's been very vocal about it in interviews, that it's not the easiest for him to get back into this rhythm. I mean, he's been away from the keyboard and the mouse for quite a while, and we know how it is. You can play Face It, you can play the deathmatch, but it's not the same as actually being in the trenches, being on the server. So good for Hampus to very quickly have a couple of these maps where he can feel himself and be in the rhythm of the game.
Hetrick also continuing upon that momentum, particularly coming into that second half, ends up top fragging on the side of the Ninjas.
Yeah, I mean, he's been the best player so far in this tournament for NIP, and he's finding consistency now. I think that's always been the case with Hetrick. We've seen glimpses of his potential. We've seen maps where he's going off just like Monacy does once in a while, but consistency is not a thing we've attached to Hetrick just yet. It's still early on in the season. It's still just, what is it, 5, 6, 7 maps NIP has played so far, but overall, he's been consistent on every single map. So if he can continue this trend for the rest of this tournament coming into Cologne, then maybe we see the next coming of Hetrick.
Yeah, and it kind of comes off as a surprise to me, because I was imagining that because of the chaos inherent to their situation, right?
Yeah.
New roster, trying to figure out the roles and trying to give space to different players, I thought maybe Hetrick would suffer from it, because I didn't think people would cater to him too much and take the time to kind of take him by the hand and show him what needs to be done. It feels like people have to be autonomous, they have to be responsible of their own actions, and I thought he would suffer. Turns out so far he's having a grand old game. That's a very good event by the numbers for Hetrick.
That's what good players do, though. They elevate themselves from the situations, because I agree it could have been tough for Hetrick given everything that's going on in NIP, but if you're good enough, you can do it.
Yeah, let's move on to Overpass, brought into the mix by Complexity, and for good reason, because Danny, they had a hell of a T-side last time around, right?
That's right, they did. They did have a hell of a T side, and one of the reasons why was their ability to abuse that monster side. So I want to break down one of the crucial rounds in their last game that they won against NIP towards that monster side. So what we're going to see here initially, 13-13, big round for Complexity. They're grouped here outside this monster position. Now take a look at the way they kind of take this. Now the issue whenever you come out towards monster is that you almost always face 2 people here. It's always some sort of setup, and typically teams, what they like to do is they like to try to flash through the monster pipe to try to separate the setup. But the problem is that it's very common that there's going to be a player towards the wood side who's simply just going to play anti-flash, making this up difficult to deal with. What Complexity like to do to deal with this is they actually like to throw a Molotov instead. JT threw this Molotov many times in their game against NIP, and this Molotov, what it does is it flushes players out of this wood position. It forces them either towards the right or towards the left side. This flushes that player out. And as soon as you get this kill, it allows you to then isolate a player on the other side of monster. You'll see that as soon as config goes down here, these 2 players coming through the monster side, they can now challenge res. They can now go for a 1-for-1 trade, allows JT to find that kill. And as well, whenever you come out towards this B side, there's almost always a 3rd player. It's not just 2, sometimes there's 3. This is where these flashes come into play. Halzark, he's going to throw these flashes here, the pillar flashes, and these completely disable Hampus behind this pillar side. Mirror makes it very difficult for him to fight the short side and the monster side at the same time. With those 3 kills, it allows Complexity to take the B bomb site. Now, after these kills, after they take the site, you might also notice this smoke right here. This smoke right here is a great smoke for being able to plant the bomb, but it's also a smoke that's thrown from even before the execute comes in. So you'll see that Halzark, he throws the smoke way before the hit comes in, and it gives him that cover from that heaven side to plant the bomb. But not only that, but also allows him to reposition the post plant to then catch this player towards this heaven side, and then the player towards that bridge side. So Complexity, they're very good at taking the monster side and converting the post plants. It's going to be up to NIP to see whether or not they can deal with this, because I think the monster side is going to be a high point of contention.
Yeah, wonderful dissection, as always, coming from the Mahone zone. And really goes to illustrate just how hard Complexity were to put a stop to from NIP last time.
Yeah, and they also had way more cards to use in their deck. I think that was something that really sprung to my eyes on Mirage, that they didn't have that resource. Elish talked about it in an interview. He said, when we played Vitality, we felt out of option, out of resources. We didn't know how to navigate. Very clearly that was the case on Mirage. But now you have to prove to us that on Overpass, way more equipped, you have to do better.
I think when you lose, you learn a lot more than when you're winning. So I expect NIP to come in, show us that they learned a lot from that, and close this one out too.
Well, Complexity certainly brought the pain last time around on Overpass, but now time for the Ninjas to be fighting back. Potentially a chance for them to do it in 2. Let's see how it goes down on Overpass once again.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to Blast 4 Groups 2023. And where did all the time go? Back to the first major in 2013, 10 years later, the end of CSGO. How does it feel? We're interviewing you now, apparently.
It's so crazy, isn't it? It's just flown past. If any moment now, we'll be into CS2, and we'll just continue the madness. We'll be 10 years from now, and we will say the same thing looking back.
10 years from now, what will the world be like then?
I mean, definitely a lot more Counter-Strike played. Personally hoping that, you know, we can reach the teleporter, you know, technology, you know,
I think
that sort of stuff.
That's not outside the realms of possibility. A teleporting device would be quite helpful, I think, in the grand scheme of things. And we are getting into the second map here. Complexity taking on NIP, ladies and gentlemen. This is the pick of the North Americans as well, looking to bounce back after a pretty underwhelming start on Mirage. They'll be bringing what a tactical setup here, and it's 4 flashes, 2 smokes, as you might expect. Now we are looking for an excellent T-side from Complexity. Heavy favorites going into this one. And at the B attack, all 5 players towards Monster side to kick things off here. Julie's ready and waiting.
How much can one flashbang do? Hampus is ready. We've got, right, 2 sets of dualies. There come the flashbang. Oh, but right before it hits, I think Floppy just sees Brolin. It's enough for a kill. Now they're boosting up on the other side. Config hoping for a headshot here, and he's going to catch JT. Hampus running wild in the back line. That USP just doing so much damage. Hall, second Elige. They wanted the bomb plant. They're not going to be allowed. So Hampus, he will deny it with a quad kill.
That was absolutely wild. Hampus can't believe it. No one was looking at him. No one was shooting back. It was like a kid in the candy store, enjoying himself on the B bomb site here. Let's have a look at his shots. He managed to get like, what, 3 or 4 in a row. They line up for him, and then he catches the player planting as well. Final player not looking in his direction, busy with head trick, and it's a great recovery after losing the first frag as well. In-game leader, big smile on his face, and it's going to be the full eco for Complexity as well. No bomb planted. With that execution, with an opening frag in their favor, they get nothing done. So we'll be buying up in the third round, Anders. Brolan playing on the front foot here. FAMAS in hand. A bit of a boost toward the playground.
Yeah, they've seen Brolan. They know that he's back here, but how long can you keep waiting? Now, Brolan's very much alone. Could actually be a bit of fun. If they find him and get the FAMAS away from him, who knows what could happen. But Hetrick's going to find Grim in the meantime, and yeah, here we go. They want to hunt him down, but he's escaping, right? Slipping out of their hands here. What a shame. That would have been fun if they could have actually caught him. Now instead, he's going to get a kill. Config on the double. And Holzerk, not much that he can do. He wants the deagle, but...
Yeah, a deagle might do something for him. It's one of those gimme rounds, no kills will be found. I say that whole Hetrick could have gone down there, but clean sweep found. And going up against the AKs, they'll have FAMASes and an MP9. So this sort of round is sometimes worth a tactical timeout, even if you're winning, because you know you've got a strange procedure in front of you. So to remedy the problems they've had, suffering from success right now, Hetrick will buy the AWP, so throws away the MP9 at least. That's a nice call. We'll see them enter round number 3 up against these 5 AKs. Huge round here, a chance for NIP to really sink their teeth. Bit of a bonus situation with the FAMAS in hand as well. Aggressive, of course, from Config.
Yeah, he loves it. HE on top. If anyone had tried to challenge that, it would have been a double setup, and you would have run right into the HE. So definitely you would have been dead in that moment.
We're focusing towards long Anders. Elige, JT, and Horzo with the bomb. Slowly but surely looking to dissect the long A area. Make their way towards bathrooms. Bit of a run boost as well to kick things off. This area actually relatively open, all things considered. This is going to leave Elige there. Happy he can work it alone. And going back into a 4-1 setup, which is very meta in today's Counter-Strike. 4-1 plays, allowing Elige to either show presence or go for huge backstabs. Keep them second-guessing. He's just tucked away in towards long. And you'll see a lot of B executes today. So...
Look at Brolan. He's moving up on the other side. So who's flanking who at this point? Elige might be able to, but...
That's a good point.
But Brolan is in the middle of it as well.
So 2 backstabs on either side. Brolan and T-Spawn. Elige going through the bathrooms here as they coordinate themselves towards Monster.
They've already used
Brolan can find the bomb.
They already used the Molotovs, Henry. They can't Molotov at this position, so this is going to be a mind game. Config is here, but will you ever check for a second player in this one? Well, maybe if you jump up, you will. Floppy, that was the way to do it. 3 kills on him. Stops any chance of defending the bomb site. Roland's in for the flank here, but he's going to get caught right away. So at least they know where he's coming from. Hetrick somehow finds a kill, and it is a 2-on-2. But Elige has been here the whole time, walking up behind, and you will never suspect it. Hetrick, he's thinking maybe someone could have walked up the other side from the bomb site itself, but not like this. He's going to shoot him right at the back of the head. Doesn't even bother with the knife at all. Roland, he has got a kit, and if he had a smoke as well, it would have been real fun. Oh, there we go. Does land it on top, but it won't even make a difference. Elige finds him right through before it even happens, but that's such a close round.
An exciting one. Bear in mind, NIP with 3 FAMASes. It comes down to a 2-on-1. They did everything they could. It was the Brolan flank, which should have done a lot more. But Floppy, as you mentioned, how would he ever know those two were there? Well, the pre-fire holds the spray, gets the double kill, and Elige with a huge backstab as well. It is a nice round to pick up. Puts NIP in a compromised position. Again, the FAMAS is coming through, an M4 and a scout for Hetrick. Trying to find the opening pick towards middle, flashed off, back in towards long, but here comes Complexity. They are not slowing down for anyone. Elige straight in towards the bathrooms. They have no idea.
No, they really don't. Roland, he's listening in. He's trying to get flashed in to take a peek around the corner down there. Look at how aggressive he's being. Brolan might just back straight up into Elige. This is going to be a bit of a coin flip to see what happens. Is he checking for it? They're back to back, and it's Elige who will spin around first. Roland with a heart-stopping moment there. He really had no idea.
While Elige coming to life on overpass, showing us how potent his flanks can be. And for now, they've got the man advantage, but walking into a 3-man stack. Good flashbangs though. Floppy should be able to get his opening frag, no problem. Delivers on the promise. 2 CTs to deal with. Desert Eagles lying in wait. It's Config. Needs multiple frags here. And unfortunately, it all collapses. This Force Fire has done nothing for NIP. They give up 2 rounds and potentially 3, as this is full eco territory. Complexity now finding some momentum. This is their pick. Starting on the T side as well. They've been commended for having some of the best-looking T sides we've seen all tournament. Didn't really get going on a Mirage. It's not really a map they played too often. I think the analysts mentioned they hadn't had a Mirage showing since the end of 2022. So to be expected, they floated it in the previous matchup here. This is a rematch.
But they look a lot more engaged in this T side right now. I mean, the liberties that Elige is taking that's gonna have repercussions into the later rounds, obviously, for NIP. They have to worry about that now.
They've been conditioned now, knowing that he's going to be potentially behind enemy lines in those backtracks. Like we said, 4-1 setups are prevalent right now in the current meta. Elige should be able to find another frag here. If they give up 2, that'd be a little bit disappointing against the full eco here, but it looks like it's under control. Just res remaining, and he's only got that USP. So full eco, they get a kill. It's about as good as it's ever going to be. And Complexity with the lead now, 3-2 on their T side. NIP money compromised, but it's there. About 4,500 per player. So no AWP.
Very tricky early on here. I mean, some of these rounds, once they get going for Complexity, are really fast. It doesn't feel like NIP... But they lose the initial fights, they get flashed out of that B bomb site, and there's not much left after that. And I feel like that's an occurrence we see on Overpass sometimes. Even teams that play Overpass a lot, sometimes you just can't make that B defense work, no matter what happens. Danny obviously took us through one of the really cool executes that Complexity are doing. I hope you can't call that. If not, you're sure there's no better place than the Mahone zone. But
no better place to be.
No, it's where you want to be. You want to spend your time there as much as you can. But yeah, I mean, the problem is eventually you feel like you're almost forced on the CT side to put 4 people in the B bomb side because you can't stop it otherwise. And that obviously is a big risk.
Well, this is the risky round, Anders. NIP, like I said, could buy up into it, but they don't have everything they need. Concessions across the board. No helmets, no kits, only a couple of incendiaries, and on a very tactical map, a methodical team, difficult to handle when you don't have the utility. But we know NIP packs a punch. They'll be on a slightly more aggressive stance here, I would say. Operating for the first kill if possible. Brolan trying to work the fountain position. No one home. It's actually a 3-man take here towards short. So Complexity really dictating the pace, getting key territory early. And a nice little boost as well. 2 opening frags. Is that the cutest to go now? Pull the trigger. Just get in there.
Yeah, you might as well. Even if you trade from here on out, you're going to be absolutely fine. Config goes straight down, shot, I think, through smoke, through a wall with a headshot. He's dead either way, and they haven't even taken any damage yet on the Complexity side. And that boost was being watched for, right? There was someone looking there behind the pillar.
Yeah, this is looking much nicer for Complexity. You can see why it's their home map already. Very technical executions. No damage taken in big gun rounds. As mentioned, it was a compromise situation for NIP without the incendiaries, but I'm not sure it would have helped there.
This is so rough. Elige going to come and find Hampus as well, and Hentrick can try and save the M4. It's all they're going to have in the next round, but got to be careful that he doesn't get hunted down as well. Elige is right there, out to look for him, and he'll catch him. 7-2 on Elige, and Complexity looked like a completely different team from what we saw on Mirage. This is real shocking, isn't it? 4 rounds on the T side. They're so hot right now.
Yeah, it seems like every position being perfectly managed. Luck is on their side. The timings are working out. Catching the Swedes with grenades in their hands. And yeah, this is another, not even a half by Anders. This is an eco.
I almost lost it.
So,
Elige looks and sounds
was he saying, like, I think they were teasing him, saying you're only getting kills in the back right now?
Yeah.
So you're only backstabbing. He goes, that wasn't in the front. I challenged someone. That was a duel. It was a nice shot as well towards Graffiti, but I think it was in the side, if you ask me. But
still good banter in the team, you know? You gotta keep the mood light.
Yeah, there was a bit of death smashing in the first map. Don't want to talk about it too much, but it was there. And we'll see just Desert Eagles and a head-trick P250. Can't really imagine a world where they find much more than maybe 2 kills at the top end. They've at least rotated the manpower over the correct area. Now it does get a little bit more interesting.
Yeah, starting to get here. Roland can't land that first Deagle shot, unfortunately. They're starting to get closer. They're running right into a giant stack. Rez and Hampus with a couple of kills, and Elige also getting tagged up. Bit of a spray coming through, and it'll change the tide once again, going in favor of Complexity here. Config and Rez, one of them getting burned out there. Floppy able to catch the kill, and Config on his own and zoned out of the back. So 5 in a row for Complexity.
A little bit dicey.
Yeah.
Slightly uncomfortable, but overall, well handled. Complexity find their 5th round in a row, and you know what that means. It's going to be maximum loss bonus for the Ninjas. They have dropped off here. As predicted, the T side of Complexity is looking incredibly potent, very powerful. Even in the face of adversity, they are staying calm. There's no panic, there's no chaos really. They lose 2 Deagle frags, then they slow it right down, utilize the Molotovs, and we are off to round number 8. Back towards our middle focus. Head Trick will be here with the AWP, but early smoke denies vision. He'll have to go back towards the divider.
Boost off there. He misses the flick and takes a bit of damage for it. Some good little tricks being employed from Complexity. Gonna get flashed, but Roland, I think smartly doesn't want to overextend and hunt all the way up the stairs. He realizes that there could be more people up there who are not flashed at all. He's gonna get out the other way instead, taking down Grim.
It's a nice pick, but it was certainly scrappy. Difficult to replicate that. Brolan, wide swing towards connector, does find one. Scrambles away towards B. First advantage they've had in a long time. And it will be a beat finish, speaking of which. Problem is only a couple of smokes remaining, 1 Molotov. Zerk will be patrolling the extremities of the map. Bomb on his back as well. Needs to join up with Floppy here. So we've got the AWP on him as well, so ideally probably want to get the bomb towards Floppy if possible. He's getting ready to go through the monster smoke.
His timing is actually really good for him. We'll see if he can get another opening here. He can indeed. It's JT actually to pick it up on Rez, and now they're just falling so quickly. Even in the 4-on-5, this B defense just can't stand up to what Complexity are bringing at the moment. Grenade was a little bit of damage. Hampus trying to get the shot through, which you absolutely can, but not at the range that he's shooting at there. 3 versus 3, an attempted retake already smacked down. Holzer just says absolutely not.
Yeah, that might be it already. 6 rounds in a row, Complexity firing on all cylinders here. After losing the first pick as well as Brolam, who found that first frag. Pretty much all they found.
I'm quite frustrated, Henry.
Go on.
Box down at the B-bomb site.
Which one?
The one that by the default
They were
plant.
spamming?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can shoot straight through. You can shoot through that with a Glock if you wanted to. But nobody on the pro level knows how.
Okay, go on.
I've made a whole video. Well, you see the gap between the top and the bottom level of this? That's where you want to shoot through, but you want to shoot through on the top side of the box. You can't, the problem is there's a level difference. You're shooting a little bit down.
Yeah.
So if you shoot straight at the gap, your bullet is just landing in the middle of the box. If you shoot a little bit higher, you're shooting straight through. Now, Glock, it's 5 damage on the other side. A USP, it's 10.
Oh, wow.
But it's right at headshot height.
My guy's got the numbers to back it up as well.
Listen, I spent hours shooting at that box on my own. And
So,
obviously, with an M4, you can do an enormous amount of damage with it.
I thought it was AWP only, I'll be honest with you. Overpass, not a map I play too often. I've seen lots of spam potential with the AWP. Never seen too much with the M4, but obviously they gave it a go there. An interesting note. Interesting times for an IP. DGL trying to chime in, trying to course correct.
Cheer up, lads.
Yeah, this not looking too good, though. This is a little bit rough for them. Did they manage to save anything the previous round? Yeah, 2 players saved, so they've got the AWP and the M4, but half by otherwise. And this is CT side overpass as well. They've won the pistol, the follow-up round, and that is about it. Complexity were the heavy favorites coming into this one. But, yeah, still a chance NIP could steal one of these rounds away. Opening M4 is more than enough. Scouts here for Hampus.
Quite a deflating experience, I have to imagine, as well. Getting the 4-on-5 and then just getting run over. It's not even close. You're just getting smacked in the bomb site. That's a bit rough to experience. Let's see if they can get a little bit of a grip of the game here, NIP. They need to do it right about now, or it's going to be too late. Yeah, they both had an inkling there. JT dropping very low to that AWP, so it's a start. But it's not enough. And again, Elige, he's on a mission, Henry.
Trying so hard.
Yes, he is. So is Floppy. Double kill for him. They have no idea. I mean, this is the 3rd time I think that he's managed to sneak through. It's just devastating to the defense. How do you even hold on to this one? Headtrick is already dead. He just doesn't know it yet.
You're right. It's a bit of a masterclass in timing. This time he'll probably knife him. No.
Oh
that was a good job he didn't, because Rez was right there. Brutal finish here as Elise absolutely sabotages the backlines there once again. That's the 3rd time he's had those sort of opportunities. In the back once more. Hampus so far removed from this round. Nothing he can do with it.
You got
just looking for exits.
2 massive problems. One of them is you can't hold the B bomb site at all. And the second problem is if you thin out the A defense, then Elige just slips through somewhere and is suddenly in the back line. I mean,
yeah, it's a good point. Yeah, trying to handle both of those problems is proving rather difficult, it would seem.
At this stage, I don't even know. I mean, if you took a page out of Heroic strat book on this map, it would be about pushing forward from the B bomb side. You might start with 4 people there, but then 3 of them would push out, and they might even continue to push into connector. Like, they might keep going all the way into T-spawn if they really feel like it. Like, taking some aggressive, some aggressive tendencies back and trying to take a bit of a fight here, which I guess they kind of were trying to do in this round a little bit, and Floppy just said no. This is...
Yeah, and then once it goes wrong a couple of times, it's difficult to justify it time and time again. These pushes were just getting shut down. Feels like we're throwing the round away. So then you can get inside your own head. Elige loving it out there. This is more like it. He's dictating the pace of the round. He closes it out. He's helping himself to key territory each and every time. An underwhelming boost. Some damage inflicted, but mainly towards Hampus. And speaking of which, we're getting a potential boost getting set up on the B side. Grim will join Floppy. But the bomb is towards middle right now. Elige and Horzerk with JT. Smoke down towards bathrooms. And a cheeky little boost there. Looking at the flower bed along.
It can be done. Can actually see over that wall. At least nobody's died yet for an IP, so they're still playing straight 5 on 5.
That's a good point.
Orc been picked up by Broland, looking at the corner. And more of a lean towards the A side, which has been a bit rare for Complexity, because they've had so much success at the B bomb side. But I don't mind the fact that they try and switch it up and maybe catch NIP with an overstack at the B bomb side. It's worth trying, I think, if you're a JT. Throw in the odd round where you're switching up the template a little bit. Holzerg and Grim just moving forward, and they got JT as well. A little bit of noise down to the B-bomb site going to be made, but the main push is going to be towards A. 25 seconds. A good kill for Hetrick. They need more of that. Oh no, Brolin, he was so close, but shot in the side of the head instead. And the bomb site is once again lost. 3-on-3 here. And we'll see if NIP have more luck retaking the A-bomb site.
I'm not sure they will. Nothing seems to be going in their favor right now. Every opportunity feels squandered. The timing is frustrating, and once again, Rez can't catch a break. Backstabbing from B. The moment Floppy looks behind him, and yeah, that man advantage shrinks and disappears as a lead of another beautiful sequence. Now he's in the zone. Now he's really feeling it. Fist bumps instead of death smash.
Yeah, we're all the way up to that that Elige laser eyes meme.
Yeah,
that's what we're bringing out here.
And even with a head trick sequence, that was the only way they're going to win the round if he got that triple kill.
Yep.
That was the only way. They had a couple of picks, but traded out, and then Elise, beautiful second shot here. See you later, Config. And they're in half-pie territory again. I hate to say it. NIP are getting blown out of the water here.
They really are.
A rude awakening after a really promising Mirage performance. They were down 0-3 themselves and posted 9 T rounds. So getting a taste of their own medicine. This time it's NIP that win the pistol, go up 2-0, and now they've lost 8 in a row. So it's just a role reversal here.
Obviously, Elige is stealing the show at the moment, and I think that's totally fair. But I'm encouraged to see Floppy play better and better as well. I feel like for the future of this team, you would want Elige, Floppy, and Grim all playing. But like, that's a scary mechanical trio, like it really is.
Well, Holzerg, AWP, he's feeling it now as well. Going to be picking towards shore, looking for any boosted players. Floppy will join him. CT setup, as mentioned, compromised pistols. A solo M4, it's in the hands of Config. He's towards B at least. Behind the pillar, Rez behind him. They're hoping the T's will try and walk in. It's up to Rez to try and find the 1Ds towards short. And Config just to swivel and see if he can find multiple frags here.
Again, the problem with the 3-man setup at the other side of the map is that they're not pushing forward, so they're just so far away if anything happens at the B-bomb side. Now they're bringing Hampers a little bit back now. Maybe he could be here up at the high ground to do something. Config.
That's the rifle.
Yeah, that is the rifle. Lost immediately. Wow. 9 rounds on the side of complexity as there's no chance for NIP to get back into this round. They're really running them over. Like, this is starting to get absurd.
Well, like I said, similar scenes. NIP, when they found their rhythm on Mirage as well, they were just running around that momentum, that speed. Config was killing everyone. And, yeah, they just don't have a response. I don't think they're ready for this level of overpass. Like we said, going into it, it's complexity. It's their home map. It really suits their playstyle of defaults, map territory, executions. We've got very technical versions of those executions, and Elise now as well in the mix, like with the perfect understanding of spacing and timing. Seems to be a real nuisance. Like, he's conditioned them across the map. They can't get comfortable anywhere. They try and stack, they get backstabbed. They try and push forward. It's complexity waiting for them. Everything they're throwing at them is being answered back in the perfect manner. But at least NIP do have the weaponry to operate with here. They've saved an AK, purchased the AWP, and Hetrick's had a couple of moments that are exciting, but he's 5 and 8. It's Hampers with 10 kills, and then it's 5, 4, 3, 2 otherwise. So no one really fragging so far. And we'll get into it. It's now 9 rounds in a row, so they have bested the NIP streak on Mirage.
It's amazing to be able to turn it around, because obviously it sucks to lose that opening map, but then the mental bounce back is pretty important. Bit of a trade. Config gets one, but he's just immediately on an island now. He can't escape, and Floppy knows it. They just hunt him down.
Yeah.
They don't need to throw the grenades. They're just getting him.
You can see they're running out of ideas here. Just, let's challenge the choke points. Let's go for frags. We'll see if we can close the round out early. And you don't even really see them deploy any utility. Just going for the heads-up duels, and they get traded out. And unfortunately, it means they probably lose the round from what we've seen so far. Can't hold on when complexity commit. Their protocols, their executions are just spot on. And I guess there's a chance here for Brolan.
Yeah.
Backstab could be promising.
Had to get down silently, and this time, for once, he's going to get the better of Elige. Head trick as well, right position to take down Floppy. This is going to be the round finally here. Head trick with a couple of kills, and Hole Search, 40 seconds. And NIP would have to really be rattled to give up this one. They have to make some massive mistakes in the next 30 seconds for Hole Search to even get close. And he misses the shot, unfortunately. That would have been real fun. But good. Brolan being active, actually finding Elige for once, and also Head Trick hitting a couple of shots. So finally, NIP. Something going their way.
Something, at least. A round is
really
picked up after losing 9 rounds in a row. They have managed to scrape one together. But as I mentioned, it's not like a beautiful setup or some sort of tactical excellence has been presented after a timeout. It's just a scrappy push-off towards shore. And just about coming out on top in the 1v1s, and Head Trick finding multiple frags for the AWP towards B. It's a good round. Difficult one to win, but we need to see a lot more moves. We'll see Brolan in towards the party position again. So here we go. Little setup. Flashbang for Brolan. Waiting for the opportunity to swing.
Ooh, they try to get the jump on the other side to spot him out, so...
Flash.
Hasn't seen anything yet. Bit of a kill. Good double headshot.
More than he was worth. That was looking like a trade all day long. So he'll take that. A nice reaction here as well. NIP don't want to be caught off again. They don't want to feel uncomfortable. Problem is a couple of players here grimming towards despawn, and that's what we're looking for. Active play. Instead of just resting on their laurels, getting picked off by the AKs. Ruffle their feathers. Get the advantage. Continue to push. Floppy, though.
Oh, damn.
He's getting in towards that impressive form he can often get into. We haven't really seen it too much in 2023, honestly.
Nope.
But last year, he was red hot. He's just got, I would say, some consistency issues right now, but once he gets in the zone, very difficult to get him out of it. 9-4, round 14. 9-6, if it's possible, but even then, for NIP, I'd be feeling like, well, I think it's just a matter of time until you lose this one, but we'll see how it goes for him. At least he got the money now. A couple of rounds in a row. Some good reaction replay, and a pretty clean round, all things considered. They'll bring an AK into the next round. I don't think there's a Head Trick AWP, though, so they'll be operating with an M4 for him. It's, a bit frustrated. Yeah, chill out. Timeout.
But I'm definitely happy to see, like you said, NIP a little bit more proactive, because complexity proven so far that if you give them, especially the space outside of the B-bomb site,
right,
their executes and their flash timings and everything else is good enough that they're probably going to blow up that B defense every single time. So we'll just try and take that away from them, even if it is risky.
You don't even give them a chance to throw all their grenades. Like, you've got the man advantage, and you can actually justify using the numbers you've got instead of waiting for them to drop all the grenades and make things uncomfortable. You get stuck in and potentially find the equal trades before they have a chance. So, very nice stuff from NIP. Round 14. M4s across the board, and all for Horzak, and he hasn't been firing off too heavily, I suppose, but he's currently got 8 frags. Spam towards short. And in terms of the progression on the CT side, they are going to be focusing towards that area, but Anders, it's a 5-man execution again. After a quick timeout, knowing this B-bomb side has been very vulnerable, they don't really seem to have a response. There's that Molotov we talked about in the Mahone zone. We'll see whether, again, they can crack things open, as JT seems to be deadly in these entry frags.
He is so good. Him and Floppy both have done an amazing job. The assist on Floppy there on that one. Config with the double. Actually, making a triple. They just line up for him. A missed shot as well. Holzerk's going to go down.
I can't believe it.
Yeah, that should have never happened. 1 versus 2. But you know what? It is Elige left here. If he can find an opening, maybe there's a way back. It'd be devastating to NIP if they lose this round. This is a must-win round. They did so much work. Convict specifically doing so much work to bring them into this position. 50 seconds. And he's aware they could be up there. He's out in the open and he gets caught. Brolan takes him down. A Config, an absolute hero for getting that 5th round.
They had no business winning that. Nothing at all. They've been absolutely owned. It's just a 5-on-3. And he's got an M4A1S as well. You don't see many triple spray downs of that gun, let me tell you. That is wild. He brings it back in that sort of fashion. Let's have a look at this again. Is this the end of it, I suppose? But unbelievable sequence. You can see he's not even celebrating that much because he knows that round was already over. They shouldn't be winning it. Like, that's not a great way to pull back the round. You're really struggling. No one can fire back in these big executions. And it takes that sort of play to hang on for dear life. They barely get it over the line, but final round, Anders, number 15. Brolan towards long this time. Nice position with the AUG as well. He's a bit of an expert with the scoped weapons. Made a name for himself back in Fnatic with the Krieg. On this map, I would say as well. Can't really playing the same magic again, though, unfortunately, in round number 15. Taken down by the AK of JT, who is absolutely boxing them up right now.
He's only, you know, got 10 kills, but so many of them are entries. They're really high impact kills.
Double kills on entry, like when he's finding them.
Well done. He's going to get shot, unfortunately, there, but still a 4-on-4. I think Brolin had a chance for a little bit of a spray down, but once he had to escape, it's a different matter. Head trick. Good reaction. Stops any attempt to get towards the A bomb site. Third kill of the round for him right there. And Elysian Holzerk now left. And they're getting boxed in very swiftly. Config's out hunting for them as well. But actually, Elysian reads it. That's very clever. And now Holzerk, is he going to realize? Elysian just won't stop. It's Holzerk with the kill. And a 1 versus 1. Hampus up at the bomb site. Holzerk's picked up the AK instead. Hampus swings wide. But what a shot. A 10th round for Complexity. Stunning. A 2 versus 4 at the end there, I believe. Well done. That should be enough to win an overpass. We'll see if it is after the break.
Be the better caster out of two?
Dude, I would say me. I say me. I'll say watching the games and stuff sometimes, like I picture myself, like you can give me perspective and stuff.
For sure. Like, if it's on English, then it's you. You think? Broken for sure.
I don't know myself, so I go with you. I feel like my English is a bit broken when I speak, so maybe I need to get better at it to cast.
I'll say you. I love the Daniel Jackson. Really? Daniel Jackson?
I thought about this Daniel Jackson, but I think because you have the you have by far better English.
I'm really bad at like looking and talking at the same time and thinking.
I've had some.
You've been on the analyst test, so I was like co-caster in the game, and it was not a nice experience. I was sweating my balls off. Can you show me some demonstration?
You can't be putting me on the spot like that, dude. I need my colleagues with me.
Flames jumps out, he gets 1, oh my goodness, and he gets the follow-up, oh my god, he's an amazing player, it's the player from Israel, the legend himself, playing easy.
But you spit to the other side of the room.
Who's got the best fashion sense?
I'll go with you. I just wear whatever.
That's a pretty banger, honestly. Oh, yeah, I want to say you. I literally just wear free stuff.
Yeah.
You for sure.
I think me, yeah.
Yeah, no change.
Okay. I'm not looking that much into fashion. Nico is the guy from G2. I don't know who is in FaZe Twists.
Probably, yeah.
Man, they're like setting you up for these questions. What is happening?
I did not read the script. I'm gonna choose me, but I also think that you're pretty slick.
I mean, I think you look pretty good as well. Like I can see you like outside Instagram and stuff. You look pretty good.
Like, I'm not sure if you can pan down, but he's rocking some nice shoes.
The Travis's, man.
I'm never gonna like go out and be like, oh, I need my Gucci, I need my Versace, Balenciaga, or whatever, you know. Like, but you had some like.
You had a nice watch. I got like some bracelet.
Yeah.
Like, nah,
you got good tattoos. I don't know. It's pretty like
chill.
It's like 60-40.
Nah, I love my fashion, bro. That's all I'm saying. Like, gotta make sure I'm always dressing nice.
I've seen you pull up in some pretty banger stuff, so that's a 50-50.
This is obvious that we both go with the same, so I go me.
I go Brock. Pressure.
I would hope my team.
I'm gonna say me, so I don't look like an idiot.
Of course, us, Team Liquid, me.
I wanna go man, bro.
Gotta be represented.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
if you say you, I say you. But if you say me, I say me.
Oh yeah, I say you.
Okay, I'm saying you as well. So we believe each other.
Maybe it's you. For sure, you're the.
I think you're a better team at the moment.
We both hope it's us.
Well, you have you up, right? No.
Imagine. We'll see. Yeah, it'll be easy for us, but we'll see. I hope that doesn't bite me in the ass, but yeah.
It always comes back.
Jump up one of them. I'm
Get the bomb, get the bomb. You can plant default. You can plant default.
You can plant default. I can flash in front of bank.
No. Just
they run away.
They're all CT, I think.
Dice then.
Yes, be ready to peek off me, Johnny. Con dead. Nice. Nothing else. I'm gonna come back to you guys. Ricky, just win the round. We're playing.
I can do. You want to jiggle a bit?
Yeah, I'm going up. Could be flanking out, baiting you, Johnny.
Nice.
That was good.
Nice.
Oh
my god, did you see that?
Whoa,
That's in the front again. That was in the front.
Sick round, Ricky.
Here you go.
Boys.
Oh my, we all saw that. That was lovely. Elige with that lovely little sequence there towards CT spawn. It's the second half of the second map, ladies and gentlemen. NIP look dead in the water. It's time to sink or swim. Do they have anything to say here on the second half of Overpass? Their CT campaign was pretty flat, Anders.
It really was. And I mean, although it's still a very enjoyable half, that's because Complexity just made it so much fun to watch. You know,
yeah, it's true.
Behind, you got Floppy doing great work. He was being complimented in JT with the entries.
The only rounds NIP were picking up was when Config got a big 3-man spray down.
I know.
Headtrick found a triple kill with the AWP. It was super scrappy heads-up wins. And it's a very active Complexity here on the pistol round, pushing the short pipe and looking towards T-spawn, and Rez is actually there, and they seem to have an inkling that he could be in this position.
Yeah, they are at least thinking about it. Oh, maybe not. Grim kind of looking the wrong way right now. Rez, a little bit of a peek, and Grim feeling very uncomfortable here. Hunted down, also slightly maybe abandoned. It's a cool position to be in, but when they come back and check it like that, not so much anymore.
So, NIP winning the pistol in the first half, would need to do it in the second to stand a chance here, and so far so good. The recovered USP in enemy hands is a nuisance here, as we will see the second kill found by lovely old Hampus. Elige with a desperate push here, but the timing could work out in his favor. We need multiple frags here, and my god, what a shot it is to kick things off. It's the only one he finds, but certainly a bit of a statement to how his aim's looking right now.
Yeah, I swear his hands are working quicker than his brain in that one. I just have no idea how that's done. Very cool, but might not be enough. Floppy would have to pull something special here. But again, I say he's been playing better and better so far on this new Complexity, so I'm down for it. Let's see if he's going to be able to even get out. At all, Hampers just there to catch him. Again, that stolen USP comes back to haunt him a little bit. And NIP winning another pistol. Step in the right direction.
Pistols. Yeah, it certainly is. It was a requirement, I think, to even get close to this one. But 10-6, will we see the force buy for Complexity? It looks like we will. Strange pistol, really. CT's, like I said, very active at the start. Rez reading it well. Holding behind the pallets. Utilizing his teammates to rotate from T-spawn as well. They managed to sandwich Grim, get the man advantage, and pick them off one by one. As mentioned, the force buy ringing true here for the North Americans. That's Horzerk. 5-7 towards Connect and a B stack otherwise, Anders. So MP9 for Floppy going with some boosts here as well. They are not just going to be holding in a default manner. They're going to have some tricks up their sleeve here.
You might as well. What's the harm? You're probably going to win the round anyway, but just try and see if you can throw a little something in there, a little something extra spicy. Horzerk hanging around the middle of the map with a 5-7 in his hands, but Config is going to try and see if he can clear that out. And got a Mac 10 on the other side, so pretty very, very hard for Horzerk to win this particular fight. He's got no head armor either.
True.
So it can't be an extended fight. It can't. Oh, wait a minute. Grenades to set it up and flashbangs to follow. What a play.
Yeah.
Double HE into a flash, into a 5-7.
JT deployed the flash from the B bomb side as well, so bouncing it off the broken door. That's a thing of beauty. Like I said, they'll always have some tricks up their sleeve, Complexity. They'll get the absolute most out of these sort of rounds, and I don't think it's a locked-in victory here. Bomb planted now. There is something to be said. They can retake and win this one.
They could. They got some smokes as well. Even a kit on Horzerk. It's possible, even if very difficult still. 4 versus 3. A bomb is ticking against Complexity. They need to move swiftly right now. JT goes down. Hetrick locking it down on the other side. Grim finally with a kill in return. That should have been a kill, but oh my god, they're running for it now. Smoke on top, and they're straight on that defuse, and they can't be stopped. It's on the wrong side of the boxes. It's going to be Complexity walking away with it. It's a beautiful round.
Yeah, pretty scrappy stuff there. You could see how uncomfortable NIP were in the post-plant position. Having to go for the bankside plant, Rez out of position completely. And as soon as that 5-7 kill comes in, not this one, after that, it all falls apart. And yeah, they didn't look like they had any control of the situation there. Very calm once again. In the chaos, Complexity, one by one, take it down. And as soon as it comes down to the 1 versus 1 with the kit available, there was zero chance Rez could win it. So that's a disappointing result in the second round. At least a bomb was planted, I suppose. They can buy out themselves. A weak buy. A config Glock. No armor.
There's not much to say, is there? Losing that round is such a signal to where this Overpass game is going. If you didn't catch the hints already, Complexity looks so much better than NIP right now. There's no hiding it.
They're being outclassed. You can see why it's their map pick. Nuke looking very likely to close this one out. It's a rematch here. It was Complexity that won 2-1 in the first showing.
Glock connecting with JT puts him on the funny number, Henry.
It does. That is quite a funny little number we've got there. Don't see that too often. Headshots for Elige, though. Back to business as usual. Gets the intel they could be probing in towards mid. That's exactly what they're up to. 4 players in the bathrooms now. Rotation from Hulzerk to back up Elige. And they seem to have a firm understanding of the threats here.
They really do. This crossfire is ridiculous. It's not even really put into play. Also, just mowing them down. But if ever there was a threat and he starts to fall back, obviously Elige can spin around and it's all going to be just fine. Wow.
That was a brutal round.
But another one. Another brutal round.
Yeah. And so Config didn't buy anything. He was Glock armor. Glock no armor, right?
Yes.
His teammates fully invested. And now his teammate's going to be full eco. And he's gone AK-47.
Nice! Let's go! Good shit, Hakon.
Good shit indeed. Yeah, Config has gone for AK armor. I'm not sure what the plan will be here because, once again, they're just going to be disjointed financially now. They probably should have been buying up with them in the previous, but I don't think it would have mattered. They got absolutely wrecked either way. But Hulzerk looking to mow them down. We'll see if Config can turn up the heat somewhat here.
Really threw me off hearing Elige try to pronounce Hulzerk's real name. It's
What's his real name? I actually don't know.
Håkon.
Oh, right. That's not for me.
Nope, not for, but you know what? Credit to Elige for you know, you gotta get real friendly. The two of them have been a really interesting duo on this map. Last time we saw them on Overpass, they
good point.
It was really sick.
Yep. Well, Config, what have you got for us? It's been a while. He was lights out on Mirage, but no one really stepping up for NIP on Overpass. Config had his moments, the 3-man spray down, but we'll see if they can find anything here. The Glock actually opened things up.
That's interesting.
All right.
Rez finding.
Config's behind enemy lines as well, but that was the only opportunity. If they were going to make a dent there, that was the moment. And now just the unarmored players remain. It's head trick with Glock. And now no HP. 13-6. And like I said, the money disjointed because Config will have 2,400.
Yeah, reminder to buy head armor. If you don't want to be running in.
Yeah.
Good stuff for Rez. Sometimes you just got to rock out with your Glock out, Henry. And that's one of the moments right there.
Sometimes it's the only way. And, yeah, it just feels like a formality at this point. We're just waiting for this second map to conclude. As NIP, after losing that second round as well, that was the last glimmer of hope, I would say, fading away. But who knows? Tech 9 in the hands of Config. He normally works towards that connector position.
Look at 18 kills on Hulzerk, Elige, and Floppy. It's so ridiculous.
Yeah. It's pretty massive, isn't it?
Oh man. Yeah. There's not much left here for NIP. It really feels like a good entry for Hampus. This is something that Complexity did so well themselves on their own T side, and it's worked out. Hampus has done everything he needed to. Config's going to be here to try and limit any kind of a retake. Good dink on to Grim, but he will go down. Still, should be an almost impossible retake.
The headshot on Grim should be enough to dissuade them from going for the retake at least. So, yeah, done enough. Config 9 and 18. You can see the disparity between that first map performance and here. But they've done enough, or Hampus has, at least. That's what they're relying on right now. These big one-man plays just don't seem to have the tactical depth just yet with the Hampus return on this sort of map.
So finally.
Yeah, it's a round.
Slight glimmer of hope.
You won't see any barking just yet, or maybe not even any fist bumps, because they've got a lot of work to do here. And once again, a Hampus solo play through the monster tunnel, opening things up. Nice sort of double kill, job done. And we'll see what can be done here. Round 21. Plenty of cash for Complexity after posting 3 in a row after losing the pistol. Still with some residual cash as well.
They're going to be okay, aren't they? 6-round difference.
I think so.
I have no idea how they can bring it back. Hetrick's got 14, Hampus got 16. That's a great start, right? But there's the 3 people on the other side with about 18 or 19 kills, so you probably want either a Rez or a Config or a Broland to catch up a little bit more, to start to find their own individual rounds in the game here. Double setup at the B-bomb side, which is a bit light early on. Can definitely be vulnerable if someone goes for it. Floppy getting flashed into it. He did spot someone out there, but yeah, again, I like the fact that he doesn't overextend.
Well, a little price pressure means they can't get too comfortable, go for boosts. Elige, confident as ever, this time punished. Barely scratches Brian in the process as well. Nice opening pick, NIP.
I actually think you could put those two flashes back to back. Floppy, he sees someone, but he's like, I'm gonna fall back. And Eli's just like, I didn't see someone, I'm gonna keep sliding forward. Sure. And very often when it happens, you can end up losing the fight. Unfortunately, this time for Elige was one of them.
Round not over though. NIP haven't looked exactly comfortable here as they coordinate themselves for a potential B finish. Roland will join the boys through the connector. And they've still got a couple of smokes, 4 flashes, Molotovs aplenty. Can't afford to give it those sort of picks though. No control of short. Headtrick will go down. And that makes things very uncomfortable now. He's picking them off one by one. They are feeding Elza because he gets his triple.
He's so ready. Sees another one is just the top of his head. Now is the USP out. Config hoping to win this round. He's going to go for the spray down, but Holzuk with the ace at the end. 23 on the board. He decimated NIP.
Yeah, and Holzuk, I was going to say at the beginning of this series as well, a player that had so much hype around him when Complexity were peaking last year and showing us that they could be a deadly team going forward. He was a real star of the squad. His AWP potential was incredibly high. I haven't really noticed him that much this year, but this is one of his textbook plays. Hitting every single shot. Nothing too flashy here, but perfectly played. USP to finish things off and get the ace. Elise is enjoying it. And 14-7, like we said, is going through the motions here. It's a matter of time before Complexity closes one out, I would say.
I was going for a bit of an inflammatory tweet earlier in the year, saying that Rain was basically holding all of Norwegian Counter-Strike on his own. Like, it was just, you know, holding that up. And a lot of angry Norwegians were messaging me saying, what about Holes? Like, what about that? Like, at that point, I would have said, I don't even rate him in that level. But you see stuff like this.
Yeah, it's promising.
Okay, that's a bit more interesting. That's exciting. Norway has to step it up. There were a lot of talented Norwegian players at one point. They just all disappeared for no reason. I don't know. It's upsetting to me. Get them back.
Bring them all back. Well, NIP will have to rely on their Swedes this time. As we'll see 4 players outside the monster pipe. Floppy right in front of it. Ready and waiting. JT behind him as well. Brutal smoke for NIP to receive. That's another 15 seconds. You can't really justify going through. And now, what will they be at? The 30-second mark before they can even commit. So
they're doing the same thing that instead of Rez or Elise, obviously Rez who's pushing this side, but it's the same kind of 4-1 split. Oh my, Floppy gets flashed in. No way. Oh my god. They waited patiently for so long, Henry. They wanted to get through that tunnel, and right when the smoke fades, they get blown up instead, and they're not ready for this. There's still 2 more people on the other side. This round has been stolen away.
Yeah, Complexity making them look a little bit foolish there. Just knowing exactly what's going on. Not even giving them a chance to throw a grenade. Flashbang comes over. They get the Floppy treatment, and that's round over. Map points. Headtrick will save a Galil. That is about it. Yeah, this has been pretty woeful from NIT and pretty excellent for Complexity. Another masterclass here on Overpass.
Yeah, you know what they like to say? Floppy but not sloppy. And
they do say that.
This is beautiful work.
Flash, oh my god, they're so blind, it's unreal. Grim with the alley-oop. Oh well, yeah, NIP have just rolled over here in the second map. Thankfully, they have another to go. It will be nuke to close out the series if required. I'd say it certainly is at this point. Might as well load it up now, as we've got 3 pistols and a Galil. 1 AK for Hampus, and Holzak with incredible form. Hits the leg shot. Headtrick down to 17 points of health, and there's another dink as well.
Yeah, they are.
It's just like, yeah, you know what? I have to kill. Take me out of this. I'm done.
I just want to leave. I just want to leave Overpass. No more. This is very, very impressive. Very one-sided.
Well,
23 and 21 on floppy.
It sets the stage for the third map. It was a complete blowout on Mirage, right? Just to note, it was 9 rounds in a row for NIP on their T side of Mirage. Similar scenes here. Pretty much the same scoreline as well. So yeah, Nuke should be the all-important decider. A chance for us to see this go right down to the wire. Players like Config as well, very comfortable on Nuke. We've seen them already on that map.
That'd be fun. Nuke's my favorite map. I look forward to it. Brolan trying to save a bit of dignity here, but it's going to get swiftly shut down. And Config and Hetrick, they don't have the armor.
They don't have much, I'll be honest. And there's 2 players left. 17 points of health from Hetrick, 5 for Config. It is getting real rough out there as the Liege go through the motions right now. Looking to confirm it. An excellent performance here from Complexity. Their map pick, their stage, and JT with another masterclass on the T side, I have to say. Looking incredibly strong, and that's a Liege as well. Bouncing back from a difficult map on Mirage, he looked incredibly strong. A great team effort overall, and NIP need to go back to the drawing board if they're going to stand a chance in this third map. We'll be back with the desk momentarily.
Yet another overpass masterclass from Complexity and an even more dominant scoreline this time around. This one ends 16-7, and yet again, Jacob, a T side that the Ninjas just did not know how to handle. The B side over again.
Yeah, it was a B-side simulator to some extent. I want to give all the credit in the world, though, to Complexity. They handled that very, very well. It was clear to see that it wasn't a one-time thing with a good T side and overpass. The B execution was stellar. Even the few times they walked up towards the A bomb side, it was looking like they were all in synergy. So Complexity played Counter-Strike at a very high level. Now my problem with this is that NIP have already experienced this once a couple of days ago, yet they were not able to make any adaptations, any sort of defense, or put up with any sort of the stuff that Complexity came with. And to me, that's disappointing.
It literally just got worse. I think that's not what you expect when you lose a map, right?
Yeah, listen, that's what I was trying to say in the pre-match. It's not that easy for a new team with a new system to come up with these CT adjustments. I feel like on the T side, it's a couple of conversations to change the flash or the smoke you're going to do and how you're going to play. On the CT side, you rely a whole lot more on people's synchrony in bomb sites, knowing how to play with each other. And to agree with you, it's not like they tried a whole lot of new things on the CT side. It felt like they were accepting, very much willing to take the executes coming in from Complexity, and these were a very high level. Good utility, good pacing, JT's openings at times. It took Config ridiculous triple kill to turn around situations, so let's not be fooled. This was Complexity all the way.
Yeah, Complexity really dictating the pace from the beginning of this map. Elige, a big part of that as well from the start of this overpass.
Yeah, it's good to see Elige again find his confidence. You could see his body language was getting slightly annoyed on the first map. Elige is not used to losing. He's not used to losing in the fashion they did, but this game he was all over the place. That T side, the lurks coming in from Elige, a lot of these highlights you're going to see, it's him walking in from behind. It's him finding players in the back of him. Look at this. He's constantly getting these easy kills because he's using his positioning and I guess understanding of the map as well. That's what I meant by Complexity being all over NIP. When they walked in B, easy. When they walked up A, easy. They had NIP exactly where they wanted them.
I mean, when you see some of these lurks and flanks that Elige was having, it's the greatest indictment you need for the defense of the opposing side. Like, that's it. If you find yourself on multiple occasions behind a full armored CT, that means there is a gap in the defense somewhere. Like, the plan isn't exactly sound, there is an issue, there's a covering that's not happening, there's a rotation that's not being taken into account, and this was, once again, very janky from NIP.
Then we come into the second half. NIP, they win the pistol. We're thinking, okay, maybe there's potential. Then Complexity say, hell no, we're actually going to win the Force.
Yeah, I think Jacob really liked that one. You want to talk about round 17?
I'm gonna close my eyes, mate. Take it away.
Yeah, this was a bit of a complicated situation. Again, a little bit of an ID here coming in from Complexity. Double nade into the rush with the 5-7. That's a great way to be put in a 5v4. And here is a strange decision made by NIP. It's the plant 4 bank, which forces them to go into these fights, which are pretty short distance, hence why the MP9 finds a kill. And then we'll see a couple of like messy back and forth situations. Hampus should have had that kill arguably, but the problem is when that kill happens, the bomb is not planted for Rez. So either he's not aware of it or he is, and he lost track of the round, because that defuse is the easiest thing Halsek had to do the entire game.
They're just disconnected. They were hesitating. If you're playing for bank, you go all in for those fights. You can't have a guy standing in toilets being out of the round when it happens like this. And it was like one player was trying to fall back, another one was realizing, oh, we have to take the fight because we're playing it for bank. So again, the synergy between the players was just not there at all.
And I just don't understand. I mean, I don't understand the idea. Either you had a boatload of information about a bathroom risk and you said, screw this, we're going to take CT spawn immediately. But when you're up against a force buy, what is the greatest risk? It's short combat. That's where you're at risk. When people are close to you and they have MP9s and 5.7s, that's when they're going to shoot you in the face. So why do you plant into a position that forces you to go into close range fight? That is something that I'm a little bit puzzled about. I don't know if it was a panic move, a reaction to something was happening during the round, but it put them, or rather their backs against the wall.
You mentioned Halsek's name. He was doing God's work in this map. It's nice to be able to finally, you know, hype him up a little bit. We were talking about, you know, him versus Hedrick. He gets a nice little ace in this round.
Yeah, it's good to see Halsek playing well. It was a good game overall, this round in particular with the AWP. He was not afraid of taking any duels, and I guess it's also easier when you're up 13-7. You're playing a little bit more free, but I think we've seen that from Halsek, and I hope that's something Elige perhaps have said to him. You gotta go in there, you gotta use the skill, because you can see the mechanics coming out of Halsek in this round. Spot on. That kill right there is not easy at all. Not afraid of pulling out the USP, not afraid of seeking the duel, and he gets it done right here. It's the nail in the coffin though. It's 13-7, so it wasn't that high of impact in that regard, but the mechanical skill it took to do that from Halsek, spot on.
Yeah, it's a great display. I mean, he's moving around the perfect way. He's basically dissecting a full execute into 5 isolated duels, which is exactly what you want to do as an AWPer. The greatest risk is to get traded immediately. Impossible to do in that very round that we have the pleasure to see once again. And listen, I'm looking at the long term here. I'm looking at the grand picture, right? If Complexity is to push the limits of this lineup, to push the boundaries of what they can do, that also goes through Halsek and his magnificent magnificent hair, providing with more than he'd done in the past.
Man,
And
that ace was beautiful, but the hair even more beautiful.
that's like a
man. He's
L'Oreal
just
advertisement.
on point. Yeah, I want to know what shampoo and conditioner that man is using.
Yeah, ask him. That's a Blast TV
how
question right
is-
there.
Yeah, man. James, we asked
Get out
that
there.
in the maybe winners, maybe losers interview because we do come to a third and final decider, and it is a familiar ground for both of these teams. Was played out in the last series. It is going to be Nuke. Finished up 16-12 in Complexity's favor last time around. Where are you standing now, Matthew? That we've kind of had, two more convincing wins on both sides of the equations.
So the issue that I have with NIP in that is I believe the T side of JT is once again going to be complicated to handle for NIP. And this was one of the main reasons why they ended up losing that third map last time around. It's a 7-round on the T side start for NIP, so you'd argue it's pretty great.
Yeah.
Config is firing on all cylinders, taking a whole lot of duels and a lot of space. Hampus is playing fast Counter-Strike and it's working, but then they move on to the CT side and they cannot really handle it. Like JT played outside multiple different ways, really put NIP in positions where they didn't have the rotation to a T. They were making a couple of mistakes. Can you tell me now that they've fixed it in these few days, or are we going to see the same scenario?
Yeah, I think that's the question. Are we going to see the same scenario? For my money, the problem for me is that I've now watched Counter-Strike for 2.5 hours. These two teams battle it out, and I'm not any smarter now than I were before we started the game at all. We knew Complexity were great on overpass. We knew the T-sides were looking good. Mirage, not too big of a surprise given the veto, and now we're coming into Nuke. So it's the same question I'm asking myself coming into the game. Have NIP been able to adapt? Have they learned anything from the loss? Overpass and the way they play that suggests no, they weren't either learning anything or weren't able to, and for my money, that's going to be the nail in the coffin. I am actually starting to believe in Complexity now.
Yeah, Jacob, you were the one to pick NIP. Are you flipping back to floppy, or are you sticking?
Back to floppy right here.
Well, it's looking like the stars have caught Jacob's eye at the very least, but we do need to find out how it's going to go down in this third and final decider. A familiar ground between NIP and Complexity, and it all comes down to Nuke.
Ladies and gentlemen, third and final map is upon us. NIP taking on Complexity. NIP on the ropes, looking tactically weak. JT just sabotaging them every single round on his T side. It doesn't look good. Nuke was the second map of their previous outing where Complexity took it 16-13. Where are you standing right now, Anders? Do you feel like NIP can pull this one back? I'm not so sure.
It's hard to have a lot of confidence in NIP. You see a performance like that, even if Complexity are good on overpass at the moment, still, you would have wanted more out of the Ninjas, and you just didn't really get it, unfortunately. So I'm skeptical as well. I'm ready to be wrong. I'm ready to be persuaded somewhere else. We're going to see. It's the third and final map that's coming up. Nuke is next.
Well, like we said, first two maps, it was Mirage. Complete blowout. Complexity didn't turn up, couldn't keep up with the heat, the power of Config, but we knew they were specialists on overpass. They answered back and are looking stronger than ever. Third map, they'll get the CT start. Double Julie, 7 guns available here on the CT side. Doesn't seem fair, and it's aggressive, as you might expect. The Julies are firing out, and it's a double kill for Halzug. Open things up. Absolute pandemonium here in towards the lobby. Complexity mauling every opponent in front of them, and it's the Julies finding 4 kills between them. Excellent work for Complexity.
They just... What an absurd way to begin a pistol round. I mean, there is such a thing as a well-known concept as a lobby crunch on this one.
Yeah.
This wasn't really much of a crunch. They just absolutely ran them down. Like you said, 7 pistols, and they didn't stop. They never stopped. The Liege.
It really
kills.
Sets the tone for the half as well. That's going to be in the back of their minds now, though. They've got a game plan. They've got some moves, as you might expect. A tricky team to take down. Complexity. Strike hard in the first. At least in a prime position. Does take a dink before taking one down, though. Should be absolutely fine here with the backup. Arriving towards outside. Good flashbang deployed as well. This is the full eco, just a note. Grim chiming in as well. Finds the third kill of the round. Much to be said at this point. Very clean. Very precise as Grim will close things out. A clean sweep. 3 kills for him.
It sounded like at least tanked 3 or 4 bullets.
Yeah,
his
right.
Forehead just didn't care at all.
That's the AK's coming out in the third. You're right. He took a lot of damage en route, but remained calm. I think that's been the general sentiment of Complexity. Even in really chaotic rounds, they seem to be coming out on top. No real mistakes being presented. And a tough challenge coming up next. It's for masses. The MP9 up against a full array of AKs. Glaive smoke deployed by Halzug. And we've got the first push. It's going to be Hampus operating outside. Dueling Halzug, trying to find its opening pick.
They need something to revitalize this team, NIP. I feel like they need a good round, a strong round where they can get everyone a little bit fired up, because it looks a bit slumped still at the moment. So it'd be nice to get Config or somebody else. Said he's very good on this map, but he definitely is. That could be the way that they get back into it. Does spot out a player down towards the secret stairs. Not able to get the kill, unfortunately.
Here's Floppy defending against a couple of ramp players, and he's fully committed as well. He had no option to retreat, wasn't on the handrail. Doesn't work out for him. A clean AK headshot delivered. This time by Brolan. And speaking of clean, this is absurd. Config. Beautiful shot towards Squeaky, but can't quite find the double. So with 50 seconds remaining, starting to coordinate their final move. Hampus still making decent progress towards outside as well. Upper split looking likely. CT's in position, all 3 towards upper right now.
Yeah, I think this is really smart for Complexity. They're a man down. They might as well try and get within striking distance. And yeah, Lee, sure, he's down in the vent, but that's 1 step more or less away from getting into the bomb site. He can get there fairly quickly, jumping down from that P position. So we'll see. 20 seconds. Oh, it's also going down early, though. And they read it so well. NIP, that's very, very smart. And Legion never really got into place, but he could have been there fairly quickly if he wanted to. Obviously not going to be the case now. So solid move for NIP.
Yeah, that's more like it. Finding those opening picks, slowing it right down. Good awareness, as you mentioned. Aware of the potential flanks coming in from the lobby, and yeah, Halzug's position was their main point of contention. They managed to take him down from the rafters pretty easily, and Leeds will have to try and save now. But bear in mind, they had some very clean rounds before. They had 5 players survive in the previous round. They get 1,400 into the next round. If he saves the M4, he can actually drop one himself, but I might be getting ahead of myself, as it looks like he's almost certainly going to go down here. And he will. He got Roland before he was dropped, but head trick will close things out. First round for NIP. Not going to be kicking things off with a massive 6-0 deficit. They're on the board nice and early. And this is how it all began. It was Roland towards that ramp, getting some basic outside control with Hampus, and then Floppy, quite committed towards that position, was taken down early, 5-on-4, and they've called for, is that a timeout maybe?
I think so. Looks like it.
No, we're into the action here. So as mentioned, there is money. 3M4s, a Deagle for Holzerk though. For Mass for Floppy, towards outside once again is going to be Hampus, and he's pushing through the initial smoke, looking for the action. Flashbang behind him.
I like this. I like Unleashed. Elige. That's worked really well on Overpass. A little bit of confidence on his side. He nearly gets caught. How does he live through that one? Only 26 damage on him as well. He should have probably been dead.
Yeah, Hampus can't believe his luck there.
Oh, they want to boost?
Yeah, they do.
That's a dangerous time to do it. That's going to be suspicious.
Gonna check it now.
Yeah, you see Floppy walking away from the corner. Surely you're going to have an inkling that something is up here. Yeah, they swing wide. Deagle not able to find the shot. That's unfortunate. If you want to do that, you might want to do it at the start of the round.
Exactly. Especially when you do it that late and you get caught out in that position, it's just alarm bells going off straight away. Okay,
that's where the
someone could be boosted.
The bomb's back by T-spawn.
Okay, that is actually quite interesting. This kill decides the round, and it's JT coming out on top. What?
It's real interesting. They win the fight for the ramp room. They have people there, but they can't do anything with it because they have to go back and pick up the bomb. And in an attempt to try and do that, or sort of messing around with that, they just lose more players. And suddenly, 30 seconds, 1 versus 2 here is Rez traversing the map. He can still find a bomb plant, obviously. Need the quad kill to try and win the round.
Yeah, it doesn't look good. He's got so much to do here. So many angles to check. He needs to cut this down to a 1v1 to stand a chance. At a squeaky door, I think JT's on top of the hut here. Indeed! And we'll be finding a very easy frag. Complexity bouncing back into the round with 3 M4 with a FAMAS and a Deagle. And they come out on top as well. NIP with no plants will be buying up into the next round. Here's the replay. As mentioned, it was Floppy. You'd think that might be the round there and then with a couple of kills towards the ramp, but JT has mentioned a very crucial frag towards Config. He knows it as well. As soon as he goes down, that round is over. Rez, there was nothing he could do with it. JT managing the CT side very well so far. As mentioned, not a full investment. It's going to be a Hampus AK. Eco otherwise. So no armor, no nades. Looking very likely for that 4-1 scoreline. Speaking of 4, that's the number of members NIP have committed towards outside. Config's on the silo.
Yeah, trying to get the walk past, maybe down to Secret. Smoke is fading, and actually they might walk right into Holzerk here. It's where they need the AK to maybe go for the fight against him, but Holzerk's doing a fantastic job. 3 kills for him. They're going to lose Elige as well, so it's still a 2-on-3, but for how long here? They're getting slowly tagged out in the yard, and they've lost Head Trick, leaving just Hampus. Not a chance against Grim, unfortunately. 4-1.
4-1 indeed, Anders. And yeah, NIP. This is where things can be a little bit problematic. Sure, it's still early days in the T-side campaign, but they are looking a little bit overwhelmed as they were on Overpass. But still plenty of time. Alarm bell's not going off just yet, but these hero AKs, they're not really contributing to much. They're not getting the plant from it. They're not finding a ton of kills, and it's leading them to these compromised financial outcomes. You've got a Deagle for Hampus again, a Galil for Rez. You're 4-1 down. And pound for pound, you've got more fraggers on this team. You've got that advantage, but difficult to make it shine when you don't have the firepower behind it. It's going to be Roland opening things up, but JT continuing this fantastic form. He is shown throughout the series, looking for his second kill of the round. Head trick bests him. Just about a weird jump just after he gets the headshot.
Yeah, that accidental jump is a quick way to get yourself killed.
Yeah, that would be a mouse wheel.
Ooh, Hampus is on a mission. He's stuck very down below. There's nobody here at all from the CT side.
He needs to open the door or crack the window. That's the problem.
Yeah.
So you can't really do much with it.
Flash in for Grim. Wants to take a bit of a fight. Obviously, the flashbang gives it away that something is coming, so they definitely know what's happening there, and Config is ready to receive. Floppy and Holzerk. They should be losing this round. Holzerk doing the best that he can, but he needs a multi-spray down, and Head Trick will close out the round in favor of NIP.
Quite aggressive there. We noticed the active nature of Complexity CT side on Overpass, you don't have as many options on the CT side of Nuke. Like, you can push them towards lobby, but if they're holding angles just like they are here and waiting for you with the AK-47s, like, they're probably going to frag you. There's not many advantageous crossfires the CTs can set up. You need to find quick picks, fall back, and after losing the man advantage, trying to take control of the lobby. Slowly but surely they are picked off, and now NIP are back into this one. That is a massive round to pick up. As mentioned, a Deagle and a Galil. 3 AKs, they managed to make it work. And a tactical timeout has been called, this time by NIP. Their first one after winning the previous round. Good chance to bring in DJ out, just discuss their option. What money are they up against here? What's the most they could have? He's got the notebook, keeping track of that sort of thing.
You heard a little bit of a celebration there for NIP. So a little bit of a
It's
feeling.
a big round, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's important. You know, again, they can't afford to. They were so quiet and so flat on Overpass. So try and get this team a little bit more hyped up once again. It does make a difference. It's very tough to play inside of a team that's just in a slump and no one's really talking and everyone's a little bit grumpy because you're losing.
Right.
Don't really need that right now.
Well, here we go, round number 7, ladies and gentlemen. NIP with a firm grip on the situation, took a tactical timeout, and Hampus helps himself to Secret. One of his signature moves, for sure. He's always down here. Seems to be a specialist at getting towards this position, but can he make it count? Floppy already downstairs. MP9 in a pretty tricky position. Difficult to flush him out. But he could be surrounded here. NIP have 2 players downstairs right now with the bomb, just to note that. Hampus patrolling the single door. Or config. Or dissect the window area.
Floppy.
So yeah, Floppy overworked here. There's not really much he can do, but if he finds a kill, delays him as long as possible, that's something he knows. Something is afoot here.
Problem is, his backup is Holzuk with the scout coming in from the ramp, so it's very hard to imagine a world in which Floppy can do so much damage that Holzuk can then sort of take a couple of steps back and be efficient. He'd have to hold on for at least 5 or 6 seconds. That's a really, really long time before anyone can really help him out. So this is looking very, very questionable at the moment, and straight shot there from Rez to take one down. Hampus on the follow-up. And it is a 5-on-3, and I don't think there's any reason for Complexity to throw away any more Kevlar or anything else in this round. Just save what you got and move on and try and see if you do it again. NIP gonna be up to 3 rounds. So this is looking more stable early on, even if I'm not really convinced by NIP yet, but it is trending in the right direction.
Clean rounds. 5 players surviving here, 3 in total for their T-side campaign. It's looking pretty good. We were hoping for a closely contested matchup here. Like we said, this map has already gone down in the first outing of this matchup, and it was 16-13. NIP managed to post 7 rounds on their T side. So bear that in mind as our kind of middling area we want to see them aim towards. If they can best it, amazing, but about 7 will be perfect for them.
Now, is it going to be enough for the barking? Because we were promised barking and jetpacks, but we haven't really heard much of it yet.
I guess not, because you can't really bark when you're losing 16-6, and there's not really much to bark about.
No, it's a good point.
Like, I think he has to be winning convincingly. They have to talk a bit of shit first as well.
Okay.
Then that's what EG were doing. He got Hex on that team, right? He was kind of giving it a bit of a banter as well.
Okay.
So those are the variables required. We haven't quite seen them come through yet, but some convincing rounds here. Rez with the nade towards Squeaky Door and the lurk smoke to follow it up just keeps the CTs on their toes. And speaking of which, they're operating with a Hero M4 this time. You have got that in the hands of Elige.
No better man for it on that team, it seems.
Well, they managed to save 3 players in the previous round, so there's something to be said about this. We've got M4 armor, Grim with the 5.7 and Kevlar as well. As Zeus is available in the hands of Floppy. As we dissect outside, once again, you see they've got different variations of these smokes, depending on what they're up against. This time, Hampus wants to investigate the garage area.
Is there enough time for us to call Chad on Discord so he can do his impression?
Of the Zeus?
Yeah.
Yeah, he is
or maybe
making a bit of a name for himself.
He could just record it for us. We can have it on the soundboard.
On the soundboard, yeah. I mean, the sound does exist in the game. It is already there.
There's one.
Damn.
to save them four to pick up the kill. Yeah, they're going to steal that one back, the AK. Well, this is where things get a little bit interesting. They are trying, I think, to go for the crunch. They got two people walking away all the way outside.
Hampus is the linchpin here, Anders.
Oh, yeah. You're not wrong. Sue's going to be way out of position. I feel like JT getting that one. And yeah, unfortunately, Rez going to be able to find it. So now all of the TTs are out of position by just a little bit.
Here comes Grim. It was Hampus from the heaven position that sabotaged the upper bomb site, but there is still something to be said about this round. It is going to be an IP victory, but with the double doors swinging open and that Molotov down, you never know. They could have denied the plant, but it will go 4-4. I believe that is 3 rounds in a row for NIP, and indeed it is. Money in another difficult spot, around $4,500 per player for complexity, with the lost bonus racking up. We'll start it here with a nice Elite frag. But as mentioned, the linchpin, Hampus, as soon as he got in towards heaven, they didn't see it coming, and Brolan to close things out here. That was a moment, maybe it got a bit spicy. Everything pretty calm, though. As we go 4-4, we're all tied up. Oh, there's a distinct lack of utility here for complexity. Elite trying to counter the Hampus effect. Gets in towards Secret early.
Ooh, early kill there. Just a guess that Rez would have snuck in front of the squeak door, and he was absolutely right. But you're not wrong. The lack of utility on the CT side could be a really big problem. Now, it's good that they get the 4-on-5 to begin with, but they need to maintain that lead because they won't be able to rely on grenades to slow down an IP. Like, it's not going to be a feature of this round at all.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can get flashed in from this position, and sometimes you just wait. And the third scenario is you get Molotoved out and hunted. And he's so lucky to live through that. If anyone had been watching, he probably is dead.
We'll see if he can fight for his life. JT certainly can. Looking for the double, connecting the dots here. A hat trick from the in-game leader of complexity. He is looking magnificent today. The individual form is above and beyond what you might expect from him. So yeah, great showing today.
Did JT also get the wallbang on hat trick out there?
I thought he got 3, but I looked away from the screen at that point. Maybe he did.
I wonder if he did, because he was trying, but then to the follow-up, it looked like he actually did do some damage, so I'm a little bit curious about that one.
Definitely got 3 here.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if he got the wall bang. I don't think so.
He didn't get the kill, but I just...
Oh, I see, okay.
It just looked like he actually did damage.
Oh,
Maybe
right,
didn't.
right.
Great showing. That's, again, with a round with very limited utility. They get to steal the AWP presumably as well for Holzerk, so now they've got some more stuff to work with. A connection straight onto Roland. Elige gonna get out to perform there. Hampus swinging for it.
They did a run boost from the big box outside, over the CT smoke, over the Molotov, and landed by main entrance there. That's how Hampus actually had the positional control of the round. Elige didn't see it coming. He assumed that his incendiary and smoke combo would be enough to block access, but a lovely run boost enables the first frag for captain of NIP. They're going to tie things up once again. They've got the 5-on-4 minute on the clock. Is there a reaction from the CTs after losing the first man? Maybe send another towards ramp. And I'm seeing Holzerg actually transition to that spot. See if he can claim some territory. Needs to find a kill here as well. Big frag incoming.
He misses that first one. I think he jumped right over it. Also going down, and JT will fall to config elsewhere on the map. A 5 versus 2 that looks like it's impossible to recover here for complexity. This should be a lost round every single time. Grim being put under pressure. They're spamming through. They're flanking from both sides. And it's config to pick up another double here. But actually, he's up to 4 kills, so not the most impressive game from config so far. Get him warmed up. That's got to be crucial, key for an IP.
Oh dear, Floppy. You have been detected, my friend. The hunt is on. And we'll see whether he can do anything with this. Trapped. Locked in. They're fighting back. And find Brian at least. That's not bad. And 4 players surviving here. Looks like he's absolutely done for. Hampus will confirm the kill. And there it is, 5-5. Anyone's game. NIP will be very happy with their collection of rounds so far. As mentioned in the first outing, they got 7 on their T side. So if they can replicate that again, that'd be great. Anything over 7 would be a huge bonus. And this is going to be the first CT timeout. Complexity once more feeling the financial burn. 2 players and $3,000. That's going to be Holzerk and Grim.
They're in shotgun space, shotgun territory.
Yeah. Shotgun does make a few appearances on Nuke. The auto shotgun usually.
It's been known to happen, hasn't it? We've seen it before.
The Nova can be brought out occasionally.
It feels like NIP are... They're leveling out this game a little bit, right? It was a straight descent, straight down, all of overpass, just absolutely nothing that looked even doable for the NIP side of things. But now it's even out a little bit. They're managing things a little bit better now.
And here we go. NIP will be up against the full buy of Complexity. They've gone for a glass cannon AWP, sacrificed all helmets and utility pretty much, as they fully invest in round number 11. This could be their unraveling.
I do kind of respect it. Also, it had an insane performance on overpass.
But he's down again. What a nuisance he is.
Yeah,
that's how to do it. Bouncing that flash off the fence. That's the trick. That's how you get across in that sneaky, fast way. They have an idea he's down there, but Ali's just trying to capitalize upon the fact that, sure, he's got that secret. It's going to take him, what, 30 seconds to do anything? Maybe 40. And then we're going towards ramp. He could catch them. All three members, if Floppy can block and hold on, at least he's on for a lot of kills here. This is big.
He could win the round doing this. Sneak it up behind him. He sees the boost. He's ready for it.
Oh,
no! No, Henry! What happened?
God. That is the worst possible outcome. Like I said, he was on for 3 kills there. He was trying to go for broke as well. He went for the big play and ends up with the red face. Oh, that's so unfortunate. It couldn't have been a better call as well. The timing was stellar. The positioning was perfect. But the awareness was better. Prolam kicks off the round. And remember, this was the full investment from Complexity as well. They went all in. Hampus down towards Secret. The perfect response, pushing in T-spawn. I hope we don't have to watch the replay of that. That will break the hearts of millions. At least we'll see it from this POV. Oh, no. Oh, it's the worst feeling. Your heart goes from like 130 BPM knowing you're about to save the day. And yeah, that's the outcome. That one's double death slam. Oh. Double death slam, Anders. That's rough, and it's a full eco. That was such a massive round, and that's the way it goes down.
That's like...
Even if he gets 2, they win the round, right? Like, it's done.
It's like trying to take a bite out of a delicious burger, but then all of the inside slips out on the other side, and it's just
exactly
on
like
the floor, and you can't save it. You know?
It's an old classic. Happens to the best of us. Oh, God.
He has been deleted.
Elise, back-to-back frustrating outcomes. A one tap from the heavens.
Just straight divide by 0 on that position.
That's rough.
JT taking a bit of damage here, but those kind of rounds are the rounds that, again, get the team a little bit fired up. NIP, you're not seeing the huge celebrations yet, but they definitely look a lot more focused now. Config starting to get put into play. The fact that they survived that flank, I mean, just as annoyed as Elige will be, NIP will know it as well. They know, well, we just outlived, we could have lost that round right then and there, and we managed to live through it. Good little catch. Hampus again off to his own little shenanigans, hanging around, doing his own thing. But the rest of the team in a position to win this round, no problem.
Yeah. That kill doesn't really do a whole lot for them. Maybe they can catch a couple of players here. They're going to save the AK-47. Horzak is already retreating with the rifle towards spawn. But they're going to swing in just when the bomb's got like 8 seconds left. Try and catch them retreating. Try and hold some players by the bomb. Money's not a huge talking point on the T side. They're pretty kitted out. They get another 3,500 each on top of about the 5k they have right now. But it doesn't even matter. They're finding all the frags. They're very aware of the possibility of these lingering CTs. And as mentioned, Horzak, he's in towards CT spawn with the AK. It was a full eco. And there it is. 6 rounds. NIP. They are doing a very good job. Like they need to find a remedy to Hampus getting towards Secret every single round. Like sure, he's not finding a ton of kills, but it forces rotations. It makes other areas of the map weaker, and he can't get down there for free every single round. That can't be happening.
Yeah, feeding Config a couple of kills at the end probably it could be a mistake as well. So one player who is such a momentum player.
Oh, yeah.
You don't really want to have him on a roll at all.
So,
ridiculous stuff.
They've committed a lot of utility outside. Hampus will not be going for the quick drop. Org is out for Floppy this time. He's the ramp player. That is a very committed position, though.
There's no escape.
Yeah, like, I try this sometimes. It feels like it's only ever good for one. It's an off angle.
And if they flash, you're good for none, probably.
Yeah, the flash can be brutal here. So let's see what he makes of it. You never know. Like, it's not the off angle anymore. It's a pretty standard one. He might have the advantage still, but yeah, caught in the open, nowhere to go still. And that's a brutal opening pick.
It's a different philosophy from what we see normally, where you want to play the ramp just trying to escape. You know, get a kill, escape back down. The flank is in again. Elige. I know Henry, he can't mess it up twice.
He's coming in from T-Spawn. Yeah, you're right. Oh no, JT. That was yours. And the flank is nullified then, really. They go an equal trade when they had all the advantages there. And the smoke guarantees the round. You're not really considering going for this one now.
Yeah, they needed, you're right, that smoke needed to fade, and then that player in the single door needed to get a quick kill, and then you can go for it.
Yeah, no chance now. Pretty disappointing finish for Complexity.
8 on NIP.
Yeah, like I said, bettering their previous outing here against the same team. We are going to see 3 players survive, though. What's the loss bonus after the CT's maximum actually? So 3,400 on top, so they'll have a nice healthy buy. They can drop an AWP as well. Hulzer can drop the AK, buy himself the AWP.
Bro, that's like, please. I want to
let me in.
All right, he will. The bomb radius is so tiny compared to every other map. Okay. Round number 14 is coming up, and yeah, you said max round loss bonus, something to work with for Complexity at the very least, but they've disappeared from the game. Where have they gone?
Yeah, you can see it. There we go, we're getting there now. Oh, they're enjoying themselves. A completely different scene than what we saw on Mirage, where they weren't saying much at all. Sorry, not Mirage. Overpass. Yes. That was the one. Mirage is looking very good for them. Overpass was where it all went wrong. But yeah, replicating the form we saw on the first map. Tactical timeout, second one for Complexity here. Rifles across the board, so they've got 2 AK-47s at least. No AWP, didn't opt for that. Also, I actually dropped a weapon instead to make sure they had absolutely everything they need. And an IP. Not sending Hampus down towards Seeker in the previous round, bullying that ramp position. Floppy there alone. And you can see he had no backup at all. They've been so conditioned outside. He is isolated. They know it as well. So 8 plays 5. Complexity need these last 2 rounds here. Starting to spiral. They won the pistol this time as well. They were 2-0 up. Molotov towards the huts, and a config going to be challenged outside. He's got players beneath him. As the lead fires off a couple of shots, and he'll be taken down. That's really unfortunate.
Not the kind of start you were looking for.
No, really not. Couldn't have gone worse, really. There was if he was there half a second earlier, guaranteed a free kill. Just about misses out on it, has to try and retreat. Hampus ready and waiting.
Some really frustrating rounds for Elite, right? Getting deleted by config in one of the rounds, the flank obviously in. This time he gets caught again. It's been rough. He's up 10 kills, but still, these last couple of rounds have been very hard for him to find the impact that he really needs at the start of the round here. What do they do in return? Very often, really on any map on the CT side, if you lose a play, you almost have to do something more. And they did try to flash their way in nearly for a double peak, but they don't swing wide on it.
They were hunting for info at the very least, and the problem is Brolan's very aware of it now. He can walk in main entrance knowing they've peaked this, and we'll see if that works out. It comes to fruition. Here comes that backstab. Also waiting by the CT vent here. Gives up his position. He's being spammed now, and there's Brolan activating from main entrance. Will find the opening kill. JT fights back valiantly. Grim still towards the hut as well, makes a bit of a meal of it. Gets the all-important frag, 2-on-2. Important round here, and the CTs pull it off. It's Grim with 3 kills in the round to save the day as Complexity find their 6th.
He just pushed into lobby to find another player and then came back out for that one. Grim saving the whole round for them. That's spectacular.
Yeah, someone had to step up here. I thought after this first encounter, he might be in trouble, but they're dead on. That's a beautiful follow-up sequence. 3 in total. Headtrick can do nothing about it. Final round of this first half of the third map. AWP on either side. Hulzak needs to start popping off now. He's 7 and 9. Hampus aggressive outside once again. Same flashbang deployed.
Oh, they catch him. He stepped right on the grenade. This is a competitive game no matter what. Even at 6 rounds complexity, they're not out of it yet, and they're looking to get a 7th here. As Holzerk will find a kill with the AWP. That's Hampers. He's been sneaking around and roaming the lower part of the map quite a bit. By this time, they finally managed to catch him. So 5 versus 3, and this should be their round. And this is more of a standard way to play it for Floppy. He's been very committed to the ramp defense.
Yeah.
But this time, he can fall a little bit back. He's got a teammate there, and unfortunately, Config actually able to get the shot. JT standing tall, though.
The round's still possible for NIP here. 4-on-2 sure, but Config alive and well. He's in the back tracks right now, behind enemy lines, but no one out there to receive. They've got full control of the scenario. The only question is, where's the bomb? Currently on the back of Hedrick towards the ramp room. Config being set the task to find the next kill.
Yeah, if he does, it could open something up. Probably might need 2 kills, unfair as it is. There's one of them, but such a swift return. Grim ready to pounce on that one. 30 seconds. He can obviously go for the silent drop here and maybe even sneak in a bomb plant, but not so silent. They're going to know with the Molotov as well. He goes straight for it. There is a chance, but it's not a big one. 1 in 100 to try and win these kind of rounds. Sneaking out, already scoped up and flashed through. Good shot on the first one. They should be ready to pounce on him, and there we go. Holzerk will take him down. It's 7 rounds at the end of it for Complexity. It's still a very, very open game. Almost lost track of it in the first half, but they've made their way back. We'll see if they can finish it, if Complexity can make the comeback in the second half after this.
Welcome to the esports reverse challenge. Listening is the key in CS, whether that's listening for enemy players' footsteps or communicating with your team.
As a pro player, you need to understand your teammates, whether they're shouting, whispering, or talking backwards. Which is what you're going to do today. Please read the following words and phrases backwards. Your teammates will have to guess what these words are supposed to be.
Your teammate OC has recorded some words and phrases for you to listen to. For each correct guess, you win 3 points.
Work together to find out if your brain can adapt.
My brain will not adapt today. We'll do our best.
I'm gonna say it's Oma.
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 Oma? What the what the hell is Oma?
Ammo, maybe?
Ammo.
Ammo.
Jokad.
Decoy.
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 Yeah?
Decoy, yeah?
Decoy. Garf.
Garf.
Oh, it's easy one.
Garf.
Frag, yes.
Like frag grenade. Frag. Easy. We got it.
Frog.
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 Napple Og.
This is gibberish.
Tenalp Og.
Tenolp. What is Tenolp?
I don't know, man. It's super hard. I cannot guess it.
What? One. Own ref. Wait.
Ornefni. Nab.
Ban Inferno.
Ban Inferno.
Yeah, Ben Inferno. Nice, man. Yes. Pog.
Ban Inferno.
Rapids.
Oh.
By rounds.
I think it's Sniper.
Wait, I have Mono's number. 1 second.
Sniper.
Pots on B Shar.
Pots on Ebe Sure.
Rush the spots on B Shar.
Rush. B. Don't stop.
No stop? Yeah, no stop, right? Yeah. Rush B, no stop.
Nice.
Rushing B.
Rush B, maybe.
Yeah, rushing B.
Rush B, no stop.
Let's go.
Yeah, I have no idea if these are gonna sound correct. I probably butcher them really hard, but yeah, good luck, guys.
Guessing Munes's gibberish noises.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the third and final map between Complexity and NIP. We've split it right down the middle. 8-7 in favor of the Ninjas as they switch over to their CT side here. This one's going to go the full distance, Anders. This is what we wanted from those first two maps. The great decider here of Nuke, as Complexity will bring out a couple of P250s, a couple of smokes, and 2 flashbangs to boot. So quite a technical approach, as you might expect. Their T sides have been brilliant in this tournament so far. We'll see if they can replicate that form. They're going to need to here as they trail by a round.
It's a little bit more fun when it's close like this. We'll see if it can continue. Complexity, T-side, and they're rushing out here. Hampers, just a sliver. Is it enough for a headshot? No, it's going to be the other way. The P250 on Holzerk rings right for the smoke to bring him down. Now it's Rez up next to try and take a swing. They're already signaling. They know that he's there. They lured him into it. A couple of shots on the wall, and he's like, you know what? I think I could do it, and he absolutely couldn't.
Yeah, he needed at least 2 frags there to justify the position. It doesn't work out. Complexity with single smoke outside, a flashbang, and then brutal headshots to find this pistol victory. This one's locked in. 5-on-2, head trick and config. Nothing to do. So far removed. And, yeah, Complexity keeping it simple there. Down towards lower. So much conviction behind it as well. So much momentum. Nothing can stop them.
It really looked like that was never going to go any other way. Well done. They had an unbelievably convincing pistol round, obviously, in the first half, rushing the lobby. That's going to start the game. That means we're at 8-8.
Yeah, that's both pistols in the bag. That is a good point. Finding and hunting these remaining CTs. Config has been found out. He'll be dropped as well. A very convincing, comprehensive pistol from Complexity. Don't give much away at all, those P250s. Doing God's work outside. 4 players down towards Secret Rez. Completely overwhelmed here. This is the opening kill through the smoke as well. And then they overwhelm the Julies. Nothing could be done. I don't think he even fires a bullet there. Every shot so precise. JT posts his 13th frag. He is top fragging right now for Complexity. Love to see that.
Yeah, wasn't top fragging on overpass, but had a lot of really impactful kills to open up on the T side. So I'd say he's had a really good best of 3 so far. Some grenades, a Deagle on top. It's Conflict with a double. Oh my god, they rushed right into it. The narrowest choke point on the map, Henry. They all decided to bunch up there and they get blown up.
I think we said the exact same thing in the previous new matchup between Complexity and NIP. I think that's what happened. I remember saying the slightest choke point, they've rushed it, and that's the outcome. Grim, in a pretty devastating scenario here. Literally nothing you can really do. Maybe find a couple of kills, but great positioning from NIP. They steal the second round away. And we've been complimenting the T-side approach, the discipline, the methodology every single time is impressive. They slow it right down, execute together. This time the faster play. Trying to nade off the door. Bust out at the squeaky. Unfortunately, though, no Molotov on the Heartlanders. That was the difference maker. There's a Molotov there. That becomes infinitely easier for them. No Molotov, Config with a double. And we'll have to force 5 back. 9-8. As NIP go up against the Deagles and a little floppy as well.
They steal a Galil on an AK on the NIP side. So it even helps them a little bit more with the money as if they needed that right now. If they can get out of this round more or less flawlessly, then they can start to build a real economy on NIP a little bit earlier than you'd normally be able to. So that's something that they can look forward to here. They're only up around, and they have to respect the squad as well. It's not a done deal. 3 Deagles, Tech9, and a Galil on that T side. So there's room here if you make a mistake for Complexity to do something good.
Smokes are down, but there's a massive gap there on the right side. Not punished just yet. All 5 players outside right now. They're going towards main. It's the opening kill for Grim. Towards the rafters, Rez will remain, and he's going to be overwhelmed as well, overworked. And this is looking fantastic. 4-on-2 for Complexity. And to confirm the upper bomb side is completely open now.
Yeah, they made that look so much easier than it should have been. I guess the initial Tech9 jump in, it put the second player in the bomb side who's up on the rafters in a really weird spot. And then I think the third player, which must have been Hampus, trying to get in on the high ground, he just took a bullet to the face. Yeah. So it just very clean. That's super unexpected. They made that round look easy, but honestly, it wasn't. That probably should have been a very, very hard round for Complexity to even get close to.
Well, the war of attrition has been declared. The 4 spies working out on either side. Hetrick and Brolan looking for exits here. Don't want to overcommit. Definitely want to take that weapon into the next round, but he will find JT at least. So that's the force buy of Complexity. The Deagles of Tech 9. Smiles all round. At least feeling it. He's had some magnificent rounds, especially here on Nuke. Overpass as well. Absolute beast. That was the opening frag, jumping around the corner. And this is the shot you were talking about. Yeah, Hampus. What can you do against that? It will happen. And it's frustrating as hell.
And he had to do something, right? He needed to help his teammate inside. So yeah, I don't know if they could have played out any differently, but that's really shocking. He force up now again, this time on the CT side, as they're hoping to bring it back, and it's a good step in the right direction. Config also gets a kill, and he's jumping down to try and be the hero, but Config is ready for it. It's trading heavily in favor of Complexity, or sorry, in favor of NIP at the moment, and spam through Hallzerk down to 50 health.
Wow. Biting back. Grim will find access towards the lower bomb site here. Hallzerk with the C4 on his back. Config, though, continuing to cause absolute chaos here. 3 kills in the round, looking to close things out with the quad kill. And he'll convert as well, 10-9. As once again, the 4 spies prevail, Anders. It's the 5-7s of FAMAS's that find the round here. So the Complexity want to give in. So they want to take the eco here or 4 spy right back into this one.
I've personally resigned myself to the fact that I will never get a quad kill with the FAMAS myself. It's just not happening. But it's impressive to see Config do it. Yeah, I really don't like that weapon.
Not bad at all. I actually kind of like the FAMAS. I hope the burst fire in CS2 gets some love, because that's something we're missing from 1.6 and Source. The burst fire was my bread and butter. That was my favorite.
Well, maybe, yeah. That would actually, I actually feel like, because it's a useless function on the weapon now, why not make it?
Yeah, at least viable for some scenarios. God damn. But indeed, Complexity will be force spying back. Another huge round, it goes without saying. If NIP can convert this one where they have all the advantages, they're in the driving seat. They'll be up 11-9, but as Brolan, he was retreating, and dropping that smoke doesn't really do much for him whatsoever. He had the window of opportunity to get out, stay alive.
I think he wanted to be real clever with it, drop it and pretend like he'd really run away, but then he wanted to play around it, and that's all fun. Obviously, when they just check him that hard, it's not going to make a difference. Conflict's back with the FAMAS, but he's traded. Close range, scout headshot for Elige to bring him down. Hetrick should be able to get this one, but maybe not. Maybe not. Elige stealing the FAMAS and able to stop Hetrick in his tracks.
And they're playing this well. Making the CTs come to them. Not panicking. Not overcommitting. Down to the 3 versus 1. The Reds can win this.
They know where he is. That door being blown open. Instant signal. Yeah, he saw someone. Probably the last time he's going to see someone in that window now. Flash around the corner. He's not quite checking it. Hallzerk able to pounce on him instead. And now we're tied up once again. 10-10.
The 4 spies keep winning here, Anders. And again, the CTs have to buy once more because the loss bonus isn't established. They keep getting $1,900 per player. This is where it all went wrong, though, for an IP. Roland stuck between a rock and a hard place. Could have dropped down, could have survived. Try to get tricky with it, and then Elige punishes the lower bomb site. Yeah, 2 ramp indeed. Rough scenes. The Eagles are out once more. M4 for Rez. And, well, not for long. He's been absolutely destroyed by JT outside.
Cover the M4 in some fashion?
No, Hampus has got it. So, yeah, I was about to say no. It looks like it's too far gone. But they've got it.
Both ramp players having a really hard time of it. I feel like it's not going too far to say that for a lot of teams and a lot of players, ramp is the worst position. That, like, nobody wants to play that position.
It's hard because you want to stay around for frags, but if you ever die with nothing, like, you failed your job.
Yeah.
If you give them ramp room as well, if you just offer it up for free, that's a problem. So yeah, it's a thankless position. It's very difficult to manage it well. It's all about having backup there. Like, if you're going to fight, you want to have those rotations in. Grenades, aggro being taken away if you're playing at the back. But none of that available here, I'm afraid. 5-on-4. Rez has gone down. Hampus did recover the M4. As we execute towards upper. Grim smashes the round wide open. Hallzerk will bring 1 back, but Hetrick will, sorry. And it's about a 4-on-2. I can't imagine a world where they make this more complicated. And it looks like Complexity have won the war of attrition here.
Yes.
Floppy confirms it.
And almost as if you signaled to them telepathically, Henry, they did Molotov the hut this time.
They did this time, yeah. Good to see that.
Absolutely sure that they didn't run into the same kind of trouble as earlier. So yeah, once you win this kind of back and forth, you are in such a strong position. And I'm really in trouble now.
Yeah, because they literally only get $1,900 into the next round. And it's not like before. You might be thinking, oh, they can force buy again. No, because even if they half buy, they even buy a P250, they get $2,400 into the next round, the follow-up round, and that's a bare bones buy, to say the least. So they are in a world of hurt right now. They know it. This is like the worst position you can be on the CT side. And it might be a tactical timer. Yes, one has been called. So you got $2,000 per player. You can't do anything tactical. You can't even really justify a flashbang, Anders. That would be pushing it. So, yeah, somber scenes for the Swedes.
I would say so. This is a rough thing to be watching here. It was looking good for them in the first half, yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be very quiet scenes here for the puppies in pajamas.
There's an offshoot.
Yeah, rebrand, new team,
new merch. I do love it. I like the idea.
You could release merch for dogs and call it puppies in pajamas. Do a limited run.
I think you probably could, yeah.
Probably a good idea, guys. Just saying.
Little tennis ball with the logos on as well. You know.
Yeah.
A lot of ways to go with it, really.
So, like we said, has to be the full eco. Hetrick, he'll buy a P250. Like I said, even that is a little bit questionable. Because they'll have, what, 4,400 on the nose as the AWPer. The guy won't even be able to do glass cannon.
Nope. They had to struggle back and forth all the time. But now that we're here, complexity, they're so within striking distance, right? They're almost certainly going to get up to 12 rounds. And they will have a much, much better economy. NIP, like you said, will barely be able to put something together. It's going to be really unconvincing.
Yeah, it'll be one of those rounds where if they went like M4 armor, they'll have no helmets, no kits, maybe smokes each. And that is not a good place to be on Nuke, especially against this technical team that relies on utility, bleeds you out. It will be very, very challenging. And as we discussed in the first half, Nuke is quite limited in your CT aggressive options, right? You can do the lobby crunches, you can battle for outside, but if that fails, you get nothing for it. What have you got left?
Roland got an interesting dink onto Elige, but not really anything worth writing home about at the moment. Conflict going down and slow playing this one, Complexity. Perhaps a little bit dry to watch, but I can't really blame Complexity for playing this round this measured. Even if they know what they're up against, even if they can guess the USPs, they've lost a couple of bad rounds already. I don't think there's any reason to rush anything crazily and give a chance for NIP to have a wild stack or a wild boost somewhere. So I can respect it. 12-10 is going to be the scoreline now. Hampus and Rez, they are at hunting. Or being hunted. It's hard to tell at the moment.
Yeah, Elige confirms the last couple of kills here. It's Hampus with some high-flying antics. But,
that's an ace.
Can't
he
take him
actually
down.
got all 5 kills.
Oh, did he really?
Yeah, just stretched out across the whole round.
Well, there you go. He did look happy with himself. Elige up to 20 frags and 11 deaths, continuing that strong form we saw in Overpass. Hampus adjusting the headset. Back in the zone, as I mentioned, this is a very difficult round. No helmets. A FAMAS for Rez, M4s otherwise, and yeah, just limited utility. It's a fine round. It works. It's just not comfortable.
Man, they need a strong statement round here, NIP, because if they lose this one, they're back to saving again, and Complexity have almost won the series. They beat NIP last time, and that was a bit shocking. Everyone's like, oh, wow, this is looking real interesting. And NIP, I'm sure they would love revenge.
Oh, who wouldn't?
Boost up.
The boost? I don't know. Every team uses it at least once a half.
Yeah.
It always just seems to backfire, though. Like, I play around myself. It always feels like you get one kill, usually, maybe, and then you normally go down. But we'll see. We hit the 1 minute mark here, Anders. It's going to be somewhat of an upper execute. We'll see if they actually commit to it. They've got the bomb towards ramp, so maybe not. I think this is all a bit of a ruse. Bear in mind, Brolan is boosted here, so he will get action now. Does he get more than one?
We'll find out. There's the one. And like a prophecy, Henry. Hold it out.
Yeah, it's just like, it's a fine spot, but that's all it ever feels good for.
And that's not good enough. It's not, you need more than that, right? To really be celebrating it, the trade is probably going to favor the T side. Bombs being planted down below. They still have a player by Squeak who can wait. You could see Elige just listening in. That's such a deadly position. If nobody catches Elige here on the CT side, they might have just lost the round already.
I think the round is lost. Like, when you're going for these sort of spams on a retake, Anders, yeah, you're pretty much done. If that's what you're hoping is going to save the round for mass spam in the vents, yeah. I think that says it all.
Yeah, it's a bit tenuous.
Yeah, it's like, if that's what we're counting to come through, boys, yeah, we're in trouble. Elige, he can't miss right now. Every single kill landing in front of him, every shot connecting. 23 frags, 13 and 10. Money busted again for NIP. As, like I said, that position is not really going to save you a round. You're hoping for a massive oversight, like a complete blunder of a round if no one's checking the boost spot. Like, it's probably not going to happen.
That's how it should have looked in radio.
That's how you should have looked at radio.
Yeah, he's right. He finally got the flank that he wanted earlier. That's,
oh, yeah, good point. Yeah, that's what he's referencing. Yeah, good point.
So he's going to keep it going. He won't stop right now. 24 kills on Elige.
Yeah, good for, like, good mental fortitude as well after that disastrous scenario to come back and still have this amazing performance. Like, that's a rough one. Like, knowing that it was such an important round as well to send your team to Eco and you had everything tied up on your CT side. But here they are, gunning for round number 14. 2 frags, make it 4 on the board. Just head trick remaining. He probably gets 1 here, but no, JT denies, and that's going to be Complexity on fire as they get 5 rounds in a row here. Tactical timeout as we see the nightmare situation for NIP. Bear in mind, in this format, losing this stage doesn't mean you're out the tournament, but you are going down to the knockout stage, round 1. So it's not a good place to be.
No, definitely not. And also at the beginning of a really interesting rivalry between the two organizations, right? Like it's a new start to the season, new team and everything else, and just losing the Complexity twice in the opening bit, that's you're obviously they already probably want revenge, but when they meet again at some point for a third time, a lot of eyes are going to be on NIP, right?
Yeah, I guess you're right. I think both outings, NIP have been the favorites, right? Just from what you consider the pedigree they bring, they pack quite a punch as well in terms of raw firepower. I think they're heads and shoulders above Complexity. But from a tactical approach, those T sides we keep mentioning, Complexity, they've got them beat, to be honest with you. They look like a better, well-rounded unit as we get into the last couple of rounds potentially. 5 in a row for the North Americans, smoking off towards Squeaky. We've got Porzo patrolling outside, an opportunity of a kill might present itself.
And with Elige playing the way that he is right now, I mean, that's also a big difference maker. He's got Grim and Holzerg with him. On Overpass, Floppy was there as well. Yeah, they do have some firepower and Complexity, which is real interesting. They're going to try and test the AWP down on the ramp. Head Trick able to pick up the kill on JT. Solid start to the defense for NIP, which they need. They don't have any more rounds to give up here. And at least they make it a 4-on-5.
Certainly do. Bomb towards outer right now. There's Floppy and Elige.
Okay.
And it's going to be Hampus with a massive kill. Taking down the Danger Man. And they've got themselves a firm man advantage. They're round to lose now. Nice little incendiary towards Squeaky, just to allow them to reposition, get more comfortable towards upper. Good smoke as well, denying complete access. So, towards ramp or hut are the only points of approach they can really utilize here. Could walk through the smoke, I suppose. And that's what they go for. Nice flashbang. They've actually got down and found the frag. My God.
Not like this, NIP. 5 versus 3. Ooh. Grim. That's a disgusting opening. Only 8 seconds on the clock, Henry, but they're going to get the bomb plant. Floppy is holding the connector as well. That drop down, a head trick, missing a shot. How has it ended up like this? They had the round lockdown. They had the opening kills, but Grim has run wild with it. He gets Config as well, and Complexity gets to 15 rounds.
Yeah, Grim doing them dirty, to say the very least. They were done for. They were smoked out, mollied out, squeaky door, 15 seconds remaining. The flashbang from hell is delivered. And Grim,
it's unforgivable,
pushes the smoke, gets in towards those vents and starts wreaking chaos. That is absolute perfection. I can't believe he's pulled that one off. For series points as well. A round it looked like it was already over. A 5-on-3 in favor of NIP. And Grim steals it all away. A beautiful sequence there. They've got 5 opportunities now to close this one out. And once again, taking down NIP in a best of 3 to kick off the new season.
Timeout. What do you even discuss? How do you bring the team back from losing a round like that?
I'm not sure.
That's the kind of round that makes you really worried for NIP a little bit. Like, there should be a protocol in place to tighten up a round like that to make it almost impossible for this kind of thing to happen. Look at it when he gets that kill. It's like 15 seconds on the clock when he gets the first one.
Yeah, shout out to Floppy as well. Like, we were focusing on Grim, but Floppy's providing the covering fire. Yeah. He's controlling those rotations as well. It enabled Grim to have so much space down there. The shot he hits upon entry towards the ramp room. Bloody hell. That was absolutely wild. Amazing.
Almost slightly maniacal laugh on Grim.
Yeah,
can't even believe it.
This could be it, ladies and gents. Floppy will open things up. The CT's collapsing in towards lobby. They'll actually maintain somewhat of an advantage here. Might be able to recover an AK or 2 as well. Looking like they were done for. 3-on-3. Config down to 12 points of health, but they have got main control. Headtrick in position, but he'll be traded out, Anders. Almost certainly he gets this kill. And a double. All right, I take it back.
Yeah, he should have been dead. I don't disagree. Very hard to keep that going. Molotov in the right position. Keep Roland a little bit further away. He's got the FAMAS. Bomb not picked up, and also can't really find it. So NIP finding an 11th round. They need 4 more of those to get this into overtime. And there's a lot of money on Complexity. Just, I think, 15,000 on Grim at the start of the round. Dropping for a couple
of minutes. They've got some cash. Even after the full reinvestment I've got on my screen here, they've got like $8,000 on 3 players.
Yeah.
That's after the rebuy. So yeah, money's not going to be an issue here. 1 more round will do it, but slight bump in the journey. They are going to see that aggressive push towards lobby. We said there weren't many aggressive options for the CTs, but that is one of them. Workout for NIP. And for now, back to business as usual. Another full gun round here. No heroics, no pushes just yet. All available for Hulzerg.
He's hoping for a fight with Hampus, maybe. If he could win that. He hasn't missed many shots so far here. But Hampus is hard to find. It's not really challenging anything. Gonna walk on the other side of the smoke and try and see if he could reposition himself. Hoping there's a gap, and maybe there was hard to see anything through. Doesn't really trust it at all. Now they're going to flash their way through. Yeah, they got the bomb here as well. Grim going down. It's Conflict with the double. Hulzerg getting hunted, but he's able to get the shot so close. Now it's a 3-on-3.
Floppy hit the most ridiculous shot just then as well. Hulzerg looked like he was dead to rights. But they're still in this round, Anders. They could actually pull this one back. CTs, I'd say, maybe have a slight edge. Definitely do so now. Hulzerg maintains the 2-on-2 though. Bomb still yet to be planted.
He didn't see that. I don't think Hulzerg saw the walk by, so they might have some false information here. Headtrick has walked in, and they might think this is clear. Yes, they do. Bomb is on the ground. JT, the spray doesn't really connect at all. Headtrick with the double in return. And NIP, they get to live for at least another round here. 15-12.
3 rounds in a row required for overtime. Let's have a look at the upper hold, though. It was a fast pounce towards main entrance. We saw the same smokes outside Anders, suggesting they're going down towards Secret. But as soon as they got Secret control, it was the first player from Secret flashing in towards main, opening up the upper bomb side. But Config more than ready for it. JT, slight whiff at the end there. Does happen. He's had a great game so far.
I dare say he would have been shot at the back right away.
I don't think it would have been changing the outcome of the round too much there, but 3 rounds in a row, as you said. NIP can do this now. It's possible.
I think they've used all their timeouts NIP, but Complexity still have another one left, so They need a chance to talk things through. Curious what they will come up with.
Well, let's have a look. All for Horzog once again. For Mass, for Config. Has to be the perfect game now, obviously. But 3 in a row, CT side of Nuke. Very possible. That all starts here. Up towards the silo once again. Hampus trying to operate on top of Credit Card. Outside smokes, but in that position he can look above them. Like, it's free information now. So that's what the wall of smokes is designed to do. Take vision away and you don't know how many have crossed. He can take a pretty educated guess now that not many, if any.
Yeah. Keeping an eye on those T's outside is definitely vital information.
Yeah, and it means no crazy rotations have to happen now. No one's down towards lower. They're ready to fend off this potential upper attack.
Yeah, he's in mini as well. They got Config up close with the FAMAS. And for all of the grenades thrown in, Complexity don't really pull the trigger. Maybe the counter nades held them back. There was definitely something that stopped them from really following through. Under a minute now. And they're going towards the ramp right into the AWP of Hetrick. He goes away from it. That could have been a triple shot almost. Hetrick's back with it. Taking on Horzog as well.
That will do, though. They've done more than enough. I was about to say Floppy could maybe save the day, but taking down after going and getting 1 kill. JT, 4 points of health. So that's it. That's another round on the board. And there is 1 buy remaining for Complexity here. If JT could somehow get this bomb planted, that would save the day. Could run lower now, but he'll commit towards upper, maybe. Has got the jump, but no. Reds has seen him and will confirm the round. 2 required here. No bomb planted, 1 buy remaining. If NIP can win this one, it might be locked in for overtime. Time will tell.
They're getting there.
That's 3 in a row. And this ramp hold, like I said, if you've got backup, that's when you stay in fight. That's when Broadline can stick around for a kill or 2, playing off each other in a hinge-like manner.
Yeah, it was very well coordinated, wasn't it?
Yeah.
What you want to see. Oh my god, 15-13, 29th round. And I think you're right. Especially if they could deny the bomb plant here and the extra cash that comes with it, Complexity could be in a really weird spot. Now, they have that round loss bonus that's really building up, so a bomb plant might go a long way for Complexity to put together something interesting in the next round. But they're dreaming about this one. They don't want to get to 30.
No, certainly not, Anders. I think that's a good point. Try and avoid that if possible. Outside smokes being deployed. Same ones we saw before. Covering main entrance. We'll see if they want to utilize them. Similar sort of vision from Hetrick. You can't confirm they're not walking to garage.
They are going to be walking out there. Slowly but surely. You want to be careful. You want to hug that wall. Oh, one of them takes a step a little bit too far away, and the gap is there. Hetrick and Hampus. What a great start to the round, and he's immediately down to spot them, so they know what's happened. They killed 2 outside, 2 more coming from ramp. They knew that was going to be a pinch towards the B-bomb site. No more surprises left here. 3 versus 5. NIP, they should win this round every single time.
You would hope so. Especially with just 35 seconds remaining. Opportunity for a kill for Horzog presents itself, but he cannot convert. 2 players remain. Elysian, Floppy. Not much to do with this one. We are going to round number 30. That's confirmed. Doesn't really matter if they find any kills here. Might just want to save their weapons. And that looks to be the case. Well, here Elysian. Have a kill in front of him. A little bit sloppy there from Hampus. Was trying to recover an AK-47.
Yeah, he wanted it, didn't he? Time's run out. We are going all 30 rounds on this one. And I'd be dreaming of overtime right now. Yeah, that smoke, it's a bit uneven right in the middle there. Takes a slight dip. And it's empty enough.
They were 15-10 down, right? So,
yeah.
Excellent work. Good composure. It was a Complexity victory on the last outing of Nuke.
And it should have already been on this one. It really feels like they were they won the force pie war at the start of it. It was such a back and forth, and Complexity coming out on top. And NIP just digging their teeth in, trying to hold on to it. Head trick with a good shot, but right to the smoke. Floppy to take down Rez, and trouble for Config back here. He needs some backup right now. Smoke up to try and buy some time. He's going to get another kill. This is absolutely tremendous. 2 big shots, a third one for Config, and Head trick's there. And we are going to overtime. NIP, they keep the dream alive a little while longer.
Well, there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. We were hoping this would be the outcome. First map, Mirage. It was Complexity completely blown out of the water after conceding 9 rounds in a row on their CT side at the hands of Config. We move over to Overpass, where it was an absolute tactical masterclass from the likes of Complexity. JT continuing that amazing form as a caller. His C sides were absolutely spot on. And here we are in the third and final map. We split it right down the middle at halftime. End of the second half. We've gone with the full reset here. Overtime. As NIP managed to string together 5 rounds in a row. They were down and out. Complexity now feeling the burn. And they'll be operating with the 4 AKs and AWP to kick things off.
Both Config and Elige 25 kills. Really been the battle of those 2 riflers in a big way. Hampus here again trying to look on over, but not able to find anyone. He's got to be so careful. He could have been dead already. I think if Elige just waited and looked, I think Hampus is dead every single time. That's a massive risk. He's going to get a kill in return. This is so confusing. Floppy gets 1 on Head trick. So an even trade, making it a 4 versus 4. Elige finding Brolan. He knows, I think he knows exactly where Hampus is, so there's no surprise on that front. Rez, though, is a bit of a surprise, and he'll slide right into that kill. 3 versus 3.
Anyone's round. Floppy helps himself to a second, but unfortunately for Rez now, stuck in an awful spot. 40 HP, 50 seconds in a 2 versus 1. He's going to be pushing in towards the lobby right now, hoping. He's thrown a bone because he's got nothing to work with here. 2 players, both in towards upper. But what can he do with this? How does he utilize the HE and the flashbang? Could bounce a flash out, but gives his spot up. Just has to hope they walk into the crosshair.
Yeah, needing to get such a clean kill on the first one. Instant headshot, and maybe there's a chance, but Holzerk's holding it. This was a weird round. It was just trading back and forth forever. It felt like, even when someone got a kill, they couldn't escape. They just got shot down immediately. So, very close affair, but... yeah, Elige catching that one, no problem.
Well, first round of overtime falls in favor of the North Americans.
That's a Counter-Strike classic, isn't it? You lose 5 rounds of regulation, any one of which would have got you the whole series, and then it's overtime you win the first one.
Yeah, the first one falls apart.
Yeah, why couldn't we have that in the 30th round, you know?
Well, it does reset everything, not only the money, the mentality as well. And wow, that's a double, that's a collateral shot. It hit 2 players, JT and Halser, but no one died.
I can't remember if I've seen that. I probably have, but
a double leg shot.
That's pretty rare.
Yeah, that's rough.
Elige does go down.
But they still have the man advantage and done all that damage, so I suppose it's absolutely fine.
Yeah, I don't know how Complexity can bring this one back. It's very hard, because functionally you are almost playing 2 versus 5. Like, Grim and Floppy would be the ones to try and find something. But there's nothing lost in trying in this particular round, because you have so much money in the bank.
Yeah, if you win the first round on the T side, yeah, you don't really need to save. Hampus will be playing the old classic game of who will win in the smoke fade. A feature that will be removed from CSGO.
Yeah.
I guess for good reason. Like, I get it, it's a mechanic now, but it's not exactly a fun one. Sitting in smokes, waiting for them to fade out.
Nope. Oof. Well, Hampus cleaned it up, no problem. That's a convincing victory. Wow. We'll get that last one and pick up the ace, because he got the kill outside as well. So, got another ace, I believe the 3rd ace of the series.
Yeah, beautiful.
Holzerk, Elige, and now here again.
Yeah. It didn't feel like the most spectacular ones. They just came in 1 by 1, but he'll take it all day long. Final round.
I remember the first player that I saw that really revolutionized the sitting, not just near this, but inside of the smoke, was Electronic.
Yeah.
His ability to do that was so insane. So I guess it wasn't necessarily always a feature of CSGO, but once people caught on to that mechanic, it's worked really well. Rez taking a bit of damage early on. Last round of the first half of overtime here. 1st to 19. How revitalized are NIP? Well, Config's been playing and leading from the front here in this game. And Hetrick right behind him at 24 kills. Speaking of which, holding a deep angle towards that lobby.
Final round here of the first half of overtime. Currently 1-1. 16-16. Man advantage for NIP currently. Hetrick, this is more like it. They have a solid hold of the ramp from now. Lots of information. No one probing. And speaking of smoke fadeaways, this is one of the all-time classics.
Yes, it is.
Sit in towards squeaky door. And if you're not aware, you get the advantage if you're in the smoke. You get vision first.
Grim's peeking it. He knew. But Rez is there on the return. He can't quite get out. Hetrick, though, sneaking up behind them. So, a bit of an unfortunate scenario for Complexity, getting shot at the front and the back as well. JT does get to live behind the AWP shot, but 35 seconds. There's no reason why NIP should fight this. Absolutely none. 30 seconds. He has to find a kill and get a bomb plant, and then he's still in a 1 versus 2. So, why make it easy by fighting him? Just stay away.
Well, now you've said it. We'll see what can be done. Final round. He'll give it a go. He was hoping he could find a very quick kill, grab the bomb, plant it. Not gonna happen. 2-1 after giving it the first round as well. It's NIP continuing that strong form we saw towards the end of regulation of their CT campaign. 5 rounds in a row, recovering the 15-10 deficit. And nice work. It's Floppy, like we've casted him a few times. I've noticed like his standard play is nading door, lurk smoke, try and work a pick towards Huddle squeaky door. And if you play that position Config did, that shuts down the lurk smoke potential. So there's good read. Managed to deny any sort of access in their defaults. And here we go, first round of the second half, ladies and gentlemen.
Been a while since NIP played the T side of Nuke. You know, they played an entire second half, obviously. So I'm very curious how this will play out because now Config and Hetrick are really warmed up in a massive way.
True.
Hampus got away with a lot in regulation when they were on the T side trying to make this run, and he does it again. He just barely passed the smoke. It's ridiculous. He would have died if he was half, maybe even a quarter of a second earlier. He would have run right into Holzerk, but it just popped at the perfect time. And once again, Hampus is at least down here. They might realize, they might guess, but it still is so annoying.
What secret is Hampus hiding? Why is he always there? Every single round.
Loves it, doesn't he?
Can't get enough of it. His dirty little secret.
And it's frustrating again, just for Complexity to have to commit somebody to take a look. At the moment, it's Holzerk, I think, who's on duty, making sure no one's sneaking through down there. But that's a man that they're missing elsewhere on the map. 50 seconds.
Roland. Be careful, my friend. They're not looking towards Ram. The CTs are coming. And he hasn't managed the position well at all. And he had the bomb as well. This round's starting to collapse as JT finds a double. And the timings are so frustrating for them. A great shot.
Oh, dear.
This round is back on.
That's a very hard, like, shooting straight down like that is not easy.
Super difficult. Should not be winning that. Yeah, shooting up or down is difficult, but Hampus makes light work of Floppy. Like I said, this round's back on with 20 seconds remaining. Huge kill from Holzerk. Confident frag, and JT will close things out with a hat-trick in the round as well. 17-17. Or 2-2. As we'll see the AKs recover for JT. And yeah, NIP will be kicking themselves. They had all the advantages they could ask for. As soon as they committed towards upper, that's when the ram push came through. The bomb goes down, and absolute carnage ensues. JT, 3 big frags, takes his total up to 20. And again, a good team effort here. We said on Overpass, everyone in Complexity said they're contributing, it looked good, and they've done it once again. Flashbangs deploy, Grim defends Squeaky. Has Hampus made it down again? He has, but he's got a few chums with him this time.
They can't stop him, can they? He's doing it every time. A little bit of a jump past Elige, spotting them and being spotted all in the same go. Gonna reposition into a potentially interesting spot here. Door is already open and they don't even realize that he was gonna be up there. Elige with the kill, and he's dancing all over the place. A good double for him, but Hampus and Config do bring it right back. 3 versus 3 now. Bomb is down there below, and they're running out of nades on NIP, so if they want the bomb plant, they better get it pretty quickly here. JT's getting caught. That's all the way out in the yard, and it's a 2 versus 3.
Series points available for either side here, and Hetrick with a lovely shot from the window room. dismantles his rival sniper Holzark, and it's going to be a very convincing finish for NIP. They will be posting 18 on the board. Beautiful stuff there. Hampus is calling like, boys, I'm getting down secret every single time. We go down with multiple players, swarm it. It's probably onto something there, and he would be right. They even had the rotations at a decent spot. Just the kills landing in favor of NIP pretty much every single time. This orb shot was brutal.
Yeah, it truly is. Rez even finding a couple of kills there.
So, comes down to this round once again. Series point has been found. It was Complexity that won the opening series against NIP. It was 2-1, a very close game. They actually managed to win Nuke there as well. They took it 16-12. Here we are in overtime. 1 round away from closing things out. NIP 5-5 for now, setting up some T-spawn utility outside smokes.
Yeah,
standard ones this time.
Why wouldn't you sell this idea when Hampus has been so aggressive? Even if you're not going there, why wouldn't you always put the thought in the back of Complexity's mind that it could be Hampus with another wild adventure down there?
Well, here we go, Anders. Smokes deployed. They've got a few variations. We know they can get it towards garage, main entrance, or indeed secret. Opting for the garage this time. In they go, undetected, at least for now.
Yeah, I like this. Throwing the same utility, giving the same look.
Oh, JT knows.
Quite. Yes, he does, but so did Hampus. He was crouching in for that position. JT, yeah, play it safe. Don't give it up. Try and look for that double overtime. It's looking very likely at the moment. Floppy going to get the kill onto Brolan. He's had a tough game, Brolan here. 11 kills on him. Quite a bit lower than everyone else in the server at the moment. 3 versus 5, Henry. I don't know if I believe in this one. I think NIP might have to keep the fight up into double OT. Grim with a good spray, and there's a crossfire being established as well. That will do it. 18-18 as Complexity. They hold on the other way. No one can really close this game out.
Double overtime. Well, like we said, it kicked off, if you remember, a back and forth affair. For the first 6 rounds, there was the force buy wars. Back and forth, the Desert Eagles were picking up rounds, and here we are again. NIP unable to close things out. Complexity with a very clean and convincing round here. As we switch into double overtime. Elige is happy. He's simmered down a little bit with the individual form, but he's had a magnificent series overall.
Yes. And it's fine because everyone else is kind of joining.
Yeah, well,
right?
JT especially really has turned up. Like that, that great awareness he has towards main entrance. Like he only gets 1 kill, but what a kill it is. Like shuts down whatever they had in mind, stays alive, takes no damage, repositions. Like, and they've got nothing left. He knows there's a second one there as well. It was, that was everything.
The wherewithal to not go for the fight again. I mean, that would be a really silly mistake to make in that moment. You don't want to give it back at all. So 18-18, ladies and gentlemen. We're all tied up once again. We're going into double overtime. The fight, the battle continues. One of the last hopes of NACS are in Complexity, and they've already defeated NIP once in the tournament. They're looking to do it again. CT side for them here. It's Rez on the opening, and it almost doesn't get even better than that. Brolan will follow it up, and now up at the heavens. Can you repeat this? It's such a risk. Also, he's lost his damn mind. He's just running straight in there, and he's going to get the kill on Brolan. 2 versus 2 now. I can't believe he just did that.
Fancy footwork from Elige as well.
How did the bomb get down the vent?
He must have dropped. It must have gone down. You're right. It is in the vent.
Can we get the replay? I'm so confused. Someone has to find out. It must have rolled
it would have
down
rolled
the vent.
From the corpse to the squeaky door, I suppose.
No way. C4 golfing.
Yeah.
How does that even work? Oh, no.
Head trick with 25 seconds. A chance to get this kill. He's done well to get close towards the squeaky door, but I doubt he has the advantage here. The nightmare scenario. Another very clean round from Complexity. They take the lead now. As they pick up the first round. Gets a little bit out of control. Bomb down in awkward positions. And even with this opening frag from Rez, it was Holzark breaking through the heavens here and hitting that amazing shot. That's when it all started to go wrong. And then couldn't recover the bomb. Holzark punishes. And it will be a chance for...
There's the bomb.
Is that it?
Yeah, that was it. It actually rolled down. What an unfortunate scenario. That does change the outcome of the 2v2. If they had the bomb in lobby, they could have done a lot of other things, but they were kind of committed to it. Elige wreaking havoc outside in 2 big shots, landing him at 32 kills.
Yeah, that's more like it. Rearing his head once again. Said a couple of rounds didn't have as much impact, but that's a beautiful way to kick off round number 2 here in double overtime. 4-on-3 in their favor. Means they know they've got a bit more spacing on the map as well. They might be tempted to push in towards lobby here. At least explore their options, and that's what Floppy's doing. He's left the ramp. He's in secret, but I dare say Hetrick might have seen him. Yeah, the Molotov suggests he did.
Oh, that is very bold. Floppy hoping to expose Hetrick for a minute. Not quite going to be possible. 50 seconds on the clock here for the 4 versus 3. Grim, again in a good position. Bit of an off angle, but Rez is going to be quick on the trigger. Spray is good for JT, again in mini. It's been his favorite position on the map, it feels like so far. Good for the double and leaving Hetrick in what is an unwinnable position here. Again, with 30 seconds, the bomb dropped.
Doesn't look good, does it? Looks bad, if you ask me. And he'll have to wait for the smoke to go down. And there it is. Complexity will have 3 players surviving. Very convincing, but it's not the end of the world. NIPU just need 1 round on their T side. That would be enough. It's serviceable. 3 in favor of Complexity would be a problem. That would be when you're quite worried for their chances. Elige, though, what a way to kick things off. You don't see that position too often. And 2 crispy headshots, giving the man advantage. To close things out with relative ease. Yeah, Elige knows he's done enough there. Yeah, and like they're saying, JT, like he's performing, he's delivering, like, again, not the massive sequences of frags, but he's getting the kills that are required. Upper rush coming in. Brolan will open things up. It's Elige spraying back valiantly, but he can't hold on. 3 plays 2 here, as the bomb should be planted towards upper.
Floppy and Holzerk here. Holzerk trying to go for it. He's got plenty of money in the bank. Almost gets the shot. Not quite. The drop down for Floppy right into the headshot of Config here. He's getting close. 20 to 90. We're looking for the first team to 22 now. And, I mean, this is still close. Complexity. They're not far away here. Second half, obviously, going to be coming up with the double overtime.
Double overtime second half. And, yeah, you can see them just throwing caution to the wind at this point, and as the pacing is picked up. They've already shown the entirety of their strap books, going for the more upper pounce plays. Complexity switch over to their T side now. AKs across the board, no AWP for the Norwegian. Hetrick will have his.
I'm curious if Roland can find a way to redeem himself at the end of this game. Because at this stage, when it is close, all you need is 1 round where you're the hero.
Right.
And a lot of this could be very, very different.
Yeah, he's 14 and 28 right now. One of the names that's been thrown around the Swedish scene, like at one point was probably one of the best fraggers they had when he was in the Fnatic jersey.
Yeah.
The last couple of years, though, Anders, I will say I'm not really seeing the star quality of him anymore. Not the star quality I expect.
No, I think that the famous quote that's being thrown around at one point, right, is if you want to have the best Swedish team, you need the best Swedish player, and that was in reference to Roland. A lot of people were on board with that. So I agree. You're not seeing it yet, but obviously everyone's hoping that this new look NIP is going to be what does it for him. Hetrick gets a nice shot outside, and Roland's going to be picking up a kill onto Holzerk.
Yeah, well, there it is. That's a good kill. Ramp is where he's been struggling.
Yep.
And very important to stay alive here, maintain the advantage. Rez, he'll be subscribing to that philosophy as well. Good kill. Staying alive, aware of the prospect of the 3rd player coming from the squeaky door. Hetrick will deal with him, and that should be the round. JT's been playing very well, but impossible now. 16 HP should be finished off with the Desert Eagle. And we'll tie things up again, 2020 on the T side now. So NIP can still win it here. They go for the 3-0 on their CT campaign.
Yeah.
So back and forth. Unclear who will be coming out on top here. Obviously a very, very important run up next. Hetrick. Nice position there towards outside.
He's been playing so well.
He was in their first outing on the 2-1 defeat. He was the difference maker, right? He didn't turn up to that series at all. He was looking pretty weak. But he turned it around. That game versus EG Eagle, that map where he got 43 frags in overtime. Yeah, and turning up today as well. Great to see. Who will be taking the lead next, though? It's going to be Floppy down the vents, as I said. He always does that lurk, smoke, nade off the door. Similar to Hampus, he'll either go down the vent, work towards the T side. And,
They're aware.
Huts.
Heads up play for Brolin. He knows that someone could be down here, so it's not a surprise to them. This is why he's playing away from the ramp now and a little bit further back, and we'll see how this plays out. I think they're lobby crunching with Hetrick holding the other two. They did this before and it worked pretty well, but they're crunching nobody. It's empty.
Everyone's gone down secret, so Brolan has got a lot to do here. A big meal on his plate. He needs at least a kill and to survive. That's all that's required right now. If he goes down with nothing, that's a problem.
The timing is so awkward and he's gonna go down. That's not what you want to see. JT able to catch him backpedaling on those stairs just a bit. 4 versus 5 now. And Molotov's Hetrick's just standing inside of it. He wants to see if he can find a kill, and he can. JT, and look at how low he is. He just barely makes it out. Hampus getting overrun. And how does Hetrick find a space in this round now?
I'm not sure he can. This is looking out of their reach. Rez completely removed. Hetrick towards ramp with 12 points of health. Config would need 3 massive kills and then a defuse, and I just don't see that happening. He's not in position to do so, but Rez, well, he makes it a little bit more interesting at least. Here we go.
That opened it up for Config to get down the vent. There's another headshot.
Oh my god.
They just needed the opening, and now it's all on Elige. 1 versus 3, and he is hunted down. They run straight on there. Config with the triple kill.
I said he had to get 3.
Yeah.
And there it is.
Another prophecy fulfilled.
It actually comes through. I can't believe it. Rez had to do something.
Yes.
Open up the door of opportunity, and that's all the distraction Config needed. 3 massive kills, and fair play to Hetrick. That's the only way he gets a frag there. He could see the protocols from Complexity, the double Molotov towards ramp. That's what they aim for once they get this lower control. And Config needed 3, and he delivers on all fronts. How is he so... Did he say how is he so good?
He might have said that. He might have said that.
Did I miss something?
No, I think you're right. I don't know what Holzert was saying, but or struggling not to say probably. Oh my god, Henry, you said they could win. They need to win 3 in a row to close the book on him here, right?
Yeah.
Double OT. Nobody, or probably Complexity want to play triple overtime now, but NIP would like to put an end to the madness.
Well, well, well. Config saving the day. Dragging NIP over the finish line here. If they can go on to win it now in a 3-0 fashion, they're the ones in the driving seat. They've already confirmed triple overtime. Pressure's off them. Juggling some utility over. Looks like an upper execution potentially with that in mind. It's quite a cool way to do it. You can drop them on top of the position they need to be thrown from so they don't roll away. And here we go. Flashbangs going in. Deep breath, boys. This is for the series.
Yes, it is. NIP, they'd love this round. They'd love to end this craziness, but Grim has a different idea altogether. 2 big kills. Rez, he's zoned out. He's alone back here, but doing a fantastic job. Hampus comes barreling through.
No!
Almost gets the shot, and there we go. NIP surviving barely in double overtime, and they get their revenge against Complexity, and it took absolutely everything they had to get here.
It really did. What an epic series that was. The map we were looking for after Mirage was an open shut case. Overpass was great to watch, but NIP didn't turn up. This one goes double overtime and a 5-on-3 win for NIP in the very last round.
Man, that is a crazy scene. They were both solo. The last 2 players, they were almost dead. And I like the call for Complexity, right? They had the right idea. Grim on the double opening. That's supposed to be it. That's supposed to be the round 1 right then and there.
Surely. You would think so, but that was a really enjoyable one. That's the first rematch we've had here in this tournament so far, and it delivered on all fronts. A really epic insight in towards these teams, how they're kind of measuring up against each other and learning the tendencies as well. Great showing from the T side to Complexity once more, but it wasn't quite enough. For now, though, we've got our boy Jimmy Banks down on the tournament floor with our winners, NIP.
One hell of a rematch coming out there, and certainly improvement, but a bit of up and down coming into this one, Hampus. That was closer than close. What did that take to pull through?
Yeah, I don't know. It was a really rough game. Like Mirage was nice and clean, I would say, and then overpass we had no chance. They steamrolled us on overpass. Like we got totally outplayed on almost every round, I feel like, on overpass. And then on nuke here, I think they won both pistols, right? So that helps a lot. There was this trade force in the beginning on our CD side, and we fucked up so many rounds. Like we didn't speak where we were going and stuff like this. We you know, it was some pressure, I guess, you know. So we missed some communications and things like this, so it made it easier for them. But I guess it was same for them, right? But I'm happy we won in the end.
Now, what's going on with your overpass? Because I remember back when you were leading the previous NIP rosters, right, that this was a good map for you guys. Why can't you get it together, especially on your CT sides?
On the CT side, we have, I mean, Res, Brolan, and Krelle wants the whole day. I mean, they're A players, and I also kind of want the whole day, you know. So no one wants to be on B, so we just put them on B, and they're working, you know. But it's hard, you know. They haven't played there before, you know, in the different teams. So yeah, it will take practice, and we've only played like 3 or 4 practice on overpass so far, you know, with me. So. Yeah, it's gonna come. It's gonna come.
And when you say it's going to come, right, it's before you spoke to me about the communication and the kind of your way of getting back to used to talking English right now. Obviously, it's going to take time. It's going to be improvements you need to make. But how are you feeling after this game? Because you're even again saying it to me here that it's not as clean as you want it to be.
No, for sure. But I still feel good. Like, I mean, we were down like 15-10 or something, and Krelle was just pushing us, you know, to get the mood up. Like, I was very tilted, I can be honest and say.
Really?
Yeah, I was tilted. It was... Yeah, I don't know. I was tilt on myself, you know, tilt on everything. So it was very bad by me. But yeah, Krelle got me back in the game, and yeah, we got it overtime, and then once we got hit overtime, you know, full reset and yeah, full reset, full focus, you know. So it worked.
Well, lucky you've got him to pump you up a little bit there. Thank you very much, Hampus.
Thank you.
The clock strikes the 11th hour, and for NIP, it is time to claim the sweet, sweet taste of revenge. They managed to push Complexity out of a map that went down to the wire. Complexity, remember, had 5 opportunities in regulation, Jacob, to close this one out. Somehow NIP pushed back.
Listen, it couldn't get any closer. It couldn't get any closer. If you're Complexity right now, you're going to feel very, very sorry for yourself. Because as you said, they had all the opportunities in the world to nail this one down. They could have won. They could have beaten NIP for the second time. And they were looking good on Nuke. I must say, once again, their T side, the calling coming out of J2, everything was working out for Complexity up until the 15-10 point. And then I don't know what happened with NIP. Maybe Hampus stopped tilting. Maybe Krelle was getting him up. But overall, that was a bit of a bummer for Complexity. They should have won this game.
Yeah, listen, it was an incredible resilience from NIP and an incredible ability to turn situations around. I mean, notwithstanding that scoreline, which in itself is crazy, of course, Complexity of 15-10. But even once we got to overtime, Complexity had multiple moments, multiple opportunities to put this game to bed, and multi-kills from NIP, and probably arguably mistakes on the side of Complexity, miscommunication. I mean, we can just roll the last 2 rounds, guys, and you'll see we're not talking crap here. We're just talking facts, as they say. Look at these last 2 rounds. Jacob, let's do this together. Talk me through how the hell does NIP turn it around?
I have no idea, because they get into a very, very good position right here. The fact of the matter is that the bomb is going down through the vents, and you have a Hetrick and Brolan struggling a little bit dealing with this lower pressure. Brolan had a very tough showing on Nuke, loses out on this duel. Hetrick on ramp right here, gets a kill by standing in the Molotov, but at this point he's down to 12 HP and he's out of the round. Hampus left by himself as well. It's tough, and at this point you cannot lose.
Like, Halzek's kill is it. I don't know why Grim gives away his life like this, because he forces a reaction from Floppy, who then gets punished by Config, and it's like a domino. It's absolute dominoes at the very time, and now Elish is in 1v3, extremely frustrating. And it would be great if it was just 1 round, but it's not. It's actually back-to-back rounds, because once again, in this round, Complexity is going to find the first few opening kills out of nowhere. Beautiful utility usage. Grim, double kill, 5v3. How did he lose?
It's Rest once again. They can't account for him. He's getting a multi-kill right here, and that creates enough chaos that Hampus can count out of heaven, get another kill, and the hot guy will be taken down as well. It is not good enough for Complexity. Those 2 rounds should have gone the way of Complexity, and it should have been a win for the Americans.
And you see how low the last 2 remaining players were on the side of NIP in that final moment as well. It comes down to, you know, having a little bit more calm in the chaos and the craziness that runs.
You're absolutely correct. It's about just being able to focus on the crosshair for the lapse of 5 or 6 seconds where everything goes to shit. It's full chaos. You don't know what's going on. People are probably screaming around on the TeamSpeak, but you have to win that duel, and you have to be the one that makes the right decision. And NIP did that back-to-back rounds, where sure, it was pandemonium, it went all the way, but that Complexity, they had it. They had all they needed to close both rounds consecutively, either win it or send us to triple overtime.
NIP got config, and he thrives in those scenarios. The more messy it is, the more ugly it is, the more tense it is, the more he doesn't care. We've seen that time and time again. He had a couple of multi-kills in the overtime as well. The very last round, he did a fantastic job. So I gotta say it, you know, config may not be the most polished Counter-Strike players. You can watch a config demo and you can easily find 10-15 mistakes every single game almost. But when you go into the nitty-gritty, when you come into a 15-14 scenario, scenario, or double overtime for that matter as well. He's also one of the coolest motherfuckers out there.
Yeah, Config is just a synonym for chaos at this point. It's absolutely crazy to see him, particularly in these high-pressure situations, right? That was something we were praising him for in the game previously, where unfortunately they weren't able to close it out.
No, you're completely correct. And it's a man who's, again, as the pressure rises and you have to make the move, quote unquote, the move that needs or is needed to win the round. He's doing it. We have multiple examples here where the B side is fallen. We have to say Brolin struggled in his ramp position. He got overrun a couple of times. And who saves the day? Mr. Config swinging out of the single door, taking duels, even though he's not in an advantageous position. But at that moment in time, if you're going to win the round, it is through this 20 or 30% chance of a duel that you have to take. And Config did that time and time again.
I think we also have to give some props to Hedrick as well. He's been a player that's really been ramping up coming into this tournament. And that's great to see, particularly from an AWP player, and particularly one that we've had our eye on for quite a long time, hoping he would deliver.
Yeah, I think that's the sentiment for me as well. I came into the game saying that Hedrick has been the best player for NIP throughout the tournament, and I stand by that after having watched this game as well. No Hedrick, no win for NIP. Of course, he does have the role as an AWP player, and in modern days Counter-Strike, this day and age, you got to find impact with the AWP, but he did it time and time again. CT side nuke, he was big part of the comeback. You see the highlights coming in right here. Most of those are from 15 and 10 and upwards.
I know, that's what I was about to say. It's actually mental. The amount of highlights we've just had for 15-10 to the double overtime, we're talking a multi-kill probably every single round up until that moment with the rifle, with the AWP. So I'm going to go as far as saying these stats don't even do justice to the impact he's had. Sure, great stats, but when you have these 8 to 9 kills in the last 5 rounds, you've basically kept your team alive.
Jacob, not to throw you under the metaphorical bus here, but we were having a conversation a couple days back, and you said your biggest negative coming into the new season was NIP. Has this changed your view at all?
No, not at all. Not at all. They're struggling way too much for me to still feel comfortable about them. I think Hampus said something interesting in the interview that, you know, in regards to overpass, they've only practiced it a couple of times. They have a lot of players who likes to play the same positions, and I didn't really think about that. I could think that there would be some player clashes or some role clashes within the team, and that's something that takes a long time to solve, because either you got to find out a solution where you mitigate for it, or some players will have to suck it up and learn a new position. And at this level, that's going to take time. So no, NIP still slightly disappointing, but a win is a win, and they're getting better, you know, by time.
So where are we standing on our view of complexity now? Because I think with this loss on Nuke, that's bringing up symptoms of the complexity of old, right? The team that almost, but not quite.
Yeah, that's a scenario where the last, 10, 15 rounds we've watched kind of changed the whole narrative and the whole story. Had they won 16-10, we would have been standing here talking about how they came in way better adjusted into the second rematch. They had beautiful T-sides. JT was clutching. He was calling well. Elige had incredible moments. Halsek had a good second map. You can see how I'm lining up all these great arguments. But because they've let it go, because they've allowed this 15-10 comeback, and because they've fumbled these last few rounds, I do worry from like a mental peace standpoint how they're going to feel after this game, because it's a tilt meter to the max. Like, this is mega tilt losing this game. I know the impact is not horrifying. No drama is happening here. But just on a very momentarily basis, this is full tilt.
That's for me the red flag right here, because I think the way they play Counter-Strike, the T side so far in the tournament, there's a lot of positives that you can deduct from the complexity performance. But the tilt meter, we saw the body language from some of these players in overtime.
They were
losing it. Yeah, there were death smashes every single round. Halsek were losing it, Grim were losing it, Elige were losing it, and that's symptoms of the old complexity as well, where they mentally couldn't cope with it. The pressure, when it gets to them, they slightly decrease in level, and that cannot be a symptom for the future as well. They gotta fix that sooner than later.
Yeah, of course, no elimination just yet for the side of complexity, but they do miss out on the opportunity to be facing Vitality in the group finals.
That's a nice thing, isn't it?
Take a look at the bracket. I mean, Vitality have already culled Evil Geniuses, already culled Complexity once. I feel like NIP,
just one left.
That's a big task.
Just one left, you know. Everyone gets a couple of slap on the face. NIP is the next one.
Yeah,
it's gonna be all
apparently
good.
So. Spoilers. I guess you don't need to tune into that game tomorrow, but we can take a look at the gauntlet, because Complexity going to be going up against Astralis. How are you seeing that one play
I see that as a very even game, completely honest. I don't think Astralis have looked much better than Complexity.
No, there's space for Complexity. I mean, honestly, I would even go as far as probably having them as slight favorite, because Astralis have left us wanting in a couple of situations too. So yeah, I don't believe there's like a very clear favorite in that series.
Let's see if he keeps that way for the pick'ems.
We'll see. You can keep it to my word.
Yeah, well, it's been an absolute marathon of CS already here, but we've got one more game in store for you. We're going to be hopping on over to Group B as it's Big taking on a new look NAVI.
The best word that describes us is new team. It's international team, it's a first for them.
It's different and needs some time for the adapt.
They took a risk. The CIS powerhouse is now an international roster. This is the most drastic change we have seen during the off-season, and I have zero clue what we're supposed to expect, which is why it's exciting.
Okay, it's simple as that.
He's doing a good job because he can win every clutch. It's very important for team.
It's probably the highest amount of pressure that he's going to have on his shoulders to perform.
Everyone is expecting a lot from us. Like I said, it's going to be a new field for us. A lot of play styles in this team, a lot of culture.
I have absolutely no clue how NAVI is going to play Counter-Strike. They have to build from the ground up. If the players don't individually deliver, everything is going to fall apart. And this is nothing but a question right now.
One word that describes my team best: motivated and hungry.
I think Big is coming into the season with a goal to build for the future. They made a lot of roster changes. They've gone a route where they're integrating more youth.
I think we have the greatest talents in Germany. I think everyone has the potential to be feared in this team. Like together under the best German player there's been.
Tabson remains. He's still the in-game leader for Big, and he's going to try to nurture these young guns into what potentially could be a new German powerhouse.
Mantu, I think he's really talented with the AWP and also like really experienced.
He could develop into becoming a player that can help Tabson get Big back on track.
It's been a while since we've been to the top. This is like where we need to leave our mark on the server.
The big boys back in the house, and this time teed up against a new look NAVI. And it's been a NAVI that we've seen two different faces of. One of smiles versus Astralis, and one of frustration versus Heroic. Big suffering that same fate, which Jacob makes me scratch my head just a little bit, because I wasn't sure what Big were going to be bringing to the studio.
No.
Turns out a win versus Astralis.
Yeah, that was a little bit surprising, especially in the fashion they did it. I don't think anyone can dispute the fact that they were better than Astralis in that game. We came into the game thinking, especially after the first map where Astralis absolutely manhandled Big, that it was going to be easy for the Danes. Wasn't the case. They fought their way back into it. And I must say, you know, we kind of labeled it as Big are fighting for relevancy coming into the tournament. That's still the case, but they've already exceeded my expectations.
Yeah, I agree with you. The issue with that game is that you can look at it just a namesake of the teams and you think, it's over. NAVI is going to smash Big. I mean, what are you talking about? What are you asking me? But that's just first degree. You have to realize that, hold on a minute, this is a brand new NAVI that has shown weaknesses, of course, not only against Heroic, which everybody does, but even against Astralis that was a little bit pushy. You had to really go for it. And Bing, on the other hand, who we were giving no time of day at all, actually surprises beating Astralis. So it's much closer than what the namesake might suggest.
Let's bring Singh into the ring, because I want to have a conversation about what we discovered in that post-match interview after they managed to beat Astralis. He is actually, trying to take the reins of the in-game leader, which I love in the isolation of Tabson hopefully being freed up.
That's the #1 reason why I'm excited for Big right now. I think that is an interesting prospect. Not only getting Sin in to become the in-game leader, see if you can nurture a new German mastermind, so to speak, into that, but the fact that you free up Tabson, the fact that we may perhaps get to see the best of Tabson once more. Now, there's one thing, though. It adds a little bit of pressure towards him, because we've been highlighting Tabson for a couple of years, saying that he could frag out, and he would probably frag out more if he weren't in-game leading. Now he has to show it on the server.
Well, let's check in with Sin himself. He's on the mic with Banks.
Sin, I wanted to ask you, what does it feel like to be trusted by Big Clan to lead the team coming straight from the Academy League?
It's obviously a huge amount of respect going on, because I know these guys. I watched them play, for example, Cologne finals and stuff, and I was looking up to them. Now I'm playing with them. But overall, it's not like a surprise or something, because I've been in Big for like 2 years already, a bit longer, and then it's just like they were always like a family and like looking out for each other. So it's really good.
And did you have a similar style in Big Academy to what you're using here at Big, or is it a big change for you?
No, so obviously coming into Big in the Academy team also, we had like talks with Tabson. At the start it was Crimbo and IGL obviously, but over the changes, I was the chosen one, as you might say. And obviously I learned from Crimbo, I learned from Kito back then. And overall, like every time I learned from a new player, I learned how we handled the situation. and still Jarosz also gave me like advice and overall everyone of us. So it's just interpretation, like how do you use it in your team? And over time I would say I knew their system, how they view the game, and I tried to put it into the academy team, but like it's not as easy because when you don't have them looking over your shoulder or Gob in the coach slot, obviously, like you don't say, yeah, that's good, that's not good and stuff. So you just play your thing and you try to do it their way. But overall, I think it's now it's been a mixture of like me doing it and what I learned from them. And right now it feels like everything is like not new for me when they say something.
And for you, how is it working with Gob B and like your relationship with him? And how does the input work before a game? I want you to kind of explain to me how it works between you, Gob, and tabseN, because there's a lot of big brains going on here.
Yeah, and also obviously Gob B is like the godfather, as you might say, and he's like looking over everyone's shoulder. And obviously also for tabseN, when we like prepare the game plan, we also have Dude and Zao, because we have like such a big staff behind the team, but everyone is like working together to find solutions, and everyone is like giving input, and it's not like we have one direction where he says this is the way we do it, because everyone is like adding up to each other, and overall we find the chemistry together. But obviously when you have the experience like Gob has, it's like he has a lot of good answers and you know how to handle certain situations, and yeah.
I love that we see Big picking into Ancient, because Jacob, what do we know about Navi's Ancient?
Well, Simple spilled the beans a little bit after the game against Astralis, saying that was one of the maps they haven't practiced at all coming into the tournament. They were even trying to figure out positions and smokes going into it. So that is as big of a punish pick as anything can be. And in my book, that should mean that Big already leads this game 1-0.
And there's nothing more dangerous than going into a map thinking you're going to win, just based on the veto. I've seen so many teams just think, hey, you know, easy punish, it's going to be fine. Suddenly you lose 0-5 on your T side and you're like,
Matthew?
Did that happen to me a couple times? Oh, surely. Surely it has. Absolutely. I can't name like a series, but I'm fairly certain that against me. You
Yeah,
know
I beat you with Dignitas, Titan. Easy.
That's already a lie.
Let's throw it back a decade ago, man.
If he beats me, you already know that's a lie. So that's how the story goes.
Yeah, should we blow the dust off those ones and replay those? No, in all seriousness, we're coming into this with an Navi that we don't still know too much about. So what have we taken away from that series against Astralis? Obviously a W, and the one versus Heroic.
Well, I feel like we're repeating ourselves quite a lot. Yes, we are figuring out as we go with Navi, and I'm tempted to say so do they for themselves as well. Like, they still have a whole lot of questions to handle. My worry is how they go along the way of figuring out how they want to play and how they deal with the losses and the frustrations. That's it. In terms of the first few conclusions, I think Ima has been struggling, and he's been below what we had set as arguably unrealistic expectation after this incredible Paris run. He's not there at all. JL is a happy, positive surprise as far as I'm concerned, doing his job when he needs to. Simple hasn't really been Simple yet, but this is where people start to realize that even the greatest Simple does benefit from a system that's working in order to be the absolute best. Like, I'm not reinventing the wheel here. You can't be the greatest of all time if you are in a janky system that has mistakes and flaws all over. It's gonna be hard to have a 2.5 freaking rating. That's just not physics right there. That's logic.
No, and it's only amplified by the fact that Simple haven't played like Simple the past 6 months. We have to be honest about it. Sure, he was used to average a rating of 1.34, 1.33. That hasn't been the case, wasn't the case now, wasn't the case with the old iteration of Navi the past 6 months. So individually speaking, he's dropped a little bit, and now he also lost the system. He also lost the safe home and the safe haven sort of boom. It's electronic for that matter as well, going out of the team the past year. So it's been tough for Simple lately, and that's a big issue because right now they need someone who can step up in this whole transition period.
We obviously all saw Street coming at Simple. He's made it very clear that he is frustrated with the system, right? That's going to have to be something that if you as teammates around him, you are going to have to take in your stride, unfortunately.
He used the word trash 4 times in a tweet or something like that. I kind of like that.
Listen, at this point, we have to believe that they have enough internal conversations to get that under the rug. Like, sweep it under the rug. Let's make sure that there's no animosity anywhere. We know how demanding he is, and they don't just pick up the nice words. Like, they don't sugarcoat it. Like, if you're trash, you're trash.
Well, let's check in with one of the newer members of the squad. It's JL with James Banks.
So JL, I see you when it comes to social media. You joke around a bit, you meme a bit when it comes to it all. But what has it been like for you since putting on the Navi jersey?
It's been crazy. That support, it's like never been before, and everyone supports you. Of course, you have some haters, but they're always gonna chirp, little dogs. But it's easy to say that I'm a bit overwhelmed by the support. I expected a lot more. Oh, Navi is a done roster. They went international. Now they're dead team, tier 4. But it's been good, man. All the people who understand CS know it's a long process, and I'm pretty sure all of them understand that we have a lot of talent in the team, and we could be title contenders in like 6 months' time.
Okay, 6 months' time. I think that's very realistic as well. I want to ask on the heroic game, though. There was a lot of frustration shown, and even from you, who I consider to be quite a positive player when I see you on the server, we could see it. How was that for you guys to go through? How was the team feeling?
I mean, we went to the game with zero expectation, but somewhere throughout the game, of course, before the game, we understood that we can win, but they have to do mistakes for us to win because, of course, we're not a fully completed team yet. We don't have a lot of protocols, and it's spontaneous stuff. Not spontaneous, but we rely on our individual skill, and it's hard to defeat a strong team like Heroic just with individual skill. You have to get lucky, and they have to do mistakes. So, yeah.
And for you right now, going up against Big Clan, they're another team that's made a lot of big changes with it as well. And this, for me, seems like it could be a close match. But do you still feel like you guys should be favored and you should be winning it?
Yeah, of course. I mean, a lot of our confidence comes from... I know that if us and Big started at the same point, we put in a lot of hours. I'd say more than them for sure. And that's where the confidence comes from to win the game. So if we had a week together, so they'd be here and we'll be here. Yeah. And of course, we theoretically should close the game out, but we'll see how it is. It's going to be an interesting match for sure.
A learning process, as JL is correctly saying. That's what we have been echoing on the desk. I want to learn, though, who are you going with? Who's your picks in this one?
I think the veto is going to be a big problem for NAVI because I do consider Big to be heavy favorites coming into the first map here in Ancient. Now, it is going to be interesting to see if NAVI have practiced the map. They have had a couple of days ever since Astralis punish picked it against them, so it's not out of the question that we can be surprised here, but I actually am going to side with Big, at least for the first map.
I took Big for the whole series. I took a risk.
You're going with the Bears.
Sometimes you just got to go with it.
You
Put
think
them on
they're
the
going to
table.
claw down NAVI? Well, I think you might be right for the first map of this series, at least. Ancient brought into the pool by Big. We're going to see if they can take NAVI down after this.
What's good, gamers? Welcome. We've got another best of 3 up and running. It's going to be Navi versus Big. I am Scrawny. This is Launders. Do you think Navi have practiced Ancient since their first outing at the start of this event?
The weird part is Big will like ban this map later in their vetoes normally, so it's not quite the same level of punish as Astralis.
Sure.
Which means it might be harder to anticipate for Navi, but Navi surely could expect it as a punish because Big like to do this. So I think Navi will probably be a bit ready for this for what it's worth.
Okay.
And like players like Simple and Bit already great foundation on Ancient, fine. And then for Big, it's actually, you know, it's them taking a slight risk because they wouldn't always pick this first. So, what was the question?
Do you think Navi are going to be better prepared on this map?
Yes.
Do you think it will be good enough to defeat the Berlin International Gaming?
I'll take Big this series.
Whoa!
Oh, I like the team that's trending up, and Navi still haven't worked everything out yet, so we'll see.
All right, they're floating.
We'll see. Let the CS speak for itself.
Beautiful.
All right.
We got some Beretters sitting up top. Bit, see what you got. Oh, yeah. 2 headshots out of Bit. That's exactly what you want from the Berettas. Flashbang out from Donut. But there are smokes up, and those smokes will give Big their bomb plant. Can't do anything about that one. We've got no kit for Navi's retake. Last time we saw an Alexi B 10-second defuse on this A site. Sin thought he had a chance in that. He truly believed as he pushed that W key that he was going to kill Simple. But instead, Simple has tapped 2 people. And Ema comes through doing it as well. That is crisp headshots from the USPs and a nice clean CT pistol for Navi.
So if you haven't started watching the season yet, and this is the first Navi game, so far it's been like pretty rocky in terms of like, it looks like the mood is really bad. I mean, there are definitely some like body language experts on Reddit trying to break this down, but you know, they were mostly correct. I gotta say, like, you gotta see how tilted Simple was when they were playing their games before. You could look, JL was not very happy for most of their games as well, and he was always smiling. There was definitely some vitriol in the team, and like things were not gelling for sure. But that's stuff that can be worked out in practice and in talks. We don't know what happens day to day. I think that's the cool part about, especially the blast groups at the beginning of each season. So a lot of like very fresh rosters playing officials, and then seeing a lot of things change very fast.
Unicorn odds, of course, coming into this series favoring Navi. Fair. Feels like Big are the ones currently punching upwards. Bringing in a couple academy players, making it work. You know, Crimbo was a big part of that Astralis victory. We'll see what he has to offer this evening. Simple decides now's the time to peak, and Tabson puts him down. Tabson slowly shedding the shackles of in-game leadership. And if you've been around for long enough, you know what Tabson's individuals used to look like. His raw skill, mechanics. Beautiful. Maybe he's still got a little left in him. But JL making sure with the FAMAS at that distance to put down one. And Sin will recover. These deagles are deadly. But there's an additional CT in sight. That's JL.
I think they'll actually know that, but they don't have a smoke right now, so can't separate the crossfire. Probably want to go back and take banana control, but Tabson's here on alert. Flanks being watched intermittently, so chance if Imma takes off from this angle. No gun spotted, but Tabson gets by. And
that's going to make the
whoa,
A split.
they're going towards
Yeah,
A. And
good call.
Yeah,
Bit's kind of between them.
They know he plays here.
Tabson's looking. Bit able to get 1 kill first. Now Tabson gets the backstab in. Emek comes through with his frag and a bomb plant. It's a fake. Crimbo, almost timed it perfectly. He would have had another chance to plant.
Yeah, he had to get the kill fast. But he's right, he would have got rushed down.
Quick little run in from those B defenders. Got Navi the conversion.
Yeah. Liked how that shaped up. So the question is, though, you know, a lot of players who become IGLs, it's like, sometimes you don't work. I remember having this conversation with Flaren, actually.
Okay.
He's like, never let your good players IGL because sometimes they'll drop the roll and they still won't recover. It's like, once you start having empathy and awareness for your teammates, you can never go back.
Right. Yeah.
So you kind of want your...
Never become too human.
You want your star players to just be like rabid dogs. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Pit bulls.
Yeah.
And Bit, well, capable, but Sin will put him down. Didn't realize how many players got past him like that. Nice little surprise out from Simple on box. Then Emek holds cross. Montu trades. Clean rifle work, I think, coming out of both teams so far. In the first gun round that Big have, they have got themselves in the post plant. Nice little trade train coming out of A main. And Tabson locks in Donut, leans forward, gets as close to that monitor as he possibly can, and puts Montu in the open space of the site. Not worried about that flank so much as the Donut and Temple retake, and Teaser in the right spots. Montu's going to catch one off guard. He knows where Alexi's coming in from, takes the chance to cross, and will float around in Temple. Alexi B tapping that bomb, no kit, so a 10-second defuse. Oh. He elicits the peek, which is all he really wanted. And Montu comes out with the flashbang, but with no time for the defuse. It's the first rifle and the first win for Big.
Yeah. Oh, and Alexi dies to the bomb.
Got him.
Oh, that's a lot of health that that bomb just took away. Did they make the radius bigger when we were
not long ago? I feel like, after the Inferno change, Ancient got one too, man.
Did they?
Yeah.
Did it?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay, yeah. Wow, that was pretty... I can't remember how much health he had right there, but thought he was safe. But either way, at least I guess for his sake, they got the kill on Montu. Everyone dies. Everyone dies. So Navi come into this round after losing with a Force, but it's only with Simple on an M4.
December 2022, Ancient's bomb explosion was opened up along with the angles on the B site. Next up, Nuke.
Nuke, yeah.
Yeah, that one would benefit.
That one would make the most sense. I mean, the entire map should basically go up in flames.
I think the building should collapse. Levolution, baby.
I'm down.
If BattleBit can do it, then so can CSGO. Or even better, CS2. Ema up close. Nice 5-7 work. Clean with the sidearm. And the spray from Simple's there with another. This is working. Ooh, Big. Walking up close into the Romanian. And he drops it on 2. 5-7 at that range. Some say better than an M4.
Those one bullet headshots can come by. Great to see Emma playing well in this group so far. It's been clearly a little awkward for him. He's had some maps where he just completely destroyed, and then some maps where it felt like he was doing some aggressive lurks where he just got caught and didn't have a lot of impact. So it's been very inconsistent. But even on the maps where he's getting caught off guard, you see the aim is still there. Like his aim is so insane. Very sharp on rifles, very sharp with headshots, very high HSP.
I think it's just nice to have him like get a nice clean start as well, right? His struggles have been notable so far during groups. But that's coincided with slower starts, barring the overpass map.
And I think just a lot of confusion on the team. Just so much. It just, this is the most ambitious sort of new roster for any of the team coming out of the offseason. But there's a smile on Simple. That's a good start.
Glowing. No, I mean,
sometimes I wonder if he understands how much influence he has on like the mood of the rosters.
Sure.
Because he's always been sort of very, high agitation player, and obviously any player like that is given a lot of room to sort of be, petulant, to be like however they are because they're so good. But
oh yeah, there it is. Both those players had like sub 20 health off the first spray, but quick little adjustment as the flash fades, and it's a shutdown in middle. Sorry, Big, not tonight. Not this time. Little smoke phase from Sin will net him nothing. This is a nice clean round. The Navi camp are excited. Smiles on their faces as Simple keeps looking down the line.
And it'll be really interesting to see like what they'll say about how much they practiced Ancient, if they're going to like adopt this map, or because this could have just been one of the maps they planned on bringing in, but didn't have time in their short amount of time before group started to practice it.
But I think, as you alluded to kind of in our quick little pregame, just a good foundation already there for Simple and Bit.
Yeah, absolutely.
So just got to get that online, smooth out all the kinks.
Yeah, like Alexi's called on this map. Simple and Bit have played this, and Navi were one of the best
Apex loved it,
teams.
so
Apex
JL's
knocked
good.
out Nip on this map. Yeah, everyone here. It just makes sense that they play Ancient, absolutely.
JL actually just picked up a new AK-47 souvenir from the Ancient NIP game specifically. Said it was the best game of his life. And I'm sure he'll have that fond memory until Navi reach new peaks.
Maybe. That one's going to be hard to beat, man. That was
yeah, it was awesome.
Emotionally, it can understand.
Yes.
And,
yes,
it's your first time having an opportunity like that, and to make a comeback of that magnitude.
Probably felt like the, biggest breakthrough of his life.
Yeah, I mean, it's the reason he's on Navi today, so.
Forever special.
That was cool.
I've already seen what these Deagles can do. Couple zesty shots out of Big. Last time they were on the lesser weapons, but now CTs aren't really giving them much to work with, much to shoot at. Ime with 9-2. Great start. Floats top mid. No contact for him. It's JL that's going to have his hands full. And even when Navi lost the last time, felt like JL was good for a 2K here and there on this B defense. Simple's frag grenade homes in on Tabson, so this one's going to go down smooth by the looks of thing, unless Alexi backs up. JL's got it covered. Of course, that confirms there's an additional player there, and the last player at that. So Navi, 5-1 CT start, a stark contrast, and a welcomed improvement to the last time we saw them on Ancient.
And something that hasn't been talked about that much, I'd say, with groups is just the fact that, there's zero anti-strat for most of these teams.
Yep.
Against each other, or versus the new rosters. That's one of the most baked-in advantages, even though they have to, they'd rather be the team that's been together for a year and practiced the whole time. But the one thing they have going for them is no one knows what they're going to play like. No one knows whose spots are going to change. Very hard to prepare for. So Big took a risk, obviously, by picking Ancients. They probably thought, yeah, Navi aren't going to be as bad as they were last time versus Astralis, but how much better did they get? That was the kind of gamble for them in this map pick.
That was definitely their angle coming in. Oi! Lexi gets away relatively unscathed. And Sin will slot into the spot. Majority, of course, of Big still sitting outside middle and waiting. That allows Bit to get a bit adventurous in main. Ooh, careful, Alexi. He's got a teammate to work with, but he's kind of floating between two angles. CT see that as an invitation with a flashbang that could push back Sin, and you can see him starting to step away, but he looks to hold the line. Oh, nice adjustment. Could have definitely gone down with nothing there, but hangs on as JL presses out.
Oh my God.
Perfect spam.
97 damage on Montu as well.
Nearly gets himself a 2K lineup as they clambered over the boxes.
That spam in groups has been key on swing rounds, both from elbow for the guy in cave. Sometimes, the reverse spam has happened 2 times.
Everybody's been watching rain VODs. Ooh, I was gonna say perfectly timed at least, but a little off the mark.
Still gonna freak you out that a CT's an elbow, but seeing you go towards B. So yeah, they're just gonna save.
Yeah. If anything, Big will just take that missed shot as a blessing, lets them save with majority here, but it is the 6-1 start.
Another thing that's been nice for Navi, I think, low-key, is that Alexi B's individual level has been very solid in group. So I think that, as much as there's so many things that are changing for the team and that he's got to think about and they've got to figure out how to play with him, he's been able to focus on being a fragger as well.
Yes. Second highest rated player at groups for Navi coming into this match. Not something anyone would have expected, I'd say, out the gate when you were meant to be adding firepower.
I watched Bit do a language test, an English test.
Yeah? How's he doing?
There's 15 questions on the English test. How many do you think he got right?
9.
He got 14 right.
Let's go. Let's go, Bit.
So I think that's proof that there's nothing to worry about with Bit's English.
Good for him.
Yeah.
Good for him.
He's feeling thank you.
Good for him. Intimidating, taking on another language.
Yeah.
It's also, you feel so...
Absolutely.
Sometimes you can just feel, the frustration that comes with not being able to express yourself as well in your second language as your first.
Oh, that's got to be the worst part.
Yep.
and thinking and translating.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alexi, we've been talking about these spams. There was a moment there where that T was in the perfect spot, but tabseN comes through. Cheeky mid-peek. Third death for Ime. And a man advantage to Big. Already poised for the ramp hit. Could be a very easy follow-through into this site. But JL's been looking sharp as well. And they're going to give him a test. A test that he passes at least with one. Alexi B slides out. He's in the middle of the pack. Can't snap it over for a second. As these T's trade appropriately through the bomb site with their man advantage and into the retake attempt we go. It's very quickly moving up through middle. It's bit and simple. Switch. In their native languages, they shall clutch.
Oh, tabseN peeks and doesn't get the kill.
Good amount of damage, though.
And this will just catapult all the Na'Vi players forward. Simple's low. Smoke's awkward. Oh, it's bad, actually.
Let's go, Bit.
And now it's a situation where Process got to figure this 1v2 out. He got tagged, but did they know it?
I don't know. I don't think so. Bit's still looking for him. Time's ticking pretty quick. He's got to get on bomb. Simple never came out from the caves. Yeah.
Oh, my God. Can he defuse still?
No.
Okay.
No time. So Process just kind of, luckily for him, gets lost inside of the bomb site.
Man, they tagged him too. If they weren't, maybe if they were talking, they wouldn't have heard it. But a little unfortunate there. I think the main takeaway for me, though, is great trading here for Big after they get the opening kill. All the spacing is very nice on the way into the site. Both players who go to defend are overstressed perfectly by the attackers. So.
Important round. Let's go, boys. Come on. I could speak German. Second one for Big. Important round? Yes. Costly round? Absolutely. One player survives. Everything comes back in an investment, and they're going to go for the classic. Hit that hopefully understaffed A site, but you've got Bit within it. Peeks left. tabseN's flash caught Process. Montu trades. Gap on the temple side, but Simple snaps over. His next shot misses, and Ema doesn't decide to press out all the way. He holds off in temple with the smoke up. JL will pressure, but he too inside of these smokes. It's not ideal. tabseN continues to tear them up, taking man advantage. Temple push all the way out. But Montu again within this site finds his openings and closes in on them. Alexi B burned into the open, takes one with him, but Crimbo's gonna close it, and Big's follow through onto A works out.
And once again, there's always a position to follow another player. So even though Navi are just looking for that 1-2K to tip things back in their favor in terms of momentum on the round, it's always one more big player close enough to trade right away. It's a great shot from Simple to survive in this situation, but they do a great job of like making sure Bit can only get one. Ema can only get one. JL can only get one. And so constantly Navi are behind.
That smoke in temple that just kept Ema out of it.
Yeah,
a couple steps behind.
Could have swung the smoke after the shot from Simple, but you know, he can't see what's going on the site.
Of course.
It's a sort of a heads-up decision that you've got to make. Sometimes it's right, sometimes we watched and it was actually a wrong idea.
But again, it keeps Big winning rounds. One survives in Crimbo. Bit's ADR looking nice and healthy. JL, Ime, right with him. But 2 in a row. Nice electric pace we're getting. What happens there? tabseN just burns. Oh no. Molotov bottom middle. I don't even see any frags or shots fired. Wallbangs coming out of cave. That's why Crimbo's down on 9. And Ime, because he get that opening in middle, finishes off the little left of Crimbo. JL's been cleared, so you know the dedicated B player's dead. And Big have got a little pace in them these last few rounds. Tempo's quick, but man advantage not theirs. Ooh, Alexi nearly kills Process. Last piece of util comes down out of Big. They've got them stuck in cave.
A brave move by Montu.
Montu's trying to press in. Could very well get one and fall back. Doesn't shoot the guy jumping, and he takes down Emet instead. It's Sin from within sight. Instant headshot to Alexi. He's lost his teammate on Prosus. He knows he's stranded in the bomb site. That Opera's looking for him, and Simple will topple him quickly on bomb. Bit gets the defuse, and Navi takes 7.
Yeah, that was a really good approach. I mean, that was Montu took a really big risk. He obviously only found one and jumped away. That would have been fine. But with the way they were careful about a potential op being there, it meant that that wasn't going to happen. It could have been even worse, though. Good patience got him the first kill. But trades like this, and then we're already at a 5v3, meant that Navi sort of felt like they were going to win it every step of the way. Yeah. Similar to when Big took the A site last round and had that same sort of confidence.
Okay, live lessons. Quick smoke. There's that tempo again. Big with pace. Simple's gonna shut down Sin. Bit right with him. Tech9 drive by. Ima this time throws himself into the mix. Takes it. Both hands. And shuts down what was the majority of the push. We've got Montu wrapping around CT with nobody to keep him stuck
It's an interesting temple lurk. They're gonna watch this.
JL, Presence, and Crimbo relegated behind the box. His time so limited. And his options also bleak. Desert Eagle shots off the mark. Triple kill. And Navi lead by 5.
So, you know, how much power does Sin have as the IGL? Because he's the caller on the team. It seems like that's 100% the case right now. Which means, you know, Tabson's moving to like a support caller. He can focus on fragging as the plan is supposed to be in place. Obviously, Big are playing differently. How many times have they called this many rushes and a half before? It's definitely fun to watch. It's not working that well so far for Big, but you can tell there's a change of leadership right now.
Single AK for Sin. Plays close on the smoke. Could have been worse. Lexi tucks back in closer to the site. Give over cave control. Let him get that much closer. Of course, I'm assuming that Navi predict nothing but pistols. We'll see if a solo AK catches him off guard.
And Sin as a captain, he's also a sharpshooter. You know, didn't know that he was interested in this role while he was on the academy.
Taking on a lot of responsibility as a new addition. Making the most of the little bits of util they have.
Man, they got a quiet approach into the site. They got a potential bomb plant now with no friction. Let's see if the spam comes down from Alexi. He's going to patiently wait. Maybe they didn't hear that tap, actually.
JL. Oh, had to dodge the flash.
5v4 now.
And that AK's still very much in the mix. Could have just caught them off. Now they need to deal with it. Retake utility. They could still smoke off cave. That's assuming Simple doesn't die. Sin looking to press in against him. Those two players over towards long trade back, and well, Simple's barely standing. He gets killed by the top mid push, and Big, they make it work. 1 AK and tidbits of utility for the B exec and easy hold.
It's as if Navi were trying to lead them to water, but they weren't prepared at all. So let them have the entire site, and well, they did the perfect thing with it. They decided to say, okay, it's a little cramped in here. Let's throw a flash, push for a little more info. We have the one gun. Let's pair it with a Tech9 on the push. Flash plays perfect. JL goes down. Then you know when it's a 5v4, even if everyone on the other team has guns, having a player advantage can sometimes be way more important. And they exert the control over the team. Man, the amount of animated people on Big is awesome. It's a really big comeback for Big Clan versus Astralis. It was after a God beat tack, honestly.
Oh, and they know this is a Navi that on their best day they can beat. You know,
yeah.
There's cracks in Navi's armor. But at the same time, they're also dealing with an Ema who is 16-6, Bit 12-6, Simple 10-4. You know, the stars are shining on Navi right now, and that's why they hold this 4-round lead. Big are doing their best to kick the door off the hinges, and they'll chase down Alexi in the cave. Feels like cave has been a place where they've been able to get more success than elsewhere. Another opening pick their way. Simple's not far off. Lots of presence inside this B site right now. Completely empty A, and a ramp push that Crimbo can't afford to get caught off by. Slides out. Wow. JL takes his head off and gets away with 16 health. But in that same time, we've got tabsing getting up through Red Room. We've got util pressure through Cave, which
they're
should
locked
keep
off
them
on this side of the map.
Yep. They could just move into A.
Yeah, and they're seeing 2 push Cave, and now they walk through, but tabsing gets caught.
Oh, couldn't really afford that one. It's going to be Process to start to come back to the B site. The CT's starting to scramble to A because of the positioning that Big had.
This is a brave call, actually, to go back towards the B site, seeing the info they had. No wonder Navi move away, but can Big punish for making the right decision right now? It's scary for them coming into...
Emed just gave up his angle. Oh, but Simple gets the headshot. That's going to bring Process back at him, and the A4 finds 2. Navi take a 9th.
Full credit for doing the re-aggro into Cave after seeing the double push. Navi got extremely insecure about the fact that they killed one in mid and realized they had no one on A. So it was a good call overall, but that op shot's got to get hit. And if you're Montu, I think that's the big one. Also, crazy that JL won his fight versus Crimbo. I thought that was Crimbo's fight all day. It's angle dominance, pushed up on it slowly. It looked very good for him. Super sharp from JL.
It's like an instant dink for Sin.
And you're right, Navi have been adamant about taking Cave, fighting it, and it hasn't always worked for them. But you can see how much the map changes when it does.
Just feel like the tethering between Navi's players looks so much sharper already on Ancient than the last time.
Yeah, they were playing some real vanilla CT sides before, which is that's simply because they didn't have tactics yet.
Exactly, right. They didn't know what to do.
Yeah. But you know what, Lexi B is just full of tactics. I would say his absolute strength is tactics. I think like his overarching strategy and style for the half is sometimes where he doesn't match up to someone like a Kerrigan or a Glaive or something like that. And that's somewhere where he could get better, but he has like, definitely everyone's ripping off his tactics. He has good fast rounds. He has a lot of good setups.
tabson's sticking around, and Montu's got a nice posted angle. Smoke on long keeps JL busy. They know Ime is inside Cave, but clean headshots, 2 of them. And an attempted snapback tap through, tabson low. Big half from Ime. I want to say his best half on Navi yet, 20-6. Wow. And I mean, this was a critical round. This looked like Big. They had the bomb site. They got the op pick. They had what looked like a good chance to split through Cave. tabson comes out spinning, but it's Big left spinning as Navi get to those double digits guaranteed.
Yeah, it's good to see him confident. You know, that's what you want. Coming out of the major, every game was like this. Into Navi, so much like a brand new roster, so much uncertainty, and this is the player that we remember fondly. So super solid. And again, it's just headshots with this guy. He's like a fast version of Bit or something.
As if Bit wasn't fast enough.
Bit on he's fast forward Bit.
Shots not far off the mark, but they will get closer. This time, no lane presence, nothing coming out of Big on that half of the map. How many bodies are going through Red Room? It's a party up in here. Couple smokes. Oh, tabson's gonna be left frustrated with that one. That's how his half ends, and these others will be fed to the beast. As they try to press out through Donut, the op awaits them. There's also support on top of Green, so main gets cut off, and this falls flat. Fantastic improvement from Navi.
Nico.
It's Nico.
Nico, I think, is like the first person that comes to my mind of players that you know, you'd think would have a major by now because of how good he's been playing for many years.
He's been one of the prodigies of this game ever since the beginning.
This is somebody who, back in his mouse sports days, was surrounded by teammates that just couldn't compete to his level. He was never going to win despite his star-studded performances.
He was always like being the best rifle, I think, in the game.
I mean, definitely I want to build my legacy, which I haven't managed to do so far. It's a long way ahead, and it's something that I have to keep working on, and I still have a couple of years left in my career to achieve what I want to achieve.
You won't have another chance to prove that you could really do it. You won't have another chance to be a CSGO major winner.
I'm gonna spam, Alex, hold, I'm gonna spam.
They can have long. Planting now.
Get mid. I live. You hit. Let's smoke deep.
Long one.
Emo, let's rape. 3, 1 second, no.
Guys, I can flash in front of you. You want?
Yes.
Wait,
guys,
I have
double
flash.
Above
One is
backline.
long, Sasha.
Guys, I'm ready.
Yes. Do it. Cross up.
Backline.
Push.
Up close.
One HP.
Long.
Let's go.
Come on.
Together. Side.
Long side. Side, pillar.
Умирает. Он может двигаться.
He was here.
Right side. Он справа.
Nice. Nice round, boys.
Глаш, найди, пожалуйста.
It's got energy, man.
I won't lie to you, though. It was a little hectic.
It's a little hectic.
But you know what? That's expected.
That entire time, I'm just watching Bit's face. He's the quietest guy in the room of the 5, but he's processing it all, and then he's down in that 2vx, and he comes through with the contribution. You know, just be quiet, listen, focus, and
on the bright
it's all
side,
good.
it was a lot of people saying the same things.
Yes.
Which means the correct things.
Yep.
It's overlapping a little bit.
I'll also say, I just welcome the energy.
Yeah.
You know, it's a little frantic at time, but it sometimes just, you know, juggling that energy is at least an activity. They haven't already dropped them all.
I feel like if a decoy hits you at the beginning of the round, you should just die.
Half your vision's gone. You know? Taking a brick to the head. Watch this. Watch. Ah. I was hoping for something clean, but the simple gets there. It's Tabson dead. And it's a little mid-control here for Navi. Quick fallback into the A site. Sin's looking for contact. Wants the kill as clean as that of Prosus. And by finishing off the... It's not over, though. It's just sick. That drive-by shot, I mean, come on. Bit, he's going to get the P250 back out. Just 2 kills. That's all he needs. He's got 1 stuck on box, but Sin will shut him down. What is that kill from Process?
That was a Jason Statham right there. They'll drive by.
Oh my god. Replay, please. He didn't stop moving.
First one was great too.
I swear.
Just
what? What?
That was huge. Their body language is hilarious. I love it.
Wow. All right, good for Big. They had the energy. They had the opportunities in that first half to put up some more numbers, and a pistol here could definitely bring back the CT side. Nice clear of Navi. Start cutting them down, start building economies, start keeping players alive, and let's make Navi work for this, because yes, they have shown us a stark improvement on the CT half and on some of their individual levels, but this is still a new Navi that can very well collapse.
I see like a grateful Big, you know, like it looks like they won the lottery every time. They're like hugging each other like, oh my god, that just happened. That's amazing. You're amazing.
It's like every round is like, guys, we haven't lost yet.
Yeah.
And as long as the game is going, you do indeed have a chance. Point blank, it is Tabson with the MP9. And that will turn back the second tee. So no easy opening here in the first gun round from Navi. Incendiary for Elbow. More smokes, more frags, and more time that Navi will have to wait.
In some ways, Big have already won this round. They got mid control. They got a kill and a half. Navi had full intention of trying to break that open on their default, so it'll have to be a brand new idea. Took down top fragger Imma. 23 kills already. And now they maybe walk into the 3B setup.
That's what Big are banking on. Montu moving around that opposite bomb site, but still a little concerned about long A.
One kid of utility here. Alexi B.
Ooh, MP9. It's going to get cleared. Bits looking. Oh, taps and swings. JL. Double. Yeah. Able to finish off Sin.
Okay.
Fire on his feet. And even with the smoke in front of JL, he still gets there, which opens up the bomb site. Screw your triple stack. Nade nearly finishing him off. A quarter HP left over. Next player's just meant to hold that smoke, but grenades in hand opened the door. Crimbo gets lost in the smoke.
Wait, did Process hear him running?
I don't know.
Oh,
Alexi,
no.
now he does.
He will, yeah.
For sure. Alexi gets caught off. Montu double lineup.
Oh.
Way too easy of a retake there for Big.
Yeah, definitely Alexi should have just walked, obviously. Well, because we see now Process was right there listening. He probably thought someone was very deep in the cave, but I think he just felt like, all right, if I take too long, my teammate's going to die in sight. But as we can see, he could have had a huge hand in holding in the post plant. JL, good entries. As they got this bomb planted, I think that was already pretty successful considering the start that Navi had. It's amazing. They look like terrified, confused, and happy all at the same time.
It's funny, too, because none of them know what Gobby's doing behind them in the mid-round.
Yeah.
Poor guy's losing his mind.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you see immediately Sin turns around, looks at Gob, and there's that there's that affirmation coming from Gobby and from Tabson. And if you're Sin taking on this responsibility with that lack of experience, God, that's got to feel good.
Yeah.
And you're enjoying yourself and you're rolling with momentum, and Montu's hitting shots, but so is Alexi inside of this site. And then that cave peek holds off. Imez gonna go deeper, and JL's cleared out cave. Now this one feels way too tough.
This is huge. I mean, they got elbow as well. So
fast push from Navi.
Yeah, mid's locked off. Simple's got the info to make sure they're cool. There's nothing they're here to do for Big. They can chill. Simple's gonna start to walk into them, and Process will take him out at least. That's maybe a gun upgrade, but overall, again, I think using JL in the way that he should be, as this sort of boulder running into the site.
Yep.
And another very strong entry from him over on B.
I would like to just take this second to kind of zoom out from this game right now and just appreciate the pace and the tempo that we're getting from Big versus Navi. You know, there was a time where I would see this on paper and think,
boring.
Anders, you want to cast that? but this is an electric matchup.
Yeah. Yeah, the Big were rushing a lot in the first half, and Navi are moving pretty quickly. And yeah, Alexi's a guy who definitely does like a default, but also likes to do aggressive tactics. So we see a lot of fast starts, and sometimes with those initial kills, you can just lead right into a side hit. So what's the idea for what Big want to try to stop?
I feel like Gobby would make such a great analyst desk addition with the way he speaks with his hands. He looks like Maui Snake or Maniac or Pimp.
Yeah. And he's smart, unlike those guys.
Right. Yeah, he's got that over all of them.
Crimbo.
Yeah, tough game.
Big have been kind of relying on Crimbo. So
that's the, you know, as much as the tempo and like the energy between the two teams sort of match right now, I think the big difference maker is Navi have their stars slotting in straight out of the gate. Forward cave hit, Sin. Oh, Lord. Careful. Oh. Ima gonna get that first opening mid kill. Montu just floating, very alone there for an Opper as well. You know, tough to handle when you know that the aggression can be thrown out by Navi. You put an Op peeking out from Donut.
Oh, man, he's taking all the right timings here. He ran by mid. He waited inside of window.
He's got this.
He's looking for this angle, but Crimbo will eventually take him down. But these are breadcrumbs. We've got Crimbo and Prosis 2v4. One spotted now. That's fresh information. Bomb is in elbow, which means they're probably going to go A off of this play.
Yeah, which is great because Simple's already top red room. He's got the rotate cut off. They don't know it, but A is open.
They avoid all friction entirely.
They'll soon find out, and this T side will keep thriving.
Solid that they can crack open mid. I think, yeah, I mean, I hate comparing Navi to the last time they played, but they could not do this last time. So, yeah, this would be a very interesting demo for people to watch the first time Navi played this map versus Astralis, where the quote is from Simple, they never played it once, into this game and compare the differences, because structurally they've added so much. And this was sort of the fire that Big were playing with, you know. If we pick it against Navi, are they going to be a lot more ready, or are they going to be a little bit more ready? And it's feeling like a lot.
I think everybody can agree that coming into this project, Navi had a lot of work to do.
Yeah.
It was going to take effort, and it was going to take time. And I think it's very promising that in such little amount of time, we've already seen so much improvement. Can't get crazy ahead of ourselves. I think Navi versus Big is always expected to go the way that it is right now. But just the improvement within their camp is something definitely worth appreciating.
I was always thinking, just to bring it back to Alexi for a second, that I've always revered his tactical depth. Absolutely. Like, that's not a meme. And then in the overarching strategy department that I was talking about earlier, where I think he can sort of not, you know, it doesn't compare to the Snappies, the Kerrigans, the Cadians, you know, these players who I feel like are better conditioners. They have sort of a good balance between that and conditioning. And the thematic calling in a half, I think, is where he could use more, and maybe in the way of support calling or ideas or something. But with Navi's former system, very detailed, I feel like matches up very well with his personality. And Blade as well, as somebody who can work with him closely, and a coach that you have no choice but to respect. I feel like it add a lot to see him really level up.
Ooh, poor Tabson takes Alexi down to 4, and then Ima just slides through him. Mantu boosted, and that 5-7 is going to find its home. There's no overcommitment yet from Navi. They've got extra time on the clock. They can still just play as a pack and fall back, and Sin is going to press out in order to try and stop this. It's a USP to shave off 1 of 3. Tall order, but at least he hears this movement, and they've lost track of him. You know, he doesn't take an unfavorable fight and can maybe now use that element of surprise.
Oh.
And it's gonna work perfectly. Peeks out towards the bomb planter. Alexi's 4 health. That's tabseN's damage coming back to haunt him.
Oh.
And Big have done this. I love the fact that when the first 2 players ran by into cave, he didn't force the issue.
Yeah, that's a hype way to win right there. Big, very low guns, but he didn't force the issue. He took the info. He called for the rotations. That's just good, solid comms. That's prioritizing preservation. And that's it. A couple of great shots hit by pistols. But the key one is, you know, in the back from the ramp as he makes sure not to be too aggressive and blow the spot for his teammates who have to rotate in a little bit more slowly. So this won't be a simple, quick finish for Na'Vi. And they're going to hear the energy out of Big. Lots of teams would give up in this spot. 7-13. They would have already sort of, you know,
Checked
gone to
out.
sleep, checked out, and instead you see Big's energy is untethered, unchained. Win or lose, they're in it.
I feel like with certain teams, you know, would maybe want to play less matches at the groups. Just want to find out whether they go to showdown or whether they go to fall finals. Big kind of soaking up every round, every map, every opportunity. Simple. That sounded like a sick shot. We just hear one bullet come out of the AK and tabseN somehow dead. But it is man advantage nonetheless for Big. And JL will be looking to open up the ramp hit. Crimbo with an op, 1 of 2.
Yeah.
And JL has stopped watching this. Crimbo's sliding down just when he needs to.
It's not a total comfort zone for him, and he
loses track of it inside of the scope.
Skips an angle.
And that, just look at the way it pulls back the 2 cave players so that they can go up ramp instead. It's going to keep 1 inside cave. That's control for Big and an angle for Montu. Little TP. Simple gets blasted.
God damn.
And now we've got everybody from Big meant here to stop this. Alexi shooting teammates and Montu's dropping bombs. That's an ace.
That's huge, man. That was a steady shot. Right on the dome on the ramp. That was beautiful. After Simple's big shot in that round. And a really good idea to hit the B site after taking out Crimbo going underneath the scope. But the op comes through from Montu at all parts of the map.
Oh, nice shot.
Yeah,
this one's, that's the most challenging.
Yeah, for
that
sure.
one's nearly a collateral, but just good engagement.
Love to see. And we haven't really talked about Montu because he's just been here, kind of just playing everyone else and soaking up the energy in the room. But look at him go.
He's focused on the goal.
Big looking for 10.
Fast one, though. Navi going to take their chance with an ace smash. You've got Ima on a Tech 9, and we've got the M4 peek out from tabseN. He holds to the back sight, but you've given an upgrade to the Romanian, who is now 2 away from getting that coveted 30th kill. It's another push. Crimbo comes through, and he stops the plant on top of it. Simple will immediately trade back. Tech 9 emerges out from Donut, and Montu gets blasted. Navi take it to them and walk away with the round.
And they take that high energy and they match, and they actually just look more calm but ready to play fast as well. That's a massive round. You gotta say, Ima is such a game changer. Comes out of the smoke, and yeah, you could actually still die here, you know, but he adjusts his aim so fast. Process could have easily figured out who was coming out the left side, adjusted the spray, took him down, and the round would be over. But instead, he takes that AK. He can use that AK to get another kill. That is where things get too hairy for Big.
Look at the speed. Alexi P just flies out through middle.
Wow.
Minute 42.
I mean, that's already
5v3.
I think he can even search A already. Bomb can go get recovered. They're looking for any more information because Big have to do something drastic right now.
Wow. What a fun game of Counter-Strike between these two.
It's already looking like a completely different Na'Vi to what we saw in the last couple of days, which is awesome. And for Big, fighting their hearts out today, but still 9 rounds actually only.
Yeah, they've had their openings, but now the round's stacking up against them. JL opens up the cave as well, so the B split should come through with 4. Montu on a FAMAS. And a nade as well, just to tell him, we know you're there. I'm coming for you. But they won't. It's a nice redirection with Alexi having cleared out A. Now all of a sudden, this deep red corner from Crimbo You know, if you're clearing all the cave corners, you should check this too. But Ima actually gets caught off, and Crimbo, free AK. You think you can go and save, but Simple's hunting. Sticking around, looking to clear out all the big players, as Navi will get that 15th, give himself 6 chances to close this.
Yeah, he's got info now on this post, or the save situation, and that's a free one? It's maybe? Well, Crimbo will be able to get a smoke out. And Bit will take down Montu. Crimbo, surely this is a done deal. They know he's on 10 HP.
Finished.
That's it.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
Well, a solid game of Ancients after starting out a couple days ago saying they never played the map. And this is Big's map pick.
Minute 44. A minute 44. And it's a 3v5.
Yeah.
Straight openings from Alexi B.
Man, I love how comfortable they are being aggressive. First of all, that was like my big question is like, how much are they going to borrow from the foundation that Navi left? Oh, and how much are they going to lean into like or how much does Alexi want to take it to a new place or sort of build on what they had before? But
you know,
love the fast opening plays.
Alexi coming out in an interview and saying, you know, Blade has told me this is his project. And so with that, I think that adds a layer to like, well, how much can Alexi change then? And it's cool to see that even though this is Blade's project, we get that change up, that shifting gear that I think really allows a guy like Ima to thrive at the moment. He's ready to swing. And so they shall through top middle. Desperate place for Big to be in, facing 6 map points on their map pick and wielding only pistols. It's okay. Did it on purpose so they'll peek, you see? And it gives them a double entry. CTs have been fooled. Make the most of your mistakes. Okay. I was surely I thought he's getting
really
30.
trying to write that story.
trying to sell my snake oil.
On the sheet and tell him my mind because I ain't write it because I ain't got time.
Tapson's gonna keep going. Don't lose this one now, boys. Don't let Big continue back in. We saw what they could do when it came to grinding maps with Astralis. Of course, both these teams right now have been 2-0'd by Heroic this week and have 2-1 to Astralis. Chance to go head-to-head to get that Heroic rematch. Oh, Crimbo's put the Deagle kill up. Maybe Big aren't done just yet. Alexi B, 13 health, 1v3. Time against him. He's done. And Big, yeah, not going down without a fight.
And that's what happens when you miss smokes, Connor. Okay, I want you to remember that.
All right, I'll take it all back. It wasn't a mistake. It was their downfall.
Oh, that's clever. Wait, whose gun was that? Oh, someone else. Yeah, he got the first
entry.
It's good awareness, though.
Too funny.
Okay.
Oh, I mean, real problem. Obviously, CT's buy-in. Of course, this T side has given us nothing but evidence to praise Navi.
Yeah.
So let's for now assume they can close it in the next 5. But give Big
really
every moment they deserve.
That's what I thought Complexity were going to do.
Ah, too soon. Careful, Sin. Greed is deadly, brother. 21 HP as he sits tucked into cave. Probably just wants to get out of there. Worried about the spam, but it doesn't come after him. They don't overchase here, Navi. You know, it feels like, okay, we made our one mistake. Let's settle down and close this. They are still hunting a 5v4. And CT's looking mobile. We get this overstack inside of the B site. 4 members here with a solo donut hold.
Oh, right for that boost. Not that much damage.
Nah, trimmings.
Sort of keeps the attention of the CTs who are now actually flash pushing. Bomb is left outside of here. Simple hits the shot. He knows they're going to follow up, but Tapson gets the kill. Most importantly,
bomb's there.
And oh, they had to work hard for that one. Ima eventually finds it.
Montu's able to slide into sight. Double kill out of him. I don't know if they've seen that bomb yet. I don't know if anybody got through that doorway.
Yeah, they might overact towards A, which brings them towards Bit, which actually maybe gives him a chance. They don't know where he is.
But without
there's not enough time to get this.
Yeah, right? Like, how much will he really play? He doesn't have the bomb, so he doesn't think he has a chance. But
they're coming towards
A. Coming at him.
Oh, my God.
They don't know that he doesn't have the bomb. What if they throw this?
Wait. Can he hear them?
I mean, they think he's going to plant. And they're both exposed in the open, but he is just going to play for the save. Oh, Bit.
Oh, if only he knew.
Right? This is like a losable situation that Big don't realize they're throwing themselves into. If the game had just ended like that, I would scoff in Big's direction. But listen, it goes down. It's okay.
Would have been unfortunate, for sure.
They didn't know better.
So another chance. No money. Can't be that good right now for NAVI. Thought went into that.
You're chasing the one guy who's just trying to save. You think you need a retake. All you have to do is just stop pushing button.
All right. It's hey, listen, it can end on a round like this, too. We saw him on the entries last time, and they're doing that same exact.
Yeah, they're going for it. Oh, we saw exactly this, in fact. Process met by a smoke. They try to hold off
Temple control.
Uh-oh. Oof, Alexi, for, Big's sake, it's a good thing he didn't kill that guy inside Donut. Montu mollied off of the bomb site, wrapped around by Ima, who comes back in with the plant. You said it could end on a round like this, and it very well may. Tech9 on 1. Fomus, AK, smoke into frag. We've got kits in the mix. They've got 2 smokes as well here, Big. But they're waiting out the donut smoke.
Does Bit really have time for this? If he does have enough time for this, it's over. But another smoke.
Oh, now they're desperate. Bombs past the halfway point. Bit's going back around mid. CTs have to press out. They need to take this chance. And JL can still end it. Hell, Bit could still end this. And that smoke's slowly gonna fade. He sprays and time is not on their side. Big, valiant effort. But it is a stark improvement from NAVI that puts down the German challengers. And so, improvements welcomed from this new super team. Not a lot of practice here on Ancient, but definitely enough to dispatch of Big and to show us that this project is working.
Well, Na'Vi clearly learned a thing or two after their last Ancient foray. Big attempt to bring it in as a punish, but only end up burning themselves. Gentlemen, we'll get into just how crazy and chaotic it got in the last few rounds of that game, but a great first half coming out of Na'Vi. Really stellar CT defense.
Yeah, that was much better looking for Na'Vi. Something suggests that they've been looking on Ancient in the couple of days they've had off ever since they played it against Astralis. I think their CT side were working slightly better. We remember Emma having a tough time in that first game against Astralis. He was lights out on that CT side. In your face Counter-Strike, aggressive, putting out the output, and overall a very good performance from Na'Vi.
Yeah, Big tried to play the fast game. They tried to play the 200 kilometers per hour. They thought this was the German Autobahn, but absolutely not. Na'Vi loved that playstyle.
Yeah, now there was a speed limit definitely coming in from Na'Vi. So let's dive into why that CT side worked out so well in the Mahone zone.
That's right, Navi's CT side was very solid this time, and I actually want to kind of point out this one retake that they did. You also saw this in the mic'd up moment. I kind of want to break down the aspects that made this retake so good. So what we're going to see here, initially it starts off, B rush here from Big, JL goes down, puts it into a 3v4 situation, and they basically have the site. Now Alexi B gets some pretty key information here. He sees that this player is going over towards that backside area. He communicates this to Simple, and actually puts Na'Vi in a bit of a tough spot, because with Na'Vi being smoked out here, take a look at the map control that Big kind of have. Even though Na'Vi are in a 4v3 situation, the fact that Big actually have this backside, and the fact that Na'Vi have 3 players here towards that cave side, it actually makes this retake a little bit more difficult, especially if you look at the utility here. With these players in cave, they can't use their utility, but the one person who can is actually Simple, who's here towards that CT side. He's got 2 flashes. Now he's going to use these flashes to perfection. First flash here is going to go over high up in the sky, just in front of the door area. It's actually going to blind this area here, and that's going to allow these players to push out from that cave side to pressure with the numbers. Alexi B, this allows him to swing out, catch Mantu as he jumps across, and as well, it allows Bit to now swing over and take superior positioning towards that long side. Now, the thing that I want you to pay attention to here is the fact that Simple right here, notice that even though he throws those flashes, you may think that for some people, this might be a good time to try to crunch both sides through the smoke. But he makes a smart move here by deciding to actually fall back, and instead he throws a second flash, and this kind of creates this fake pressure where after Simple throws this flash, throws a second one. All that does to Process is it puts him in a tough spot, because Process, you'll see that after those flashes get thrown, he's looking for a fight. He wants that player to come through the smoke. That doesn't happen. So it puts Process in a tough spot now, where in this 2v3, he needs to make a move. And because the players are pressuring from that cave side, he walks right into Bit as they come out. And then as soon as that kill happens, it puts us into a 2v1 situation. It frees up Simple, where now he doesn't have to worry about that back lane side. And then he can simply play the 2v1, and it's all just a matter of finding this last kill. So even though we heard the comms and it's just simple flashes, what I was more impressed with was the fact that they're moving together. They're moving together, and it's the chemistry that gets built over time. That's really what made Na'Vi so much better this time on Ancient.
Yeah, really great retake coming out of Na'Vi in that one. And you know what, Danny? I want to hear those comms one more time in this mic'd up moment.
I'm gonna spam, Alex, hold, I'm gonna spam.
They can have long. Planting now.
Get mid. I live. You hit. Let's go deep.
Long one. Emo, let's rape. 3. 1 second. No.
Guys, I can flash in front of you. You want?
Yes. Wait.
Guys,
I
don't
flash.
About
One is long.
Guys, I'm ready.
Yeah, do it.
Close up.
Backline.
Push.
One speed.
Long.
Let's go.
Come out.
Together. Sand.
Long side. Side,
Класс.
pillar.
Умирал. Он может двигаться.
He was here.
Right
side.
Он справа. Nice.
Nice round, boys.
Гош, найди, пожалуйста.
I'm still not overhearing the English comms in that one. And I love it. I absolutely love it.
It was chaotic, but I mean, I think it's gonna have to be for a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Because as the team progresses, I think they'll come up with like code word and ways to kind of be more efficient in the communication. For now, it's just a mishmash of, I'm gonna do this, I'm flashing, blah, blah, blah. But as long as the most important information is coming above the rest, it's fine. And in that case, that was simple stash from CT spawn. They picked on it, all good.
Yeah, and it worked. Let's move on to the second half, though, because things got a little bit crazy, a little bit chaotic, and a matchy that was not 1, but 2 rounds that Na'Vi got away with murder.
Are we going to the killing blow now? We can do that. We can show you how the speed was really Big's downfall in this entire game. It was in the first half and it was in the second. Round 23, full-on A, sending it from Navi, and Ime, a man that we're going to have to talk about here, is doing a pristine job, and not only trading, but that's with the Tech-9, and that's with the AK. He's even going to damage the last player, which is going to make life for Simple a bit easier down the road. And this is a situation where Big had everything they needed. Crimbo goes in through the smoke, but the kills are so good, Jacob. So much skill.
Yeah, LXB waiting for his right timing, coming out of the smoke, Simple going in with a refrag. It's a good round. Followed up to the next one. Another one. Pacey Counter-Strike coming out right here for Navi. They're catching Big off guard again with the Tech-9. Coming in right here. Not getting the kill, but applying enough pressure that it creates the space for JL to come in, pick up a weapon, pick up a kill. And the more chaotic this gets, Matthew, the better for Navi.
Yeah, really problematic for Big. They look to me like a new motorcycle. When you buy it, you have to keep the engine under a certain RPM for the first year. If you go beyond that speed, the motorcycle just breaks apart. That's exactly what happened to Big this game. Under a certain speed, it was all good. They were able to keep up. They were playing decent late round, decent mid rounds. But as soon as the game got faster, it was over. And if there's a man that we need to put under the spotlight, it's Ime. Because we've been harsh, and I think we've done so fairly, realistically, rightfully. But in this game, oh my, he loved that first half. He loved the pace, he loved the rhythm, and let's be honest, the quality of detail from Big compared to Astralis, there's night and day. It was not the same refined Counter-Strike. It was much more heads-up, skill-based, and he had everything he needed to have a good first half.
Even in the second half. I know those stats didn't do him justice, but 90 ADR on a T-side on Ancient, that's not bad at all. Had plenty of impact. First half, second half, all over the place. And this was the red flag that we raised coming into the game. Ima had not looked great so far for Navi. He's had one good game on Overpass, as I remember, but apart from that, it's been very, very cold from Ima. The way he was conducting himself this time around, impactful, in charge, not afraid to go for duels, that's the Ima we want to see.
The equation looks even more punchy when you're adding in Bit as well into this. If you've got Ima, if you've got Bit firing on all cylinders, that's exactly what we were salivating for from the side of Navi.
Yeah, listen, these were the two players that we were a little bit worried about after the first outings of Navi, and granted, we had a very small sample size, but Bit as well was very much more in the rhythm of the game compared to in other series where I felt like he was kind of struggling to catch up with his timings for trade and when he had to play passive, when he had to play aggressive. I feel like in this game, he was much more in it, and I think it was brought at the cast by Londers as well, the fact that he's going to have to keep up with the rhythm of the comm. And then when the chaos is erupting, then he has to figure out, okay, what the hell is happening? Like, am I peaking now? Every single game should be a little better. It should take him a little bit less of an effort to keep up with the pace, to know when he's got to be in the floor now. And in this one, look, Madrid already.
Yeah, it's about the immediacy of being able to express yourself, right? When you're not speaking in your own native language, that is a really tough hurdle to be getting over.
Can imagine.
Yeah, really?
For me, it's really complicated.
Like the quadlingual man. Anyway, we're moving on to Mirage. That is going to be the pick of Navi coming into this equation. I mean, are we looking at any hopeful signs for Big, or should this be a Navi 2-0?
I guess it should be on paper, but we've been here before, right? Big also lost their own map pick against Astralis, and Anubis quite handily came in, turned it around, and ended up winning the series. The same could happen here, but I don't see enough signs of that. I think they were crumbling a little bit on Ancient, showing a bit of that inexperience as soon as the pace was picked up. Big didn't look as good as they were supposed to. As for Navi, that's a map they've been playing, that's a map they've been practicing, and if we know one guy who feels comfortable on Mirage, it'll be Mr. Simple. So I am quite convinced that Navi will take this one 2-0.
Yeah, a few of the individuals on Big were really cream-bullying.
Get out of here.
I think we're going to a break soon.
Yeah, please, production. Thank you for that music, because that means only one thing. We get Matthew out of the studio, and we get the guys back in the server. It's Mirage coming your way in just a few.
Welcome back, everybody. Mirage is set to begin. I'm Scrawny, this is Launders, and we're going to take you guys through the entire series tonight. There's no replacements. Anders is at home playing Diablo. And Henry, well, who knows what that guy gets up to? The unicorn odds very much in the favor of Navi. Understandably, Launders, on an individual level, if they do the exact same thing they just did on Ancient, I don't think Big have a chance.
Seriously. And, you know, the mercenary of Imma, if he just plays like that, it's cool because he's like pretty much the guy in front most of the time. So literally if Alexi says go kill, like he can win the round. And that's sort of what he did on Ancient. Even though actually, you know, most of his stats were in the first half on CT side, which it takes even less instruction. So things are looking pretty solid right now for Navi. Things are falling into place. It's a much better day, I think, mood-wise. Let's see what the game plan looks like. And let's see if Big can stop it, because Pimp brought up, you know, Big lost their map pick last time versus Straws, came back, won in the series somehow on Ancient, on whatever the map was. And Big, they have their energy in the right place. Their chakras are aligned, like they really want this, and they're being friends with each other, you know? So let's see what the power of friendship can do.
Lots of things I've been told. Can it defeat Navi, though? Crimbo, off game last map. He'll be the first to be tested on Mirage, and he'll tap away one. Just the one, though. Bit's got the trade frag, and there's no support yet here. Of course, the retake. Still viable. Sin's got the kit with the double flash. USPs all over. I didn't see any Berettas this pistol round.
There's no apartments flank. This one's got to be a little bit fast off Cat, I think.
Okay, well, with Simple boosted inside of the bomb site. They've left the raid boss standing in. And just there like that, and it's done. Sorry, boys. Not this one.
So what map do you think Navi will be best at, like, after a few months? What do you think is going to be, like, the map that makes most sense based on the players they've got?
I want
to be Ancient, right? It could be Ancient.
Kind of.
Okay.
But that's why I thought it was kind of weird that you know, of the maps they start, like, obviously they came into the event having never touched Ancient.
Yeah.
I would have expected, like, if you're going to practice 3 maps, that Ancient would have been at least number 3. Right? I think Mirage also makes a lot of sense. That's what they're going to right now.
They probably, I bet they didn't because they went with just what maps they'll likely run into first. Or I think forced to play.
Nuke,
you know,
as well.
Picks. Nuke, yeah.
Because I really like
Alexi's nuke, yeah.
Yeah, Alexi's nuke. And again, Ema's nuke.
Yeah.
Same thing. Played it on Gamer Legion. But
Simple's nuke.
Simple's nuke, yeah. Simple is the nuke.
Yeah.
But
and then Mirage also makes a ton of sense. There's a lot of maps that actually make a lot of sense.
Yeah. There's a lot of maps they could end up being good on.
Yeah.
But first they have to end up being good.
Yeah.
Full stop.
They said this time we'll try again, but better. As they come now into day 3 of their games. Oh.
Crimbo was looking for it.
And they just wiggled their way into the site. No way for the CTs to get into this.
Be gone. Go save. Skedaddle. You rapscallions.
When you think about Imma as fast forward bit, isn't that just a funny thought?
Yes. Because Bit's, again, already pretty fast.
Is he? No. Not in terms of reaction. I mean, like, Bit's a lurker, right?
Oh, okay.
But Imma's like an entry.
Sure.
But they kind of have, like, almost the same
aim.
Yeah.
Yeah, like if I was watching an emote demo, I would think to myself, oh, Bit's just had a Red Bull.
Exactly.
Like, wow, what's gotten into Bit today?
Yeah.
Gotta be rehydrating because he's been so animated this last map or two.
Yeah, we're looking for a better Crimbo today.
Yes, yeah, hopefully. I mean, again, we had a really good Crimbo versus Astralis, particularly on Overpass, where they were able to win the series, but that Ancient was not the Crimbo I signed up for. Ooh, dodged it.
Yeah, I think unfortunately the flash has landed. Kind of landed in between the couch and the lamp.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lost it with all the dimes and nickels, buttons and cat hair.
You ever flip your couch and find anything?
Yeah, cat toys.
Cat toys.
Yeah, it's that perfect height where all my cat's toys just fall underneath.
Right.
So every few days I just open the treasure trove and she goes crazy. Gets out all her springs and mice and that jazz.
I never get much.
Well, you don't have a cat.
Yeah, no animals.
5'7", baby.
Besides me, you know what I'm saying?
Sorry.
We're 12.
I was gonna say, Counter-Strike's got me going today. I had to watch that complexity nip match for so long. I've been waiting. And I'm still waiting. Because Navi, taken down to the 30 seconds, finally followed through on the bomb site, and it goes exactly how you
What the hell was that?
Well, play that back.
Hold on a second.
Yo, play that back.
Wait, who? JL? Was that JL?
No, I think it was Bit.
Bit. Bro, who needs English when you got geometry?
Yeah, it's true. What was that?
We've never seen that, right?
I feel like that requires sound effects.
He threw that so easily that, like, must have thrown it before, but I haven't seen it.
I was about to mock him. It's like, how do you miss the open window,
Yeah, it looked
dummy?
like the worst lineup of all time.
Yeah.
That's a wall, dude. That's a wall. Is communication really that bad? No, that was sick. Let's check it out. Queued up.
Damn. All right. Plus the 3-0 for the record. I love how we're all just nerds when it comes to Counter-Strike. Like, screw the action. Don't give me headshots. I don't want any replay except for that piece of utility. I couldn't care less,
Cares
dude.
about these frags.
Look at this. Like, that was clean, too. Oh, it didn't do anything.
Oh, it didn't do anything? Are you serious? But would have landed neatly in the window if there was no smoke down?
I don't know.
Okay, well, that kind of takes the fun out of it, but nice one, Montu.
Into the gun round.
Wow.
We got some ownage coming out top mid. I was really convinced that Molotov was sick. Maybe it will be, like you said, without the smoke. Run it back. This round is over fast, though. Faster than that Molly hype died. Oof, nothing big coming out with guns. Gonna get a clean 5-player surviving 100 health on everybody type round.
Maybe.
Is that what you're telling me? Kind of stuffed in the mid play. I mean, op shot from Montu first. It looked like there was.
I got that in my mind on the Molotov. So if it's not smoked though, is it a good lineup?
Yeah, I think it breaks on the ledge and still burns both sides.
No, I mean like if it's not smoked, people can just see you from market. You know what I mean? Like, is there a reason that you throw it like that? Unless you could throw it from farther back. Then it makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Kind of like Plinko.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody's favorite Price is Right game. See if it's an immediate mid-aggression. Yeah, Tabson going for at least a closer look. Ime waits with 2 players behind him. Swings for it and takes Tabson down.
Perfect flash for Connector to separate Montu from supporting his teammate. And they say, that's good enough for us. Let's go figure out what site to hit.
Simple's got the bomb, joins Bit in the apartments. Alexi's going to line up some util in middle, and JL's just floating in Palace still. So we'll see how Big respond. I'm also curious to see at what time JL will activate. Simple's going to go first. Middle has been conceded since Tabson was playing top of it. Let's Crimbo sit as the smoke fades in that window. just as it fades, he starts to get a little more curious. But he's also got to be cautious. Could be ladder room, could be bench, could be connector, all these possibilities. They're just kind of rattling around his brain.
They're clearly scared about A. I would say this sandwich position is pretty strong, not having to worry about the ramp right now. He could easily take out JL.
Yep.
And time will rush them forward. Good kill from Crimbo.
Delivers bomb to Crimbo's feet. Process still playing it tucked in. Double Molotov under. And they all get cleared. Everybody dies.
10
JL
seconds.
finds the
Can't even
headshot.
retake.
Nothing. Ooh, Navi down to the minute in that bomb site. Double Molotov under. Flushed him out. JL perfect. Perfect.
Well.
That was looking very well oiled.
It was a good split. I actually thought, though, that Big had pretty good spots to counter things, but everything fell at the same time. It could have been easily a 2-on-2 and a much more realistic chance at a retake here with Montu coming in, but
I'm not sat here questioning the tactics or the positionings or the setups or the utility of Big. It's just the fact that when Navi all peaked, it's headshots.
Yeah.
JL kills him. Under Balk, burned out and dead. It's just clean.
They're ready to get those trades. I think Alexi got 2.
Nice attempt from Process, but the Alexi trade.
Yeah. This is a big one. JL not dying to sandwich, right? And then,
Also gave it a little jiggle first.
yeah.
Kind of gets him into the duel. You see the CT had a chance.
Oh, the double molly under Balk. JL not dying to sandwich. And Big like, yeah, we have 3 on site. We're ready for this.
I mean, you can be ready for a lot of things. Doesn't mean you're going to stop them. Like earthquakes, tsunamis, tornadoes.
Come to Toronto. We don't have any of those. We don't have mudslides.
Ice storms. There you go.
Yeah, we got that a little bit.
That'll mess you up. Disproportionately inflated home prices.
Oh, God damn it. That's the biggest catastrophe. It's the worst natural disaster. Unnatural disaster.
Simple up into the apartments, looking to join JL. Suppress on the ramp from Big. Curious little situation they've put themselves in here. And obviously more tempered in mid as well, because Tabson's not thrown himself at the top of it. Just gives over the control, 1, earlier, and 2, easier for Navi. They'll slot in. CT smoke from the B site, lands bottom con. Lets Tabson hold on to his for the time being. As he hears that utility trickle out from Navi, he tries to get closer. Now he's burning, though. And Emet would have heard that for sure, so he's trying to hone in on the position. Tabson down to 2 health.
So low, and he eventually gets caught. He made a move.
Cost him.
Oh, and they run from B.
Crimbo bench, though. 20 seconds, double kill.
Oh, shout out to the silenced M4 right there.
Last round, he was playing in jungle, had to get himself a second and didn't, and now still this B site could fall. We've got 10 seconds on that clock, and Alexi B is looking for the frags, but the time is just not here for this.
He literally has to run and plant.
And he can't.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, Crimbo from the van, from that deep bench corner.
Yeah, from fence there. That was a spot that sort of was made possible by his teammate looking like he was evacuating. It maybe looked to them like Crimbo was the one leaving through the window. They don't get the kill. And after all this, my God. But very solid. And yeah, gotta say, silenced M4 will help out a little bit with that for sure. JL had no idea where that player could have been. The fence isn't a spot you play every round. That's sort of a spot. When I do.
Hey. I'm sitting here. And Crimbo off to a much better start than map 1, of course. 5 and 3 after that multi-kill round.
That was a very classical Navi looking round. That almost went very well. But in the end, they couldn't sustain 2 deaths at a 20-second mark, so they were a little spread thin. Players were a bit far apart, so okay. Money's getting better here for Big. But it's still... everyone's spending everything on this round.
Haven't seen any pressure through underground like that. Something different here for Big. Opens up Sin on Catwalk as well.
Yeah, usually it's Bit here in the underpass, but this time he'll be on A ramp.
Forward and mid right now from Big.
And Montu's not here to defend A ramp walkouts with the op, right? So they're going to see nothing on the site. Montu, will he get involved? He's maybe going to jump up on the box to check on Palace, but they seem very unaware, very intent on stopping a late mid hit. That smoke will try to feed into it, but Imma gets a kill. He's here, and now he's going to see 2 in mid. They're going to run over the site.
Oh, Bit comes through. It's a one and done at the very least. But it's a little silver lining.
They have control right now.
Yeah, they were just able to walk out. I mean, as Big, I like the fact they're getting proactive. They're making moves. They're fighting for control. It's just Navi crept out. Bit saw an opening, took it. If he has any timidness, that doesn't go down as easily, and it could still come upside down for Navi if Simple misses a shot, but he won't. Sin flies over, taps in on the stairs, locked in, and Simple's simply not missing.
Yeah, no problem for him. That's really great cover. Gotta appreciate how aggressive he was. Knew exactly where they would take fights, and yeah, I'm just kind of shocked at the confidence, not even worried about cat play coming in. Maybe because Imma took out that first player here. No, but that was underneath connector. Either way, great coverage. So honestly, could have got turned upside down if Simple didn't kind of hit every single shot here. So really well done.
Yeah, but that's what he's
here for. But overall, yeah, the 1 minute 15 window smoke into the walkout on A, and Big was sold.
Yep.
Big were like, hell yeah. They're coming mid. That was a really well called round. And having Imma time his peak. Ooh. Oh, no! His legs got shot off.
And now Crimbo's stuck, so Alexi's not going to let him get out of there. It's, of course, just pistols for the rest. M4 does get grabbed, Tabson. He's also got the Kevlar. He's the perfect person for the follow-up. Avenge your brethren. Simple already starting to leave the exit of apartments, looking to join the bomb carrier on ramp. And so if 2 unarmored USPs can't stop them on their entry, and spoiler, they won't. It's Navi's 6-2 T side. Oh. What? Okay. Oh my God.
Hold on a second.
Simple got dinked. Process grabs a gun. JL has to come out between the two. Okay, Alexi saves it.
Jesus Christ.
Bro, how did Eman not see him?
Yeah.
I mean, you're on the side of the screens. That's one thing.
Blue and orange, complementary colors. Look like wall art, maybe.
Wait, JL. Oh my God.
Wait a second.
Oh my God, that could have gotten stopped.
Not only is there a chance he wins, Alexi has 6 health.
No.
Does Tabson, well, bombs planted for Alexi.
No, they can't.
He's taking an off angle. Whoa.
Alexi's in front of it, just waiting. Oh, okay, he closes. Holy hell.
Oh, he's mad about that. Had the top con smoke, didn't wait it out. Didn't section off the angles. You can't be too frustrated about the way that went. If you saw what happened on the A site, they were very sort of fortunate it got this close in the first place. Nice attempt, though, from Big, gotta say.
Nice little jiggle, too, from Process. Love that he doubles down. I also like the way Alexi plays this. In the open, really confident.
Well. Yeah, gotta take a good off angle there.
Sigh of relief out of Navi. Sigh of relief from Navi and a burst of frustration from Tabson.
He's an angry boy.
Yeah, he's like, I'm not IGLing anymore.
Now I was calling this would have never happened. Right? That's the most toxic thing you could say. I support it.
Yeah, you say that once, man, it's all over.
Sin just starts crying.
Yeah, you can't take that back. You know, sometimes when we get up frustrated, you just want to say something.
Yeah. That would be being a bad father, essentially. Yeah. You can't do that, make that mistake. He would never, though. We're just kidding, guys.
Can't tell your kids they were mistakes.
Are they going to shoot off feet again?
No, because they're boosted on the side. A curious little situation. Perfect for avoiding that problem they had last time, but Ime also up close. Just gets the third guy instead. Pistol jump over, not going to happen. And so the mid setup crumbles.
Solidly held. I mean, dude, this is a I mean, the calling's been great. Gotta say, for Navi, it's just such a jarring contrast from the last time we saw them play.
Mm-hmm. Very true. A couple sketchy moments here and there, but I don't think anything coming particularly from the calls. Looking smooth.
It's on brand for Navi anyway.
Yeah. Wouldn't be Navi if it wasn't exciting. Fight comes back out. Looking to get Montu online. Poor guy's 1-6. Hasn't really had a shining moment so far on map 2.
Yeah, that would be kind of an indictment. CT side Mirage should be options for him to try to take over, but mid control has been pretty stellar here for Navi.
Sees the utility. He's got a player in connector. Process burned down.
Oh, man, they keep running forward into those mollies.
And then Tabson turns around after waiting an underpass for the duel. And Ime comes out with the swing. Bit gets contact against Crimbo. B site's open for the taking. Montu's going to rotate over with nothing here to do because the smoke is already up and they're outnumbered 5-2.
Damn.
It's toast.
Not a trade in sight.
You know, I was thinking, I said toast, so this is back on my mind. We always say like something gets spread too thin and that's a bad thing. But surely there are some things that you want to be spread thin, right? Like personally, butter. I don't like when toast is over buttered. I like it when it's spread thin.
Yeah.
Is there anything else that comes to mind?
Well, the problem is the semantic definition here because thin sort of implies it's too little, right?
Yeah, well, you know what? It's subjective.
Whereas like evenly would be just like the most complimentary way to describe the spread.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do want you want the ratio. The golden ratio in food is a real thing.
Yeah. Should look like a snail when you're done.
Love me an escargot. Little dink for Simple to deal with. You won't be too concerned.
But keep jiggling, buddy. I'll watch.
Yeah, he said jiggle it for me.
That was the invocation at first. All right.
Sorry, subtlety's not my forte.
Sybil hasn't been subtle either about the way he's felt.
Right.
So.
Yeah.
And you know what? Maybe it worked.
Trash. What was it? Trash mistakes lead to trash results.
Yes.
But he has always demanded the best from his teammates.
True, it's true.
Crimbo 557 to the site to Lexi waits top mid. And it's a Navi on fire for the 9-2 lead.
It's actually not the thin part. It's the when you say too thin. That's the implication.
Oh, it's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's true. Spread too. Oh, they're spread too. Oh, God, you're right. It's right there.
Too thick.
Yeah, we don't say that spread thin.
Spread too evenly. I'm like, what?
All right.
All right.
I retract my questions. 9 on a T side. Mirage looking like a nice, comfortable place for this Navi project to get its sea legs. Triple catwalk setup. Ooh, nice nade. Takes a third off bit. Navi looking to keep the pressure up on this T-half 2, milking it for every round they can.
Wow, so Emma is just taking over Bits roll and underpass completely. I was just wondering after a few rounds how this would play out, but literally his lurk position is Emma's.
2 players out the ramp, ahead of the smoke. Ooh, Process just lost his teammate as well. He's pressured from above, but Alexi puts himself up into the open, and that's where Sin's gonna end him. Ima out connector. Montu's up shot fires, but at least that contact gives Sin the next bit of info he needs. And Crimbo comes around from CT.
Yeah, and they still have CT control, so the T's
15 seconds.
And the op comes in.
There we go. Good pressure. Crimbo comes out with 2 kills in the mix. Sin able to get from the jungle into Con. Things get way too weird, and that little spot out of ladder room to connector really unraveled what Navi had going.
Yeah, I wonder what went wrong, though. It shouldn't be that easy for your CT guy to get involved, and I don't know if they didn't molly it or didn't have a smoke. They couldn't press forward because they shouldn't be simultaneously fighting Con and CT.
My assessment is that because the player under balcony delayed his death for as long as he did, it allowed the jungle player to push out and get the Con kill.
Oh, yeah, Krim was obviously the B player. So
yeah.
And super late.
Yep.
Right, so not bad here. Not bad here from the rotators.
What do I know? I'm just a play-by-play.
Do you know who wins this round?
I never know.
Okay. Won't even take the 50-50. Nope. Pimp has really hurt you.
Yeah, Pimp has indeed hurt me. One too many ways. Crimbo swinging that second op again. We've seen this a couple times. We saw it on Ancient once when he pushed down bottom B ramp, got lost in the scope, and died. So for Crimbo's sake, I hope this time it goes better. But I'm looking at that B site, Mohan. I'm looking at the complete lack of counter-terrorists in Catwalk, Window, Market, and Apps. And I'm thinking Crimbo's gonna have a hard time.
Yeah, they got sold completely.
Shot the first one, so good start. But then JL's right there with the headshot.
Save it, I think.
No support for Crimbo. And that is Navi on the brink of 10.
They smoked Palace ramp and played 4A. Well, I need to like replay on the mini-map. I didn't understand exactly what the info was that was given over to Big where they were so sure, but there was not even a player selling a fake. There was not.
They overplayed. They also didn't break the vent, so maybe they thought they were mind game big braining.
Yeah, not sure. The mid vent?
Yeah, the mid vent crawl. Murder hole. Unbroken. So maybe Crimbo didn't think, you know, no market, no problem. Silver lining. Easy save. Big will hang on with 4 as they shoot for 5-10 best case scenario.
Ooh. Well, Crimbo knew he was going to get help for a few seconds, so had to go through with another peek. We compare notes coming into the second last round of the half. Decide what to do next. Im at top of the board again, 106 ADR.
No consecutive round wins for Big this half.
Simple with 40 ADR, and Navi 10-3 right now in rounds. That's a rare sight.
But I'm sure one that he welcomes.
Yeah.
Also, B is now completely empty. This is even worse than last round.
Okay.
And it's another save.
It's an easy save right here. Alexby is a fucking genius.
Guys, I've got a hunch. You see, guys, last time they played 1B, and this round they'll play no B.
Ooh.
I know this because I am Alexi B.
And where does Alexi B go?
B. If you believe me. Well, that's a weird one. I can't say I've seen a round like this in some time.
Pacifist mode.
You know, the world could use a little less violence.
A fast B, and Big just thinking we at least have the first 40 seconds where we don't have to play anyone inside. It's wow, great situation for Navi. They got 11th.
Big can pat themselves on the back. Good job, guys. No one died this round.
Yeah, even though they have so much money, they could have afforded to like try.
You know, again, it's all about perspective. Arguably, that's an improvement from the last round.
Wow. You should be a mental coach.
Just saying.
But good spin on anything.
It's all about perspective, baby. And you got a great buy in the last. So let's see what they can do. That double op's still here. Although Crimbo 11 and 9. Montu 2 and 8. Not the best not the best half from him.
Your jaw fall off?
Yeah. Like the ramp push, though. Get a little more active, then you can justify moving pieces back to B. Feigning a little presence here. Simple drops the Molotov. Ima making sure that nothing's coming out from the ramp push. May go clear it himself in a moment, as it's looking like NAVI are going to rock this boat back to A. Prosis knows there's only one player here chucking flashbangs. Emat. Oh, shut down by the A1S. Clean shot. Nice little adjustment. And still a fair amount of defense here in position. Of course, the mid-split's coming through, and Alexi's got cat control, but he dies to Montu. That's going to leave the B lean moving over, opening the door for the top con push. Bit, oh, thought he had a chance. Taps and takes his head off, and it looks like things go well for Big. 4 alive as they take their 4th of a pretty underwhelming CT side.
Hello everybody and welcome to Skin Guesser by CS Money. I'm joined by Astralis and FaZe Clan today. We asked the community some questions ahead of the start of the fall groups, and now it's your guys' job to guess the answers of the fans. Each correct answer is worth 100 points. Each incorrect answer is worth 50 points, as in a negative 50. If you get 2 incorrect answers, you then switch control of the question to the other team. Whoever gets the 8th and final answer gets an additional 100 points. Astralis, you guys are gonna start. Question number 1. What is the best AK skin?
Wild Lotus.
Wild Lotus is correct.
Oh wait, just need to fill them out?
You gotta fill all 8.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, you're
Fire
gonna have to do the whole 8. Fire Serpent.
Case happens.
Both correct.
Neon Rider.
Neon Rider is the skin that starts with an N.
Asimov.
Asimov, that's 5.
Okay, we're gonna
pass. I like that.
So B is Bloodsport.
Correct.
And V is Vulcan.
Correct.
Redline.
Correct.
There we go, Finn! You're back!
All right, nicely done. Okay, so FaZe, get ready for your second question. What is the best team sticker with an animal on it?
First one, Furia.
Furia, correct.
Vitality, the B.
A B is not an animal. I would say Virtus Pro.
Correct.
We play against so many teams, how the f do we not know, man?
What is team?
Is Team Liquid.
Team Liquid is correct.
I Buy Power as well.
I Buy Power is correct.
Mouse.
Correct.
Is it? Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
It is a mouse.
It's mouse walks.
Are you guys done?
You wanna pass it, no?
Astralis, the floor is yours.
I would say Copenhagen Wolves.
Copenhagen Wolves is correct.
I played there.
And, and then I would say North.
North is also correct. Okay, I'm gonna have to address this.
No.
It's the definition around animal. What is the best team sticker with a creature on it?
I deserve my chance. I deserve my chance. Bro, I deserve my chance to guess.
You guys got an answer?
Dignitas.
Correct. Last round of the game. We asked the viewers, name a skin you would give to your friend. You don't want the most popular answer, straight up. FaZe, you can choose whether you start or close.
We will start.
So,
Asimov.
with that correct answer, Astralis, it is your turn.
Wild Lotus.
Wild Lotus is correct.
Gamma Doppler.
Incorrect. Negative 50 points.
Gut Knife.
Astralis says Gut Knife with a chance to close the gap, with a chance to steal the win.
But it's wrong.
Incorrect answer. It's a good effort.
Almost.
But congratulations, FaZe. You guys have won. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining me in the CS Money segment.
Where's the trophy?
There's actually something.
Congratulations, Finn. You are now the primary opper.
Thank you. I'm back, guys.
You've been promoted.
Going back to years 2008.
Go closer.
Yes, I'm ready. Ladder.
I'm flashing gold.
Shot.
I'm going stairs. Sasha, I'm
Two
going stairs.
middle fighting.
Dropping bomb. Let it be.
Two
And
more,
con.
two more.
Con short.
Yes.
Can you smoke? One.
Ragazzi,
Right side.
Ragazzi.
I have
Jungle. Jungle con.
I'm going back.
Low HP.
I'm on it.
Nice.
Nice. Nice, Sasha. Guys, I need more talk, boys. Let's go.
Talk is what Alexi B wants, but
He's been talking.
It's going smooth.
I think it's going great.
It's going fantastic.
I think he called a great half. I think the communication from what we've heard actually so much better. That was burgeoning on Masterclass right there. They won the last 2 rounds with only killing 1 big player. They picked the right site. Yeah, a lot of good defaults, a lot of variety.
Half got a little weird in those last 2 rounds. Well, the last 3 rounds were a little
too smart.
You know, they were something else. I think when Alexi says that, I need more talk. At that point, it was a little more in the air. Big had a couple close ones. Big were catching him off with that jungle peek. But at the end of the day, Navi definitely stabilized. I mean, 11 T rounds on Mirage. Your map up. You're looking to lock in a rematch versus Heroic. It's an excellent evening for the Navi camp. Stark contrast to what we got just a few days ago. But of course, this dominant half doesn't come off of some crazy performance out of Ima like it did back on Ancient. This time, it's just winning rounds. At times without frags. Ima waits and gets gushed. Big looking to follow through from bottom middle JL. He's got that cat under control for now. They've got 2 top con as well. Making sure nobody climbs through the window, but someone's down beneath it. Bit still floating back and forth as well. Bomb though. If Sin dies, they gotta follow through and try to grab it. Oh, that tap's nasty. Bit.
Right up his nose.
Clean headshot, but Prosis able to at least overwhelm inside of the jungle with a smoking connector as well. That'll cover the path to the bomb site, and it's just CT that's a problem, but Ime is all the way back in spawn.
Is there anybody inside a window? No. So that'll be the CTs taking control of it. Oh.
Headshot back for...
Oh, JL got that one.
All right, settle down.
Oh my God, it's nonstop.
Everybody settle down. Montu's going to put brakes on this. Navi looking for the CT pistol for the 12-4 lead for the huge advantage to close this series. 10-second defuse from Alexi B. Starting to become a bit of a classic.
That's crazy. Every shot was just so easy. And I mean, they were hard shots. They just looked easy. Okay.
Should have kept looking at your shoes, boy.
Tough round if you're big. Oh.
I did the same thing.
They're loosening up.
They didn't even need dualies.
Dare I
That's
say
easy to
it.
loosen up when you win.
I was going to say, I think they're starting to have...
Let's see if we get the finger guns out when it's 4-11 and paper big.
Solo AK for Prosis. Fast pop. I mean, could catch Alexi off guard. He's got support from JL. Famas. It's lost its support. At least the first player. But Simple's come in, and Alexi gets lost inside of the smoke. He's doing it all. He's hanging on for dear life as his first 2 teammates die instantly. Tabson comes out with the P250. Big had no business getting this close. And now, they can push it over the line.
Oh my God, that worked.
MP9 flies out, drops bomb. Ime ready to clear close, but dies. And so Big have robbed it right back.
Well, let's see the finger guns now.
Yeah, we can't show Navi they're imploding.
No. Just instantly gets toxic. Nah, just kidding. They're still doing great. This was a very funny situation. It was actually the late lurk that locked us up with Tapson coming in. Not even a lurk. I think maybe he was just throwing nades and watching the flank, so. Pistols here for Navi. Big's turn.
Fast up mid. You thought you could hide from the Crimbo. Not this time. Desert Eagle outside of connector is the only thing between the T's and an open A site. You go this way, you're going to meet the scout.
That's a shot.
Yep.
My God.
It was waiting for you.
That's a game changer, honestly.
Can bit slow it down.
Okay, maybe not.
Back exposed, turns. Nothing. Crimbo looking for the multi-kill as the pistols get torn apart. The scout's going to chase him, and there's a chance now. AK upgrade for Simple. Oh, my.
Yeah, we got Alexi's flank coming in.
He doesn't have Kevlar,
they're both
though.
leaving window. And is this Sin clearing window out? That could be huge. He hasn't gone all the way just yet. Oh, it's Montu, excuse me. Yeah, he does. That's nice of him.
Okay.
That opens this round back up.
Leaves Process behind Firebox. Alexi starts to flank. He's not going to see anybody with this flank until he gets all the way out to Tetris. Then, but Process taking one down with him, and it's the double up in jungle that should bode well for Big. Tapson, gonna make sure he puts down what they start. There's a little cost with this, but Big's still happy to just get that 6th.
Yeah, some great rifling there. Oops. And the most important thing was Montu not being too scared after seeing his teammate die inside the window, going for the fight. So at least have a good place to post plant from. And this is interesting. Crimbo knowing they're going to push through as he runs out of ammo. Very rare situation. And the scout grabbing the duel after the first one comes off Cat. And even worse guns now is NAVI. You know, all in all, full save. They got one flashbang on Alexi.
What are they going to do with it? You know Alexi's got an idea. Little Cat to mid swing. Oh, hey, they're
like
dodging the majority. But it is still Tapson to rack him up. Knock him down. Single death in mid. Montu could follow suit if he's not careful, but that's 7 to Big. Obviously, all this just the ramifications of not converting that pistol. They will give away a second frag. Mac 10 was meant to go make money, not lose it. But of course, it is guns for Navi next. And those guns should get this show back on the road.
Talking to Alexi a while ago, I was talking about Mirage. And I was like, what do you think of the maps that are, you know, getting the least innovation? And I was like, naturally, a lot of people are saying Mirage. And he was like, well, actually, Big are still somehow finding new stuff on it. And this was when they were doing their smoke outside of Murder Hole B split.
Okay.
And so that's a team that he looks to, actually, often to try to find new things. Big at the cutting edge.
Yep. I mean, no surprise.
Oh.
Sorry, Simple.
Oh, nice one, Tapson. Cleans his clock.
Missed this jump, bro. Can't miss the jump. Or death awaits. Big old clump of players on that ramp. Bit starting to leave the site already. Completely evacuated. Ripe.
And we're talking very low grenades right now for Navi.
Yeah.
Full exec coming in. Oh, but it's awkward where they're looking.
No way. They pressure into jungle. Ima able to get 2. Tapson. Changing nades, nearly dead. Single point of health. Alexi B will finish him off. We've got bomb dropped on the opposite side of bench. And as it sits there, JL tries to slide out where he'll get caught by Crimbo. And Alexi, also not the smoothest moves. Bomb is still down, though. That makes this interesting. He's going to see it.
And they just figured out where he is now.
He just didn't go high enough up the stairs.
He might have been on radar, but, well, he can still watch it from here, so we'll see what the fight looks like. They're holding this position. Oh, my God, a headshot in.
If he goes back to connector and sees that bomb sitting in the open.
I think he do. Yeah, he did see it for sure.
There's that op looking for him. Montu, you have had a quiet game. Time to change it. Oh, not ideal.
Yeah.
And at least he hit the shot.
Indeed.
Op connects for Big, and they close it.
Yeah, I just need to smoke behind him, but...
That got a little frantic, though.
It did. It got crazy. Honestly, I thought it was a pretty lost position. If JL doesn't try to make his own play...
Yeah.
This is just a 2v1 while they're holding things, and they don't even know where either player is, so... There could have been a situation where there's no place to plant for the T side safely. Would have been a lot harder.
Nice double kill from Ime.
Oh my God. That's 2 rounds where Simple has seen nothing but a first bullet between the eyes.
What's that going to do to him, Launders? How's he going to feel?
Yeah, he got his major.
That's true.
He can look past this one.
That's such a trump card in any argument if you're simple.
Yeah.
Sasha, you didn't take out the garbage again. I won a major.
One major.
That shot lands on Alexi. Poor Montu can't buy kills right now. Oh, never mind. He'll take down JL. Opens up the site and the round. Big have closed the gap. It is still Navi winning by 3, only 4 away from the win. I don't doubt the individuals over there, but be careful, or else. Healthy rounds as well for Big. 5 alive this time after 4 in a row. It'll do their economy some good.
Yeah, very solid. I mean, even the attack that him almost stopped from Connector when it was a little awkward and they weren't ready for them to be a full A. That was just such a good setup for Big. Like a good timing. It was similar to NAVI with their timing. I mean, they read the map just as well as NAVI did to them in the first half.
Blade has seen enough. Time to get engaged. I love the way that Blade just speaks like almost looks like a philosopher or a professor. When he's doing his, or maybe a philosophy professor when he's doing his coaching.
Yep, I'm seeing that.
Godby comes in like a dad.
Yeah.
Listen, son, I couldn't do it, but don't you dare disappoint me. I need this win. And they're fighting for it. So props to Big. Ah, simple.
Oh, I think he just took that shot. I don't think he saw anything. Surely those smokes were good, but well,
nasty.
It was on the money, but you know what? Tapson gets one back. He's been good on openers. Oh, a little dink there from Alexi.
Yep. JL though, long range angle. Smoke ahead of him.
Also, I'd like to say about Alexi, pretty apt B player. He's been actually pretty solid anchoring different spots.
And top fragging this map. Got Bit down beneath Palace. Little creep and crawl coming out of Big. They've got eyes on Bit, and you can see his uncertainty. Simple. Oh. Kills Prosis, who was just crossing. An accidental connection on Prosis. Simple so good, he kills you when he doesn't even mean to.
Oh, he hit both of them.
And then he dunks it.
Yeah.
Then Sin also cleaned up. Simple on the doorstep of an ace right now. Yes, sir. Anything Montu can do, he can do better.
See that? Easy. Owned. Yeah. And actually, Prosis just took a bullet.
Yeah, trying to cross.
Yeah. Did see him? Oh, he did.
Yeah.
He did. Okay.
Saw the little. Yep. Nicely done. That nade really the cherry on top. Didn't even have to shoot a bullet for that one. Quick opening though, Tapson not gonna go down without his best efforts and his low HP for the time being. Montu looking for his ability to pull one off. JL's got a gap on the smoke, but Tapson's already got up into connector. As he falls back, he'll get spotted though.
That's well done from JL. Doesn't overstay his welcome on Cat. Now there's 2 inside of B waiting for the attack to come in. He clears out mid visually. Simple's here to reinforce with an op, no less.
Yep, you've got Simple in the right position. The perfect spot to give Navi that 14th. Alexi B mows down 2, and JL still has his angle. Slaughter inside of the B site as Navi get this kill machine back on track.
Yeah, that's 3 for Alexi B. And yeah, like full credit. I think there are some, more notorious B anchors like Perfecto, like Shush, or there's some that we talk about, and there's actually a lot of people who struggle, but Alexi B is on the higher end, honestly, of anchor players. One that's probably not talked about enough.
Good repositioning of Simple as well that round.
He's got a very comfortable flow chart. And yeah, that's a round also called well. Simple knowing. When it comes to Simple's rotations, one thing I'll say is I don't think Alexi is saying, I need you to rotate. I think a lot of times when we watch Simple play a lot of his games, I can't fathom that it's an IGL ever telling him when to rotate. He's the guy who rotates more than any other opper.
Yeah. It's Simple's intuition.
My view, and I think that, yeah, they're just reinforcing behind his movements. And I don't think there's anything, egoistic or wrong with that at all, because if you're an IGL, you want your operator to like say, I got an idea this round, let him go.
Oh, yeah.
And that's one of the most impactful parts about Simple as a whole, so.
Yeah. I'm sure Alexi
we can't credit Alexi for everything.
Yeah. I'm sure Alexi is grateful Simple is that way. But honestly, right now they can bank on Ima as well. Finding his rotation around back towards window. JL's got an open line of sight. And of course, Big decided not to come in with the full buy this round. They just bought some trimmings. We'll see what they can open up with. Ima inside jungle. Simple on window. And Bit back on CT. So definitely space being given to Big, especially with Simple peeling back like this. Now Ime finds himself killed as the window peek comes through. Simple left that gap, and all of a sudden the pistols are slipping through the cracks. Simple's able to hide back behind Ticket, spotted out by the AK. Those pistols still yet to find upgrades, and Simple's gonna gun down one. And if he waits long enough, Alexi's coming to help. That flank gets checked, but Simple also deep peek CT. Crimbo's AK inside of the ramp. If Simple wants this clutch, he's gotta get it going. He's got a frag, a flash, and a third kill.
Shot.
As that op simply does not miss. A flash into the jungle, tap onto the bomb. He knows where you are. He can smell you. He can sense you. And he could have stuck it, but a flick shot off the mark. A pistol swap, not enough. Whew. And Sin will keep this game going.
How many kills was that?
3.
3. Jesus. Catching the flank, coming into the site, hard shots. And 2 rounds in a row where he's done pretty insane stuff. Or 3, actually. The last round on A. Crimbo. Another opener here for Big. This one too hard to deny. Ima's spot is definitely well compromised, though. I'd just like to say he's been getting punished a lot on the CT side. And that jungle position with no mid-control is just so vulnerable to both the connector peak and the window timing. I'm wondering if he wants to be left there that often, but he's really patrolling between 2 angles and not finding that much success right now. Putting a little bit of stress on the map, so it will almost save the day anyways, but...
Oh, timing there.
Oh, that would have been a nice one to find.
Ime able to get into sandwich instead. But Bit, dude.
He just thinks no way that they walk up. And Ima, I mean, where could he have gone? There's only one spot that's close enough. Sandwich is done. And yeah, it's another situation where there's like not much awareness about what's going on in mid from the connector.
I feel like Big have found the gap that they can exploit for at least a few rounds here. Have they gotten all they can get from it before Navi make any kind of change up? Well, we'll find out in the following rounds, but they've definitely made the most of an underplayed gap.
Yeah, I mean, one way to deal with this is just head on if you're CT side and just take mid control, and then suddenly you don't have to worry about con. But at the moment, Big are finding like a fair amount of opening duels. So we'll see if they want to run that gambit. I have a feeling that they are going to be perfectly comfortable doing sort of CT aggressive mid control, but we'll see what the call is. We'll see what the buy is too. So they have 3 guns. Should be enough to drop maybe some sacrifices in the way of nades. On one of the 3, who knows? Been good on Crimbo for spotting the vulnerability and just continuing forward after seeing sort of Imma let the situation go and just like run to a spot. It's actually not an easy call for Crimbo to make either, you know?
For sure.
Could have just run in and got covered.
Nobody can say Big have not tried to get every round they can in this series. Fighting spirit, always at an all-time high.
Yeah, their CPM, communications per minute, 300.
NAVI just want to get this job done. They did a fantastic thing on Ancient, shutting down Big as badly as they did, but we get the return of Crimbo, right? That was an uncharacteristic underperformance on the first map, and now we've got Crimbo at the top, and Big fighting to get these last 3 rounds to tie us up at 14 apiece. Fast moves from Montu. Molly on his feet, forced back. And everybody's there, right? If this was going to be one of those mid-exploits again, you know, Navi were looking to adjust to the mid-rounds that Big have been playing. Well, it's smoked out at the time being, but as those smokes now fade, they see it's clear.
Yeah, and they use one Molotov to call out that one tactic, and then Simple slots into position to hold this. So when Simple's over a B, that reinforces the rest of the map because you've got free riflers right now. So you see Alexi has moved into CT spawn at the beginning of the round. This is anticipating the A play, which is correct. They've got deep ramp control. They've got 2 riflers to stop this, and they had JL helping to fight into middle. So will they be successful is the question. Big attacks comes soon.
It's a good adjustment. Just comes down to the execution of the hold. They hear the feet above them. Bomb dropped in the open like that could get problematic. Bit comes around. He knows there's still a threat, and oh, he turns it on Crimbo. God. Beautiful micro adjustment there from Bit in order to stop the player on site and then to snap it back on his original threat. Now, all this time, Bomb still sits outside of the palace. Tabson's trying to come back, and Montu, excellent chance to shine. He's put it back into the 2v2, pressured, and JL's now got sight control. Tabson's gonna have to climb up, grab Bomb, clear CT, and somehow not get plucked by Simple all the while. Massive ask of the in-game leader. Or X. Talent definitely on his side. Oh, Tabson cleared out connector. He's got the time for the plant. The Molotov gives it cover. No. Tabson comes up, still has health, and JL peeking slowly as Tabson peels back. Oh! Masterclass of a 1v2.
Oh my God, I can't believe he figured out a way to do that, but just enough pressure on CT and Con at the exact same time. One opportunity and an instant punish here for Tabson. As he came in on the flank and saw someone running into CT, he thought, man, that was the opportunity to get the kill to make it a 1v1. But after Bit got his 2K, you'd think that was over for sure, and instead, Big survive. Tabson leads Big to 12 rounds.
Oof. Talking a little smack too. Yep. That was, quote, play safe, Simple. Wow. Because he did just get rocked by Tabson. Tabson peeks connector and blasts Simple out of the round. But don't poke a bear. Simple's back in. Dead again. Oh, 2 rounds in a row. Tabson's gonna get Simple's head. Bit not able to spray anybody down with that SMG, and so the A site crumbles, which means this CT side is crumbling with it.
Yeah, they'll take that and run.
Oh Lord.
You know, was the Simple peak objectively, let's say, an error? I don't know. Let's say, because, for example, that could have been a peak, or it could have been a plant on default with the Molly missiles. No way for JL to fight it. And then they couldn't deny it from that perspective. So Simple doesn't necessarily know he's even pushed to triple. Also, Tabson doesn't know that he's triple. So with the thought that he knows JL's in CT, maybe there is a good opportunity for him to like take one peek and fight if Tabson makes a mistake. I'm really thinking about how aware Tabson is in that position.
Oh, yeah.
It's true, he could have played safe, but it's also true that he could have got the bomb planted playing safe anyway.
That's not a 1v2 where I think a mistake unravels it. That's just a clean peek from Tabson.
Creating pressure
Instant
and then being
kill.
aware.
Yeah. I mean, Simple gets away. You know, Simple shot and then was looking to get into cover, but Tabson 3 bullets out, finds his forehead, and then gets a double entry coming out of the ramp on A. You know, Tabson.
And he's first bulleted Simple a couple of times too this half.
Yeah.
There he is. Tabson focusing on his crosshair. Does wonders, huh?
He's 20 and 17. Right behind Crimbo is the top performer for Big right now.
And Montu's not doing much, but he did get a really important kill that last round.
Yeah.
You know,
fair.
They do need him more, but hey man, Sin. There are less questions right now about the Na'Vi players, but as a team, Big showing up.
Here comes the buy from Na'Vi. Deciding to invest. I think there's going to be limitations here. Oh no, never mind. Up on the ground, all good. Okay, fair is fair. It's 15 or a tied game.
How many opening kills can they survive? How many opening kills can Big conjure up?
Can Tabson take by force as he sets himself up for another entry, but this time through middle. Now this is where that big success originated from, and they're going back to it. Already we've got 2 on Cat, we've got 2 inside connector, and Alexi B gets sniped. But we've got Bit to claw it back from inside Con, a double kill, dropping bomb at his feet. Tabson has managed to get up into the windowsill.
Yeah, but now they know he could have. So if he may have done it silently. Let's see if they're completely unaware of it. There was a player just underneath them. They
JL's
see the
coming
bomb.
to clear.
It's tough. Bit, excuse me, is thinking about it.
Yeah. Contact top mid, Bit goes down. Oh, that helps.
Yeah.
That could just create a moment here where maybe Tabson goes unchecked.
Yeah. But what can he do from here is the question.
Bomb picked up, connector player.
Oh, another one.
Spotted. Shaved off. And Simple now activates from Cat. They've got a crossfire here, but they've also got Crimbo starting to press out from Palace. And Tabson takes his turn. He moves. Process with the bomb dropped again. More problems, all because of that bomb possession in middle. And Tabson has to take the longest road back around the flank on Simple. If he kills Simple again with his back turn, but that will be delayed. Molotov holds Tabson off. Crimbo getting closer. 20 seconds on that clock. You need bomb from mid and a push
Look
to
at
sight.
Simple, dude.
Simple turns. He has this. He's got it pictured and he's got it killed. Shuts down the peek off catwalk. Goes deep, missing a shot, but not a problem. Crimbo has no time to make this happen, and Na'Vi will get to 15.
Yeah, that's a hard-fought match point, but they lock it up. And that's full credit to Simple for being fully aware right there. And they kept an inventory of Tabson the whole time. They said maybe he's in the window. Maybe someone heard it. They trusted the comm. Tabson played it very slow. They could have very easily forgot, and it would have been forgiven. But they said the only thing that matters right now is that we win. And they, for sure, decided to concentrate on this thought. The map was too quiet for too long. And Simple throwing the molly down probably had Tabson's heart sinking. Navi did try to give that away for a second. Couple players walking out into fights. That could have been avoided. But they couldn't punish enough times. It was an interesting T idea. You know, they split up like a cross inside of mid, taking connector, cat, and window at the same time.
Montu getting another chance here. Oh, missed shot.
Shot missed.
On the jump back. That's the mid presence shown. But again, this has worked in the past. And Sin's gonna come in with a big entry frag on Simple, who's been making the difference. JL's chance to shine. And Montu's gonna connect.
God,
Sin with another headshot, and the A site falls.
Montu just... Wait, was that from within the A site or from the bottom of Con? That was from the bottom of Con through the wall, right? Didn't see him at all?
I don't know. I don't...
Wall banged him from inside of middle, right?
Maybe I missed something. I saw Sin gets 2 kills.
Okay.
Replays.
Yeah,
we'll wait.
replays, yeah.
Queue them up. We're going around 30, that's for damn sure. And the money is in question.
I think what happened was CT Rifler top con got the first kill, and then second one swung, but Montu actually hit the shot through the wall. Which looked insane to me, but okay.
Only one gun saved.
Okay.
We'll see. Let's piece this together. Sherlock Holmes this shit.
That's Sin's first. Oh, okay. He gets it, but he could see him. Okay.
Okay.
Not as great. I thought he was like...
Right? He thought he's just banging connector walls, dude. Yeah. No, this is Sin's round.
Yeah, but another good one on mid. I mean, Montu even had an earlier chance to like finish this round faster.
Come on, Big. No. Don't fight all this way. All this way just to lose to the lesser weapons. Because if you need to be reminded, it was 11 terrorist round wins from Navi on Mirage.
Well, connectors where there's the most discomfort.
Utility nearly non-existent out of Navi. I feel like they just need to close this. As a team, as a fresh project, Big are going to do their absolute damnedest, as they always do, and as they have. tabseN, beautiful wallbang, and Montu's right there. Again, the support that comes out from Connector, the boost up from the vomit drop bomb, and all of a sudden, we've got a chance, because Alexi keeps up the pressure. Simple strikes one down off of jungle, and tabseN's done it before. Can he do it again? It's a headshot to Simple. How many times this half? Alexi's inside the smoke, and he waits, and he waits, and he is indeed rewarded. Navi will close this, surviving a hell of a test. Big, take a bow. It's a hell of a comeback attempt, a sigh of relief out of Navi. After a dominant showing on Ancient, this one goes all 30, but Navi versus Heroic for first in the group.
Ooh, we'll see about that one. But that was a very fun match to watch. It was incredibly scrappy. Mirage delivered in the end. It was great to see Big, who showed so much in the way of their behavior on camera. You know, talking the whole time, taking pauses, looking undefeated even when they were down 7-12 on map 1.
Yes.
To get to the point of almost bringing it to OT on Mirage after staging another comeback. You know, want to tip a hat to this project as well. They are sort of going through as much in the way of changes as Navi are, even switching languages, having a new IGL, and are fully the underdog. So pretty impressive try, but in the end, it was Navi.
Considering it's a pretty underwhelming set of roster changes, it's nice to see them have some success that we can sit here and reward. So props to Big for their fighting spirit and fighting back from a slow start. We've got James and Ime.
I've got Ime with me here after a solid win there, but gets very close on Mirage. Started to get a bit stressful there. You were quite far in the lead.
No, not even close. No, I mean, yes, we had the lead on both sides, and then we were starting to choke because I don't know, we were losing to ourselves, but we still won. A win is a win, you know. And also, I know, props to Alexi. He had amazing calls, especially on his side. And then yeah, I'm happy that we won.
Now, when it comes to Ancient, obviously when I interviewed Simple after your first outing on the map, he said you guys hadn't practiced it. Was this a bit of a trick? Did you bait Big into picking that one?
No, it wasn't a trick. We started to practice after the game, after the Steelers game, and then we put up some setups, some strats, and then like obviously it's gonna be way better than the first game because we had some things.
You were more prepared for it, more ready for it as well. Now, I want to say on your individual performance, the early games for Navi, we didn't see kind of the heights of what we'd seen from you before when it comes to you on Gamer Legion. Today it looked a lot different. You looked more comfortable, more confident to make moves. What's changed?
To be honest, nothing changed, but you know, whenever there is a new team, it's very hard, especially for the guy who needs to enter, who needs to find space. And then if you don't have like anything full ready, or maybe someone misses to do a flash or a smoke, because it happens, it's a new team, we all know that. And usually the first guy gets fucked, and then I'm the first guy.
Sometimes it has to be like that, but would you say that you're starting to see some of this chemistry come together, even though it's just in a short amount of time?
Yeah, it's good. Like, it cannot get worse, obviously.
Hopefully not.
I mean, my personal individual performance, it cannot go worse, and then I hope like we're gonna get way better and way better.
It's a rematch for Heroic next. That's going to be an exciting one. But I've got a question for you from our Blast TV viewers. They've asked you, what is your go-to music you listen to before you get into game? Have you got a song of choice?
No song of choice. No, I have a playlist. I like if you ask me like what song do I like, I cannot remember. I cannot remember any song titles.
What type of music?
Pop, anything.
Oh, okay.
Like if I like how it sounds, I'll listen to it. Like I don't have like a type or something.
Oh, let's see if our desk can do some singing for us, and maybe they will give you something to get inspired for your playlist. Thank you, mate.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was hoping we could do a rendition of Ime's favorite song.
I'm good.
But I feel like that would have gone down like a lead balloon, or maybe a baby in a bath. I don't know, whichever way we look at it. Yeah, Navi, great result for them. Managed to outlast Big in 2 maps. It goes the full 30 in the final map. That got a bit chaotic to end things out. I feel like it was right from Ime, a sigh of relief to be closing out in 2.
Yeah, that got real hectic. I don't even know how Big really turned that one around. It looked for the longest time on that second map that Big pretty much bowed out after map 1. really complicated start. Navi dictating the pace. Alexibi having an incredible T side in terms of calling.
Yeah.
You could see Sin was kind of outmatched for a while. And then you have these few messy rounds in which Big have no business winning, but they turn around situations. Simple is making a very uncharacteristic mistake, in the 1v2, allows tabseN to clutch it, and you end up in round 30, and you're thinking, holy hell, this could actually happen. And then it's a matter of millimeter, a bomb that drops into connector. That's the difference.
Yeah, I feel like there was a lot of fixation of Big trying to go towards the middle side of things. Obviously, a really important part of the map that you want to be getting control of. Let's run rounds 28 and round 30 because it was kind of a tale of similar issues of Big dropping the bomb in.
The reason why Big were focusing so much on middle were they were finding all the openings. You see Manta right here finding an opening. You see tabseN getting into a decent position as well. In this round in particular, it's well played by Bit, who's doing a fantastic job. And then Simple's vista for the game at this point. The fact that he read that tabseN could have come from behind is just stellar. He falls back into a safe position. He's holding tabseN right here, and the bomb is down in middle. That is the key essence of all of this. Big do not control the bomb. They have a man out on the A side, and that is it. Fast forward to the last round of the game, the exact same thing happens. They get the openings, but they don't get the bomb up through connector. Look at this little boost. The FAMAS come up, bomb gets dropped, and that is it.
You could almost argue it is a bit of an unlucky situation for Process to be the one carrying the bomb. It falls in his back as well because the kills had been found, and so the A side was wide open for the taking, and Big could have had a post-plan situation. But I have to agree with you. A couple of details went Navi's way. Once again, I don't want to undermine how incredible Simple's move on round 28 is.
Man.
Like, this is pure game sense. In that 2v2, the thought that tabseN could be coming from behind, 20 seconds on the clock, putting down the Molotov behind him, basically guarantees the clutch. The clutch is over. As soon as the Molotov hits the ground, tabseN is stopped in his track. The player that's on A side cannot move at all because he's got Simple in position for him with an AWP, and just like that, but reading the game closes it. Incredible.
He owed one. He owed one after that clutch you were describing as well. He made a massive mistake against tabseN, take nothing away from him in that clutch, but without Simple making that mistake, I don't think we would have gotten to that point. So it was good to see that he kept level-headed and once again made a simple, fantastic play.
It's kind of crazy when we think about the first half of this map as well, because we were delivered yet another T-side masterclass from Alexibi. We ended on 11 rounds in that first half for Navi. The fact that Big were able to battle back, where did you see maybe some of the holes for Navi being, or was it a case rather of Big just having the upper hand on their T-side too?
No, I don't think it's about upper hand. I think it's about Navi not being in a position right now where every 4v3 or 3v2 is going to be closed because you have experience and you know how to close them and everything is calm. I think it comes with the territory when you have a new team like that maybe people are getting a little overexcited in the last 20 seconds when you have these few kills coming in here and there. So I think this is the lot of a new team, to give away these moments. What matters to me is that they didn't crack this time. Like, you could have seen frustration come in. They would have had many reasons to be angry on round 30, but at the end, they stayed the course and they were able to close that. That is what I'm taking from this game.
You know what's so tantalizing about this one? We get a rematch of Navi taking on Heroic. That was tough last time around. We saw Simple getting furious after that loss, rightly so, but I think it's fair because Heroic, obviously one of the few teams coming into this new season with no roster changes, and there's good reason for that.
Yeah, good reason for that. They may very well be the best team in the world right now. Maybe Vitality can test that in Cologne, but for now, I think the title goes towards Heroic. Now, Navi don't really stand a chance in my book against Heroic. Again, it'll be nice to see if they progressed from the first game, if they've gotten better.
Can they take a map, maybe?
Can they take a map? Can they at least make it competitive? MS said that they have been practicing Ancient as well, so maybe that is not a certain punish pick anymore for that. So there's definitely positives to drag out from this game for Navi, but it's far from being clean and dusted yet.
And listen, I think there is something we can take away from this big loss as well, is that they looked legitimate, more legitimate once again. They've had a few moments where they were playing very good Counter-Strike. A couple of individuals, I think Krimbo missed the mark on map 1, but bounced back magnificently on map 2. He was way more in there where he's supposed to be. I will have Big favorite against OG. Honestly, based on what I have seen from them, I know they go down in the first round, but they've given me more to be excited about, and they have these moments where they were very into it, very intense about it, and there's an energy that we appreciate to see. So it's not all doom and gloom for Big.
Certainly
far from
not.
that.
And they'll get to go up against their former brother-in-arms in Kido. I think he'll probably want some nice little bit
It's
of a
going to
wrench.
be a fun game.
Yeah, no, I'm excited for that. Obviously, when we do get to the gauntlet, there's going to be a lot more pressure on the teams going forward. But you guys are reading into this that Heroic are going to be the champions of Group B. It's kind of written in the
not a
script,
world.
wasn't
There's
it?
honestly not a world. It will require Symbol to do Symbol stuff, and we haven't seen that Symbol for quite some time. And even Heroic had, historically speaking, been one of the few teams who could shut down Symbol. So no, I honestly don't see it happening.
We also need to round out the action for Group A as well, because tomorrow we're going to be seeing Vitality taking
Now,
on
do you
NIP.
think there's a chance NIP can win that game?
Nope.
No. I'm
No,
sorry.
there isn't.
Yeah,
Cool,
spoilers.
The way it is
for
right
my
now,
pick'ems, but
Vitality and Heroic are going to punch their ticket for Valorant Arena, and we're going to be happy, and everyone's going to be fine, and everything makes sense, and we're okay. Everybody
order is
relax.
restored,
Exactly.
nature's healing,
Relax.
Vitality and the Bees return to the Royal Arena. Hopefully, I don't know, we're going to have to find out tomorrow in the second game of the day. We also need to find out who is in the lead with our tasty unicorn
was bad for me today.
predictions.
Oh,
Great
that
day,
was
great
bad.
day.
You know what? I don't even regret the complexity peak. I would do it again if I had to,
It
but
was close.
I might have been a little overzealous with that big pick.
Yeah.
I might have just risked it a little bit too much.
What were you reading into that, man?
Well, to be fair, I didn't think they would jump on the Ancient because I had the impression that they would get their ass kicked, which was the case. But I thought they could maybe punish on a different map, the one that would be better on, and then we'd go to a third, and things would be all up in the air.
Well, we've got 5 days, and that equals 10 opportunities for you to get the better of that man.
So you can get
on
19
your
points.
Yeah.
Which is not going to be enough to win anyway.
19 points.
Oh, you think you're gonna win or what? Why is he talking to me like he's in the lead or something?
I
'Cause,
don't know.
what's happening?
I am in the lead.
Yeah, I couldn't actually read the score, but I don't think I've ever seen Jacob win anything. But
It's
we need to
never
find out a
happened.
winner in our CS Money Player of the Day. And for that, you guys at home need to know what options you can vote for. So, gentlemen, what's coming up as our third best play of today?
Well, the first guy we got up for grabs is Halsuk with the AWP. He did great. He did very, very well in this game with complexity against NIP. Now, unfortunately, they didn't win the game, but this AWP play, and in particular this kill right here, it is so clean that it could be player of the day. I think Halsuk has done well so far for himself, and that's right here was great.
And also
Definitely
great hair.
not,
Vote for great hair. with
Smash
that
that desk on that one, that's for sure. Now we have Hampus. He had a great resurgence on an individual level here. This is a nuke play, finding that silencer impact, and then in the door, punishing somewhat disjointed attack from his opponent, and even gonna grab the AK to make sure to close it from Hampus. Not playing like a carrot.
He may have lost the battle, but he can still win Player of the Day. Mantu from Big Clan also had a great showing today, or at least in this round. AWP on Ancient, you see it right here, going aggressive for the peak, re-peeking in towards middle, showing some of that confidence that we like to see from Mantu. That kill right there is also dirty, and he finishes it off with another 2 kills right here. Well done
Choice
by
of
Mantu.
3 aces for you guys.
A lot of aces today.
There we go.
We should call it ace of the day. I don't know. Anyway, last time we checked in with our Mask MVP, it was looking pretty black and yellow with Vitality players. But James, has today shaken anything up?
Oh, Freya, right now for the Mask MVP, it stayed pretty much the same. There's been dominance from the same individuals who looked so good early on in the tournament. And look at this. They're just all hanging in there with Zywoo and Magis right towards the top. So what we're going to do is feature one player who still has a chance of it, but it would require him to be able to battle back against Vitality himself. It's Hedrick here, who had a good showing today, and he has been the one with the most impact for NIP throughout the games over and over again. Remember, this is still a very young player, still in his rookie year, coming over to an international lineup, doing his best in many scenarios here, not just with the AWP, the AK like you're seeing now. And okay, he was very needed to take down complexity, but tomorrow, my God, he's going to have to step up beyond anything we've ever seen for the young Ukrainian. But anything is possible. It is our Mask MVP challenge for this man. His rating's looking pretty good. But he's going to have to skyrocket the numbers beyond what we've ever seen him do if he wants to have a chance of it all. Fred, back to you.
Right, Banks, there is some logic to that because NIP are going up against Vitality. So if Hedrick can just neutralize Zywoo, then he's got a chance,
And
hasn't
up
he?
next, contestant number 27 for the MVP. Who do we have down there? It's Hedrick. No, honestly, he's been
done great.
Sorry, James, not against you, bro. James is trying. Get security. Just get James out of here, please. Like, this is getting problematic.
Nah,
right now.
Hedrick's done great, but yeah,
He's
big
up.
challenge ahead with Vitality waiting in the wings. But we've got to see what else is on the cards tomorrow. Again, 2 more best of 3s at the ready. FaZe G2 tomorrow morning.
Ooh,
Man, I'm excited for
that's
that
spicy.
one. That's going to be the
That's a good
full
day.
3
That's a
maps.
good day of Counter-Strike.
Overtimes galore. I honestly, I'm ready for this. I'm so
Yeah,
excited.
all right. We're getting there. We're getting there where the Counter-Strike actually hits in the right spot.
And these are qualification games as well. what the
Not
second
all
game.
of them.
The first
why
one
you be
is
lying to the people out
elimination,
there?
but the second game is
The second
qualification.
game is not
So
the first
we're
one.
going to find out who's the first team heading
We'll
to the
figure it
Red
out tomorrow
Arena.
for- yeah, we'll
yeah,
figure it out.
We'll
yeah,
explain
maybe
to you
I
the
should go get
format.
some
It's
sleep.
okay. We get there eventually.
Yeah,
We're gonna be fine.
yeah. No, it's going to be a great day. Join us same time, same place tomorrow to see which will be the first team to qualify.
We'll be
See you
there.
then.
It's gonna be great.
Be right up.